I am talking. So I'm plugged in. Plugged in and going. Morning, everyone. This is the first game on day 3 of the Australian Golaball Championships. Just making sure that I don't get too tangled up. The back, we've got 2 games concurrently. So the game you're watching here is the men's game between Queensland ranked first and South Australia ranked second. Queensland is starting with, from, if we look at the left to right, John Horsburgh, Joey Hogg, and Oliver Fanshawe for South Australia. With the first row just throwing out there to the 9 for South Australia. Going left to right, we've got Daniel Dalton, Isaiah Mueller, and Ami Abdi. Fanshawe throwing it from 9, getting it into about 4. Off to Mueller, who chases his own ball, gives it back to Abdi, who's throwing it from about 8, gets it into about 1 or 2. Horsburgh, clean trap from 1, goes bounce ball across into about a 4, 5, 3 even, taken by Mueller, who decides he's going to have a throw himself from 4. Throws it into about 4 at the other end, just slightly wide of the tee, and Hogg thinks he's going to have a crack now. He again goes from close to the centre and throws it out to about a 6, kicked out by the feet of Mueller. Abdi from 9. Tries to go as a narrow diagonal, gets it in at 2 on the legs there of Horsburgh, who easily claims that. Goes into about 3, goes in a straight line at 8 on the chest of Mueller, deflected forward to, on the chest of Abdi, deflected forward to Mueller, who goes from the centre again, gets a bit of a fracture and a goal, in fact. Threw that out to about 5, between 5 and 6, a little bit, probably lazy legs there from Hogg. Fanshawe from centre, coming out to 9. Blocked away there by Abdi, who's going to control the ball and throw it from 9. I think that was a high ball, not called. Threw it into 2, kicked out by the legs of Horsburgh. He's going to get the ball from the touch judge. Throwing from 1. Coming into the 7th hole and finds a gap between Mueller and Abdi. Pretty clean, a little bit of a bounce. Mueller's going to take this ball. Coming from about 6, throws it into 4, goes over the top of Hogg, but Fanshawe's slides in behind, helps him out. Rewards himself with a throw from pretty much 9, throws it into 4. Probably closer to 5, to be fair. Taken by Mueller. Back to Abdi. Coming in from 6. Goes across to 9. Blocked out by Fanshawe. Fanshawe looking to move across. He's coming into about a 6. Coming back across court towards the 9 and blocked out off the chest of Abdi. Again, got Abdi here throwing from 9. He's decided to go in towards the middle a little, but probably too close to the middle. Got it at about 4. Taken by Hogg, and he's going to throw from the middle again. This time he comes out the other side, tries to go to 1, but misses by about 3 metres. Dalton, with possibly his first throw, he's going to come all the way out to 6, throws it back towards the centre at about a 4. Taken by Hogg, who gives it over to Horsburgh. Horsburgh throwing it from about 2. Throwing it inside to that 7 again, gets it on the feet of Mueller, who deflects it back out, kicks it out on the near side here. Abdi from 9, goes back towards a narrow diagonal, misses that, gets it into about 3 and taken easily on the chest of Hogg, who decides he's going to have a throw himself. Roughly throwing it from 5, goes back across the other side to the 5 on the South Australian side. Mueller now with the ball, wants to throw. He's going to throw it probably to his 5, goes straight down the middle and a deflection off Hogg. No Horsburgh coming across, a bit lazy, and it's creating the gap. 2-1 now to South Australia. Bounce ball from Horsburgh. Threw it from 1, threw it into 4, taken on the chest. The Abdi then throwing that one from about 6 and going across to the other side on 9 and deflected out by Fanshawe. Fanshawe now with the ball, coming from 9. He's going across court as well to the other 9 and deflected out by Abdi. Abdi wants to pass, sends it across to the other side to Dalton, who's going to throw from about 2. Goes down the line at 9, right on the post actually, not a bad throw. Deflected out by Fanshawe, who comes inside. Has he given it to Horsburgh? He has. Horsburgh taking this from 2. Bounce ball across the court, over to 1, but deflected away by Dalton. Dalton, again, from 1. Again goes down the line into that 9 spot, off the chest of Fanshawe. Over the line, back to the judge. Bringing it back. Fanshawe again, 9. Coming slightly inside. Gets it to about a 4. Off the chest of Mueller, goes forward, who decides he's going to chase his own ball and go back and get it. He's throwing it from right in the middle of the tee. He goes out towards the 6, again over the feet of Hogg, and gets it. Deflected over the feet of Hogg. Hogg looks like he's given this to Fanshawe, who decides he's going to throw across court this time. Threw it from about the 8, tried to get it to the 9 on the other side, and missed by a good 2 metres. Abdi from 6 goes straight into 3, but on the legs and chest of Horsburgh, who's going to throw from 4 himself on his side. Goes across the other side to the 1. Not quite deflected out, but certainly controlled by Dalton, who now throws back from 1, goes back into that hole at 3, deflected by Hogg onto Horsburgh, who then deflects the ball away. Horsburgh now from 1. Goes into that spot at 7, a narrow diagonal, but taken on the chest there of Abdi, who then throws the ball out and trying to call a timeout. It looks like they're asking for a medical timeout because I think he's copped it in a place that he doesn't like. Three-one lead. We've got Abdi now off the court. Still 7 minutes to play in this half. Just while we've got a bit of a break. We'll look to the other side. I think we've still got 7 and 10 on that one. It's 2-1 in favour of West Australia at this point. Again, just waiting for the patching to be done. I'm just going to make sure that I've actually got it right. Now we're back. Mueller throwing from the centre down to the centre and straight past Hogg, who barely dived for it at all. He got it into that 6 hole and Hogg didn't move. 4-1. This time Hogg decides to take it from the centre, tries to go out to 1, gets it in about 2, but Dalton's too smart for that. Comes across to 6 and goes back across to the 6 on the other side. Another deflection up. And games don't seem to be going to script at the moment, as we've got a 5-1 lead for South Australia. Probably the first time we've seen Queensland under any sort of pressure. Oh, not really. The first day they were 7-2 down in the first half and came back to win. So it's possible. Still very early in the half here. Mueller throwing from 6. Goes straight down the line into 3. Gets another deflection over Hogg, and that's another goal for 6-1. It's back to 2-2 on the other side with 6:16 to play. So it's substitution. We're moving Fanshawe into the middle by the looks of it, and we're going to bring Tobias West on. So Joey Hogg could be said having a bit of a shocker. So 6-1 at the moment to South Australia. Queensland a long way in front in first, by the way. Two games clear of second and third. So it's interesting. They'd have to lose both games to even have a chance of losing first spot. Okay, John now throws it from one. Got it into Raslan there, or into Mohammed there at 9, who deflected it up over his body and over the bar. Mohammed from 8. Tries to throw down the line at 1, but that's straight into the chest of Horsburgh, who decides he's going to have another throw. Throwing from 1. This time he goes inside a little, but gets it to 6, and on the legs of Mueller, who goes a long way forward to get that ball. Looking for Raslan, looking for Mohammed, who now has it, throws it from 8. Tries to throw down to 1, but misses. Gets it down the line by about 2 metres. Again, Horsburgh. From 1, goes right into the post this time. Probably at that 9, and taken by Mohammed, who's throwing it from 8. Again, down the line, probably got it at that 2 between Fanshawe and Horsburgh. They've worked it out. Horsburgh now with the ball comes in, goes to 3, goes into the 6, off the feet and into the back of the goal. So nice quick ball, nice and straight. Dare we say the comeback is beginning, or the comeback begins? 2-6 to Queensland. We've got Mueller. He's going to do it all today. He's going across court from 6 to 6. Missed by Fanshawe, but taken by West. West now coming in from about 7. Goes back towards the centre. Throws it straight at the tee. Off the chest of Mueller and out. Mohammed now. The ball on this side. 7. Tries to go down the line. Getting it into 2. That's going to be on the chest easily of Horsburgh. He's going to come in again to 3. Closer to 4 even. Goes straight down the line as a fast ball. Off the legs and forward by Mueller. So 4 basically to 5, that ball. Again, back to Horsburgh, who's gone in a long way now. Coming from the middle. Bounce ball. Tried to throw it out to the line, but didn't get it right. Missed everything. Mueller now takes the ball from the post. Comes back to the other side. He's going to throw from 4. He's going to go down to that 5 hole, but nice little dive there by Fanshawe, who then deflects the ball out and passes it back to West. Only one goal judge there. No, this one. West throwing it from 8. Unfortunately, tried to get into 1, but didn't get the accuracy right. And there's a timeout call from South Australia, who are currently leading 6-2 with 4:47 still on the play school clock. I'm just looking across to the other side now while we've still got a lull in play here. We've got 3-2 to Western Australia with 3:27 still in the first half with that one. And it's a little bit interesting. I know I was talking to Victorian coach Rob Apps last night, and he was saying he really wanted to win that game, and it would give him a really good sense of when he played against South Australia as to how hard he had to go and whether he'd be able to give some of his bench players a bit of a run. Go Queensland! But he's still got a job to do to win that one, though. Okay. Dan Dalton coming across here to 6 and going down to 3 on the legs of Fanshawe, who has to go forward to pick it up, and he's bringing it back to Horsburgh, who's sitting at 3 on his side. Goes in towards the 8 and nearly 9 off the legs of Mohammed, who's able to was able to complete the stop. Throws it from 9 down to 1, straight down the line, taken on the chest, and they've called that a block out. I would have almost called that he threw that out. Not quite. Anyway, Horsburgh now from 1. narrow diagonal. He's gone too close to the centre off the chest of Mueller, who's able to stop it. Give it across to Dalton. Dalton going to throw this one from 2, possibly 3. Goes across the other side of the 3. Gets it off the legs and into the goal. Probably a bit of a surprise there. Narrow diagonal and certainly not getting it right. Anyway, Horsburgh from 2. He's gone in towards 5 and taken on the chest of Mueller. He's decided he's going to go for a throw. Takes it from that 5 position. Goes out towards 8 and taken by West. West coming out to this side. Going to throw it from about 3 or 2. Throws it back towards the centre and nearly catches Mueller out, who wants to go him again. And gets him. Gets him at 8. So whilst there was an immediate reaction to the sub, it looks like it's sort of come off, backfired. Fanshawe. He's going to throw that from 3. Goes towards the post, comes off at the post here at 9, off the feet of Mohammed and into the post and just stops there. Mohammed now throwing it from 8. Going across court, probably going to hit the tee right on the 4.5, and Fanshawe takes that, gives it off to Horsburgh. He's going to throw from 4, goes across to the 3 on the other side, and off the legs of Dalton, who manages to control that. He's throwing his from 3, goes into the 6, off the legs, and into the bar. And centres for Queensland having a bit of a mare. There's a bounce up. Sorry about that. Lost track of where I was going. Horsburgh then threw it from 1 into about 6, taken off the legs. Another ball, this time out to the 8, and again over the top of West from Mueller. Mueller's probably playing man of the match status here, and we've still got 2 minutes 50 to go. Okay, this time Horsburgh comes out. No, it's Fanshawe actually. Throwing that from the 6, went across to the 6 on the other side. Off the legs of Mueller, it goes forward. Gives it off to Mohammed. Mohammed throwing this from about 7. Probably back to the 4, right at the tee for Mueller. He's going to take that pretty easily. He's going to have another throw. Again, from 4. This time he's going to come out towards the 1 side. And it's been blocked away by Dalton. Dalton waiting for the ball to be returned. And he has it now, sitting at 1. He decides to go down the line into that 7 bit. It's been deflected. No, it hasn't been deflected. Was controlled by Fanshawe, given to West, but another timeout for Queensland. And we've still got 2 minutes and 18 left on the clock, I believe. Yep, it's 9-2 to South Australia in what can be only considered to be a boil over. We've still got a 3-2 scoreline on the other side with 2:06. So that game's a little bit closer. We'll see how we go. Certainly for this one, but this one we can probably almost say that South Australia have got this one covered. From throwing it from 3, threw it into about 6, maybe a 5, I'd say, off the legs of Mueller, who gives it off to Dalton. Dalton throwing this from 3, and he decided to go down the line towards the 7. It's been controlled there by Fanshawe. Going back to the 4, right onto the tee. He's going to throw this one from. Comes out to this side on the 7 side. Marginally controlled by Mohammed, but enough. Mueller from 4, out to 7 again. Misses the centre and gets off the legs and into the goal. I thought he'd actually managed to deflect that one out, but he hasn't. 10-2 in a surprising scoreline. Fanshawe from, it's actually, I was going to say that's Horsburgh actually throwing it from about a 2, trying to go to the 9, getting it off the post. Missed by Mueller with the ball now. Brings it over to Dalton. It is 10-3, this 11. Oh, is it? Yeah, 3-11. I don't think it's 3-11. I think it's only 3-10. Anyway. Yeah, I think it's only 3-10, surely. Yeah, 3-10. They've worked it out. So we've got, after the score being incorrectly pronounced, we've got the ball being dropped in for Dalton, who's going to throw from, he's coming in a little bit, coming out to this side now, all the way, out to 6. Tries to go into the 5 or 4 at the other end, misses, and pretty much gets it on the tee for Fanshawe, who's going to go throw it from right on the tee. He's coming straight down to the tee on the other side, so couldn't have got it any better than that if he wanted it. Mueller from 4 goes out towards the 6. Solid dive there by Fanshawe. Is he taking the ball himself? He is. He's going to throw it again to the middle. Comes out to the 6 off the legs of Mueller. He's going to deflect it a long way out. Has to chase it. Gives it back to Mohammed. Mohammed from 8. Throwing it down the line, or trying to, but missed it by about 2 metres. Okay. Got Horsburgh here coming in at about 2. Throws bounce ball. Cross Mueller, but he's managed to control that. Standing in at 4 again from the tee. He's decided to go out towards the 8, and that's been controlled by West. West throwing it from 8, coming across a little bit. Probably got that at a 5, and again Mueller off the legs going forward, but he's decided to take that. Half time across the other scored. I'll come back with that. Mueller from centre trying to go out to 9 and missing it by about a metre or so. West again with the ball. He's come in a fair way and he's given it to Horsburgh, who's going to come out to this side. He's going to throw it from 2, goes back into that 6 with a fast throw. Straight off, kicked out by the legs of Mueller. Dalton coming across to get this one. He's currently sitting at 9. Moving across to his side. He's going to throw this from about 3 into about 7. Taken by West. West throwing this from 8. Coming across, right across to 9 on the other side and off the chest of Mohammed, and blocked out. He's going to throw his from about 8. Yes, he moves in a little bit, maybe 2 metres, a metre and a half. Half time is called. We've got an astonishing scoreline here as far as I'm concerned. 3-10 in favour of South Australia. Across on the other side, we've still got a 3-2 scoreline at halftime. So West Australia just with the advantage on that one. But I know that's, speaking of Rob App's Victorian coach last night, that's one he does want to win. Well, given that he's going to be playing South Australia next, and the way that South Australia are playing. On this court too, by the way, I believe. So there's going to be a women's game after this one, then followed by South Australian men. Am I right? I'm looking at, yes, I am looking at right. And then it's, no, we're going to get West Australian men versus New South Wales men after this one. Yeah, so we don't get to see the Victorians at all. They play in court 2. So right now, currently trailing. But the next game after this will be West Australian youth and Victorian women. Probably be a little bit of a short game, that one, I'd suspect. Ivy Wickens coming back from a near concussion after yesterday's game. Had to be replaced, but came back in the second half. Girls were playing with 2 at one point. Meanwhile, we've still got a minute and 30 before halftime is over here. Very early in the morning, and I'm missing my coffee. A 10-3 scoreline in favour of South Australia. They'd be pretty happy with themselves right now, and probably thinking they've got their 3rd win of the tournament sewn up. Most of the goals coming via the centres with deflections off the bounce balls, just on either side. So some good throwing and some poor defending. Haven't been able to see the other side, but obviously a 3-2 scoreline there in favour of West Australia. Still got 50 seconds to go before we're starting. Just creeping into the 40s now. Looking to see if there's some substitutions on the other side. We've still got the same. For Queensland, and across here, it's still looking like a number 1 Number 4 has his shades on. And number 3. So it looks like we've got Amir back on. Will be a substitution at halftime for South Australia. So Abdi on, Mohammed off. Queensland with the ball. Again, no substitutions to Queensland. So West still there for Hogg. Let's come out this side towards Horsburgh. Horsburgh throwing it from 2, going into that hole at 6, 7, but solid legs. And given to Abdi. Abdi now throwing it from his 6. Goes across the 6 on the other side and pushed away by Fanshawe. West now with the ball, probably at 8. He's coming across the line into 8, and whilst Abdi comes a long way, he's able to control that. Hands it out to Dalton in 2, who goes into probably straight at 4, right over the tee. Fanshawe's going to control that, albeit a little unconvincingly. He's coming out to 9 from his 6 position there. Deflected away. Deflected away by Abdi. Needing a second goal judge. And one's walking around now. Okay. Ball's taken with Mueller here. He's coming from, in the end he throws it from pretty much the tee and throws it out to 9, but it's controlled there by West. West from 8. Cross court he's aiming for, and he does go across court, but only to the 5, and it's easily kicked away there by Mueller. Mueller, now the ball with Abdi on this side. Abdi throwing it from 9. He's going right down the line, and that's a nice little ball into 1. But taken by Horsburgh, who's now going to come in at 2. Goes in the return area around that 6, 7 area and kicked away there by Mueller. He's probably holding them in this one. There's been an official timeout as eye shades. We've still got the ball with Abdi, who decides he's going to go over to the other side. Abdi now coming back this way. 6, throws it straight at the tee pretty much and blocked away there by, unconvincingly by Fanshawe. West from 8. Tries to throw across court, but gets it at 4, straight at Mueller, who's going to go straight back at West and misses the post by a fraction in 9. Horsburgh, no, Fanshaw's coming across. He's going to take this from about 6. He's going sort of straight. He's got it to 5 on the other side, and Mueller again thinks he's going to take this one. He's had a few goals so far. Throwing it from the tee. He's gone out towards the 6, probably closer to 8, to be fair, and stopped by West. West from 8. Cross court into the 6 area on the chest of Abdi. He's going to throw from about 7 himself. Back to the tee. Back to the tee. Was not stopped by Fanshawe, but there was a whistle because of a long ball. So Abdi will have to defend this one on his own. Horsburgh with the ball, and he's sitting at 1. Abdi over this side. Horsburgh needs to go cross court. Did, but only just. And whilst he went the right way and did get a piece of it, he still wasn't able to stop that. So 4-10. Is this the start of the comeback or just really just an illusion? Mueller from 4, pretty much hit 5 on the other side, and Fanshaw's controlling that one. He's going to throw it himself from 5, goes across straight at the tee into the chest of Mueller, who goes straight back into the 7 the other way, and a nice big dive by Fanshawe puts it away. The whoop whoop is starting to annoy the crap out of me. 8 from West. He tries to throw across court, but effectively gets it into 5, and that's too easily looked after by Mueller. Mueller gives it to Abdi, who goes from 6, cross to the 7 on the other side, and between West and Fanshawe, they work it out. Fanshawe now from 5. Comes out this side to 7, but it's on the chest of Abdi. Flicks it over the other side for Dalton, who comes back to the 6, and then throws back to the 6 on the other side, right to the cross court. Deflected away by West, and out. West from 8, his usual spot that he takes his balls from. This time he's coming a little bit further over for 7, but on the chest of Abdi, who decides he's going to walk over to the other side from 3. Goes roughly down the line into a 6. Cleaned up there by Fanshawe, who goes back. He's going to take it himself from the middle, and he goes into 5. So it's a bit too close to Mueller to create any sort of problems. He gives it off now, runs it back, chases it, runs it back to Dalton. Dalton throwing it from about a 3. Wanted to go down the line, but he's missed that by a long way. West taking the ball in, brings it across. We've got our Horsburgh here at 2. Got a deflection off the legs of well, not Abdi, Mueller and Abdi together, and they've managed to get that out. Abdi now from 6. Goes into the centre, off the chest of Fanshawe and deflects out to the other side. West now from 9. He's gone a fair way and he's come back to the 9 on the other side. And whilst I don't think it would have made it in, it's still deflected away by Abdi. Mueller comes to get it. Walks over to the other side. He's going to throw this from the 4. And he goes out to 7. Fanshawe tried to get that, but West was behind for him. 7. He decided again to come out to the 1 or the 9 on this side, but too far. Missed it by 2 metres or so. Again, Mueller taking the ball. He's going to throw this from about a 4. And he's going into that 5, taken by Fanshawe. Probably closer to a 6, that one. There's a fair way. Fanshawe throwing this from 6. And he comes back out to the 8 on the other side, but off the chest of Abdi, who walks across to 3. Then goes into the 6. And Chill's trying to find that hole. Fanshawe, quick throw from in the middle back to the 6, taken by Mueller, who returns the favour from 4 and then straight into the tee. So bit of action, but nothing really happening. Still got 7 and odd minutes to go, 4-10 the scoreline, so there's been 1 goal scored. Cross on the other court, we've got 8 minutes and 17, and it's still 3-2. So we've gone 4 minutes into that half with no score. Probably not the result that Mr. Apps was looking for. Although I dare say Mr. Coyle would be pretty happy with that one if situations still change, still remains the same. Actually makes them level on points, so it's going to make it very interesting as to whether Victoria makes the final if they actually win that one. Lose that one, I should say. Okay, so we've got Queensland with the ball. I believe it's over here with John. And when I say here in the 1, he's thrown a narrow diagonal off the legs, given a long ball. That was off the legs of Mueller into the goal. Probably threw it in at 6. We've got Dalton with the ball in the middle. And we've got John Horsburgh standing in the middle, sort of. Dalton goes out to the post and puts it into the post on the 9 side from the middle. So it's a pretty good throw. Score called at 11-4. 7 minutes still to go. I think I've heard some whistles, but I'm just going to wait. Bit of cheering going on the far side. John again with the ball. He's throwing it from 1. This time he goes into 8 on the chest of Abdi, and he's held that in. He's throwing this from 9. Goes across court with a flat ball. Gets it at about 8, but taken by West. West going back to the post at 8. Trying to throw this one down the line right at 1. And blocked away, controlled by Dalton. Dalton from the 1. And he actually got that into 4, taken by Fanshawe. Fanshawe again. He's going to throw from 4, puts it out towards the 7, controls that by Abdi, off to Mueller, who's going to throw this from his 4. He goes into the 6 at the other end. There is a deflection. Yes. No. Taken by West. West going to throw this from 8. 8 goes into the 3 this time. There's something different. And creates a dive there from Mueller, who gives it back to Dalton, who's going to throw from the 1. Goes inside. Probably gets it at the 6 off the chest of Fanshawe. And whilst it wasn't convincing, he still had enough control on it. He's going to come back to the 4 and throw into the 5 on the other side. So reasonably straight ball. Quick return from pretty much the centre of the court out to the 6, but between West and Fanshawe, they work it out. West from 7 goes back to the centre tee. That's too easy for Mueller, who's giving it to Dalton, who's going to throw from 3. He goes roughly down the line, probably narrow centre into a 5. Bit too easy. Fanshawe giving it to Horsburgh. Horsburgh from 3, bounce ball towards Abdi, who has enough control over that at about the 8. He's throwing that from 1 into that narrow diagonal of 3 and nearly beats the centres. Anyway, Horsburgh from 3 again goes straight into 7-ish, kicked away by Abdi. Not the most convincing throw, and that's going to be thrown out by Mueller, who tries to leave his team of a penalty. Just looking on the other side, we do have 3s. Or is it a 5-3? I've got 5-3 now for West Australia. So that's not a great score. 6 minutes gone or left on the clock. Fanshawe from the middle. Tries to come out to this side on the 9, but misses that by a fair way. Dalton's been replaced. And Mohammed to come on. So it'd be interesting to see. I think Mohammed might go the other side, or do they bring Mueller out the other side? As I said, we've got a 5-3 scoreline for West Australia on the other side with 5:57 left on the clock. So that 1-2 is not looking the way it wants to go. This will take South Australia to 3-2. And in a very, well, probably in a stronger position to stay in that 2nd and 3rd spot, if not going to the 1st. Okay, so it was Mohammed who threw from 9. He threw it in towards the centre, probably got it at 4 and taken easily by Fanshawe, who gives it to Horsburgh, who throws one from 2, goes out to the 1 on the other side and deflected away by Dalton, not Dalton, by Abdi. Abdi now throwing this. No, this is Mueller from the 1. Goes down the line, probably got it into the 8 off the legs of, kicked away the legs of West. And a Queensland timeout with 4 minutes to go. And look, I'm going to call this one. I don't think Queensland can win this one. Possibly would need a absolute miracle for South Australia to lose this one from here. We're looking at 5 minutes and 30 and not a lot of, well, there is no change on the other side. So still a 5-3 lead to Western Australia. It's going to make the finals a little bit interesting. That'll put Western Australia on a, I think it's a 3-2 scenario. Victoria on a 2-3 scenario. Well, actually, it'd be 2-3 for West Australia as well. Actually, it's 1-3 at the moment, so they'll take the 2-3. Okay, so that was John throwing it from the middle, but pretty much got it straight at 4 and was controlled by Mueller, who puts it out to Mohammed. Mohammed goes over a cross court on the other side and only just missed the post, I'm going to tell you. I actually thought he'd got that one in on the 9. Okay, we got Horsburgh again. He's taken this from the centre. He gets it out to about a 6 and cleaned up by Mueller, who goes back to Abdi. Abdi now playing on the right. Or is that Mohammed? I think that is Mohammed on the right there. I'm just going to make sure. Yeah, it is. Again, Fanshawe throwing it from the middle, aiming it out towards the 1 to Mohammed, who cleans it up. He's going to throw this from about a 2 or a 3. Tries to go cross court, a little bit of cross court himself, gets it at about 4 and off the chest of Fanshawe, who gives this to Horsburgh, who's going to come across to the 6 and go straight at 1, but missing. Ball's been returned. This by Mueller. Mueller throwing it from 1, right on the post. Goes across court. Tried to go across court, but effectively threw it into the middle and taken by Fanshawe. He's going to throw from the middle. He's going to come out this side to Abdi. Get it at about 9, but Abdi's got enough control over that. He throws it from 9 and goes across to the other, probably about 8. And that's cleaned up by West. West now from 8. Goes down the line into the 1 and off the chest of Mohammed. Pretty easily covered. Blocked out. Mohammed from 1. Goes across court. Throws it into the 4 onto the legs of Fanshawe, who decides he's going to take a throw from the middle. He tries to throw to that 1 and probably misses by the width of the court. Here's, I hope Queensland aren't here for another game. Anyway, this is Mueller again from 1. Bounce ball, just makes it into the high ball line, gets it at about 6 or 7, taken by Fanshawe. He's going to give it off to Horsburgh, who goes from 3, tries to go out to 1 and misses. I think there's still a hole there. Anyway, Mohammed from 2. Rolls the ball down to a 7-8-ish area. It's been picked up by West, and his reward is he gets replaced. Now, I did hear a cheer on the other side, and I suspect it's going to be for West Australia. It is for West Australia, but it's 6-4, so there's been some movement with 4 minutes still to play in that game. As I said, this one will take South Australia to 3-2. It'll take Queensland to 4-1. But it would be a catastrophe for Queensland to, well, I would believe anyway, for Queensland to fall. They still need to play New South Wales, who haven't really won a game. There's a bit of cheering going on the far side anyway. So that was Fanshawe taking it from 9 on the other side, throwing it into about a 3 and getting it on the legs of Mohammed. Mohammed, who gives it to Mueller, throwing it from about the 3. Tried to throw it back out to the 9, probably got about an 8 and the ball deflected out. Horsburgh now taking it from the other side and bringing it back to his 3 position. Threw it into 7 and did pretty well. Beat the centre, but not the winger. And the winger back to Mueller, who's going to throw from the middle and go back out to the 9. Fanshawe setting it off the chest. 2 minutes to play still here. Fanshawe from 9. Looks setting up for a narrow diagonal. Got it into about a 3 or a 4 on the chest of Mueller, who gives it to Mohammed. Mohammed throwing this from 2. Goes across the court into about the 2 on the other side. And that's easily taken by Horsburgh, who comes inside 3 metres. This time he's going to bounce again. Got it to the 6 and controlled by the legs of Mueller, who gives it to Abdi, who goes from the 3 on his, the 6 on his side and back to the 3. Between the two of them, they get it right. A 1 throw, tried to go into the 9, but missed the goal by about half a metre from Horsburgh there. Abdi. Going to throw this from 9, looking to go across court. And I reckon there was a bit of a, yeah, I reckon he's a bit stiff. I'm getting called the high ball. Anyway, doesn't matter. Abdi again to face. Ball looks like it's with Fanshawe. I'm just going to check. It's with Horsburgh on this side. He goes across court and buries it. Mueller from the middle. Goal there to Queensland, obviously 5-11, but it's still no hope really. Hogg out to Horsburgh from 3. Gets it into about 5. Controlled on the legs of Mueller, who rolls it slowly back to Mohammed. Mohammed's going to throw this from 2 or 3. Tries to go down the line. I think he's missed that one. He has. Only just, though. Controlled by Fanshawe. Fanshawe from 9. Going into 3. Taken by Mueller, who wants to go straight back at Fanshawe and into the post at 9. I think we can. That was Horsburgh throwing it from 1 straight down to 9 and probably got it off the guts of Abdi, who's playing a serviceable game at the moment. Throwing that from 1, it's over the top and into the goals. Throwing that from 9 in towards 3, again over the top of Hogg, who's really had a bad game. Probably his worst game. This ain't going to be a mercy, but it's going to be the next best thing. Not here, he says, as he blocks that one out. That was, again, 1 into 8. Again, this time, Amir tries to return the favour. Quick return from John. Again, the two of them just playing with themselves from 2 to 8. Mueller gets in the ball from 4, going out towards 8 on the other side, and taken by Fanshawe, who's going to throw this from 9. Tries to go into that hole at about 3, and that's somehow picked up by Abdi as he comes across, as it was deflected back towards the goals. Abdi throwing that from 2 and getting it into about 7. Fanshawe cleaning that up. He tries to throw down the line from about 8 and misses everything. Mohammed from 1, maybe 2. Narrow diagonal into 7. And you heard the buzzer, because that's the end of the game. So that's a comprehensive win, I'm going to tell you. 13-5 in the end. A lot of deflections over the top, and there's probably a way to beat. Now, it's actually tightened up in the game next door. We've got a 6-5 scoreline, still in favour of Western Australia with 1 minute and 27 to go. So we're going to try to keep an eye out on that one for you as we go, but that's going to make things very interesting. A draw there probably wouldn't be a bad result for, probably be a better result for West Australia than what it would be for Victoria. But the clock is now still running down ever so slowly, and we've got a 6-5 scoreline. So it's tightening up a little bit with that one. I can't stand up to see. I can see that Victoria's got the ball, though. It's a rather large result. We've got a stop in the clock on the far side, so not a timeout. No, it's running again, so I think it just must have gone out a long way. I can see that Sean Whiteley is on for West Australia. Sam Byrne trying to throw that, and on the far side is it looks like a number 2, so it could be on. Still got people moving around, making it difficult to see. 36 seconds left on the clock. And possibly a timeout for Western Australia. So we've got a timeout, West Australia on the far side, 26 seconds to go. They'll be trying to work out how they can only get one throw thrown to them. And Victoria, on the other hand, will be trying to work out how can we get a goal with that one throw, possibly 2. Okay. We've got one throw, 26.6 seconds. Still looking on the other side. Sorry about all the noise in the background if you're picking it up. Whistle's gone. Players started. And got the ball. They've decided not to call a timeout. Throwing it from the middle, trying to get a bounce ball. It doesn't look like it's gone in. So I think that's going to end up with a West Australian win. Can they call a timeout? They have called a timeout. So Victoria, Victoria have called a timeout with 0.5 seconds to go. Probably not what the doctor ordered. There's not a lot of time to get that ball down there. It'd be interesting if they allow a little bit more time, maybe for error of judgment. But yeah, I can't see Victoria getting this ball down there in time. 0.5 seconds on the clock. Timeout being called, and they've got to somehow get it down there. And that's how quickly it was. Barely even got the chance to throw the ball. I think a little bit of a delay possibly in the call of the timeout, or maybe they didn't get control. A loss on the other side for Vix. So that's going to make that, as I said, that's making that a little bit interesting. That now puts West Australia and Victoria on 2 and 3. This puts this game on this side. It puts Queensland down to 4 and 1, and South Australia down to 3 and 2. So taking a little bit of a break on the team. So that's a reasonably devastating result for Victoria. They might miss the finals out of that. Let's see. It's in their own hands. They play South Australia next. that's it. We're on. And it's Rob Cristani here again. We're looking at game 2. This is a youth women's game. So we've got WA youth. From the numbers I've got here, number 5 is Nikita Zanic. Number 6 is Darren Coyle. Number 2 is Murrin Coyle. And number 3 is Jacob Walker. For the Victorian women, nice and easy to sort of pick up. I.e. the numbers, that is. Number 3, we've got Ivy Wickens. Number 8 is Claire Whelan. Good number, that number 8. Number 1 is Brooke Carter. Looking to see how teams are going to line up. At the moment, we've got number 4 on the far side, although that I don't know whether... no, that's actually Daniel Morris, so no, he's not going to play. Thought he might have been coming on. The girls are lining up left to right in Victoria. We've got Ivy on the left. Sorry, I'll take that back. We've got Brooke on the left as you're looking at the court. Claire in the middle and Ivy on the right. Just still waiting for, we've still got 2 minutes 20 to go. Still waiting for Western Australia to work themselves out. But it looks like there's number 3, which I think was Jacob Walker. Need to go back and remember those numbers. Yeah, it is. Number 3 is Jacob Walker. Number 5 is coming on, which is Nikita. And number 2, which is Murrin Coyle. So Darren Coyle getting a bit of a rest. Yep. So at the moment, it looks like it's going to line up Nikita. That's an 8. Oh, that must be Darren. Okay. Darren's got an 8 and not a 6. Great. Just another team that gives me the wrong numbers for people. Yeah, why make it easy? Why make it easy for us? Okay. So Nikita Zanic is number 5. She's on. Murrin Coyle is number 2. She's on. And it looks like Darren Coyle number 8. I'd suggest they're going to line up Darren on the, as we're looking left to right, we're going to line up with Darren on the right, on the left, Murrin in the middle, and Nikita on the far side. Sounds to me as if the other game's already started. If I can quickly look over while I've got a bit of time, I'll try to ascertain who that is for you. That's Queensland Youth versus South Australian Women on the other side. So we'll try to keep you abreast with that one as we go. Queensland Youth, South Australian Women. And again, yep, Darren, Murrin and Nikita as they go. Vics are going to start with the ball. Lost my technician, so I better not get anything wrong. Yeah. Ball's been thrown in. Going to Claire. She's probably going to take this from... Actually, she's going all the way over to the far side on the 1. Tries to go down the line. Decent for that. That's going to be inside the goals. Got it in at about 8, and the winger, Nikita, left that... Oh, no, Nikita? Yeah, left that well and truly. Yeah. Anyway, let's see what the reaction is. Zanic throwing that from 9, getting it down the line towards Carter in 1, but throwing it out. Carter got the ball, losing herself, but she's found the post again. Back to 1. Tries to go inland a little bit, probably about 8 on the chest there of Zanic, who controls the ball, goes back and gets it herself. Throwing it from about 8, coming across court over to Wickens here, who takes that at about 6, even 7-ish. She throws it from about 2 down the line into, throws it from about 8 into 2 down the line. That's with Darren Coyle. He's going to throw a big bounce ball at Wickens now, off her chest and go straight in. Bully is all I'll say to that. From 2, pretty much into 8, off Ivy's chest, in fairness. Okay. Ball is currently with Whelan, who's decided to go all the way back over to 1. Yeah, that's it. And again, she throws down the line. This time it's in around about the 8 again, taken by Zanic. Zanic throwing it from the post. Trying to throw back across court, but only getting it to 4 and giving it to Whelan. Whelan off to Wickens, who's going to throw from 2, goes across court. There's a ball way over on the other side into 8. Slowly gets there. Zanic again, this time coming back towards the line on the 9 and almost getting it there. Just touched off the hands of Wickens and beside the post, but out. Still 1-1. Wickens from 9. 9 indeed. This time goes down the line and Coyle of the Darren variety had to push that one aside. It was right up the post. Beautiful ball. Coyle from 1. Tries to bounce her out, but misses it by, I'm going to say by half a court, 4 metres at least. Jenny Blow picking up the ball and throwing it into Wickens. Wickens now this time going slightly on the narrow diagonal, getting it from the 9 into about the 3, taken by Coyle of the Darren variety. Darren now again tries to bounce off the feet. Is Brooke going to be, no, it goes across the back of the line, off the post and out. So deflected away. Okay, so we got Carter here with the ball at 1. Sometime today be good. Yeah, not quite sure what the Victorians were doing there. I think it was probably the result of a pretty poor bounce as well as maybe just some hesitancy. Just looking while we've got the timeout across to the other side. From what I can tell, I need someone to stand up for me on the far side. So we've got that's the South Australian women on the far side there. It's a 2-0, 8:26 gone in the game on the other side. 2-0 lead to Queensland Youth at this point. Over here, it's still 1-1. We've got a quick return to be thrown. Premature throw then by Brooke. Threw it into the middle. Anyway, ball now with Darren. He's got the ball sitting at about 3. Darren throwing it from 3 into about 6 and controlled there by Claire, who deflects it over to Ivy. Ivy now throwing it across court again, throwing it from about that 8 across to the 7 across the other side, taken by Zanic, who wants to go back the other way. Exactly the same thing. So threw it from 9, got it to 9, and off the chest of Wickens, who hasn't quite got the ball yet, and again a bit of hesitancy, having to call a timeout, otherwise there was going to be a 10-second penalty. Everyone just moved away. Again, timeout. Bit of hesitancy then from Wickens. A bit. What's the word I'm looking for? It's organised. Clock's been running throughout that whole timeout. I'm not going to say anything. 8:51 gone on the clock now. Whelan throwing that from about 6, trying to get it into the 1 on this near side, but Darren not even needing to touch that. Too wide. Okay, Coyle, Darren from 3. Come in a fair way. I'm assuming he's going to bounce this straight at Wickens, who deflects it away. Probably would have gone in at 9. She's done well to put that outside the post. Wickens, if she's smart here, she'll go cross court. And she attempts to from the 9, gets it into about 4. Returned by Coyle, Murrin from the centre. And again, probably got it at the 6, deflected away by Whelan. Ball dropped in at Wickens again. Throwing it from the 9, this time going across the other 9. And controlled there by Zanich. Goes to the post at 9. Tries to throw in towards the centre. Probably got it at 3 off the legs of Whelan and out. Ball dropped into Carter. Carter throwing it from 1. Going in at about the 7. Taken on the legs of Coyle, Murrin. She's deciding she's going to have a throw. Probably from the 4. Goes into 6 off the chest of Whelan. Unconvincingly controlled, but she's got enough of it. Gives it out to Carter, who now throws from 2. Throws it across the court. I'm not quite sure why they're doing that, but anyway, she throws it into about 3. Taken by Call Murrin, given to Call Darren, who goes on the diagonal, off the stomach, chest of Carter, and into the back of the goal, basically. Whelan takes it out of the back of the net. She's going to throw this from about a 1, I think. Yeah, she's come all the way out to the post here. Throws it down the line, nearly gets, got it at 1 and just a hand of Coyle Darren. Darren goes down the line again and deflected by Wickens onto the post and out. Dropped into Wickens. What does she do? Surely she goes across court. She tries. Into the centre. Taken at about 4 by Coyle Murrin. Off to Coyle Darren, who's going to throw from about 3. Wickens has done the post fiercely here. He's gone to there again. And again, it's off the post. Again, Wickens to take this. Comes in a metre or 2. Probably throwing it from 8. Goes a lot more cross court. This is heading for about 7 and 8. Taken by Zanich. Zanich is going to throw from 9. Tries to go across court, but straight into 4. Onto the chest of Whelan, who controls that. And she's going to throw from her 4. Probably moving over to a 3 now. Goes on a narrow diagonal. Puts it at about 3 on the other side. Taken by Coyle quite easily. I'm assuming he's going to go down the line again. Throwing it from 2. And I'm beat right on that one. Got it in at 6. Controlled by Whelan. Gives it to Wickens. Wickens now from 8. Again across court. Probably to the other 8 by the time it gets there. On the feet of Coyle Murrin. She's going to take the throw herself. Probably throwing it from 7. Throws it straight at 3. Controlled forward by Whelan, who goes and gets it and passes it back to Carter, who goes at about 2, tries to go out to the line on the post and does so. Gets it in at 9, but deflected away by Zanich. 2-1 at the moment, the score. Coyle Darren moving across, but he's going to leave it with Zanich, who throws it again into a narrow diagonal, gets it at 4 and taken by Whelan on the chest and across to Carter. Carter throwing this from about 3 now on her side. Straight line, narrow diagonal, probably straight at the tee by the time it landed there. Coyle Murrin coming over to this side now. She's going to throw from about 2 and try to throw at the post into the 9. Misses it by about 2 metres. Ball dropped in for Wickens. Wickens throwing from 9. Trying to go across court, getting it in at 5 on the other side. Coyle to Coyle. Darren now with the ball from about 2. Moving to 3. Goes at a quick ball right on the feet of Wickens, who manages to put enough onto it to prevent it from going into the goals. now by Whelan from the centre. She's going on a narrow diagonal into a 3 and easy ball for Darren to pick that one up. He's coming in, throwing it from 3, going across court on the other side. 3, too fast for Whelan. Gets it into the goals at 3-1. Whelan is going to keep the ball, went off and chased it. Going to keep the ball, throwing it from 1. Way over on the left-hand side. Goes right across to the 1 on the other side, and not for the efforts of Coyle Darren, it would have gone in. Probably overestimating. Probably would have just missed, but it was a good throw anyway. 1 from Darren. He goes straight at Wickens, off her chest, face, and sort of upper body part, over the top. There's a little bit of skip about it. 4-1 at this stage. Okay. Looks like Whelan's going to take this again. Trying to work out where she's from. She's going to take it from 6 and goes in a straightish sort of line, a bit of a narrow diagonal towards the post and off the chest of Coyle at 2. And he just harmlessly escorts it over the sideline. Ball being dropped in. Coyle, Darren. Throwing it from 1. Goes to the post and again deflected by Wickens onto the post and out. Wickens from 1. Gets the ball dropped in. She goes across court. Probably gets it to the 6. Oh, off the legs there. It might be inside. No, just not enough pace on it. There's a timeout being called now by Western Australia. Zanic was about to put a throw on. So we look across to the other side. I can still see 2-0 with 2:22 left on the play school clock on the other side. So Queensland youth just staying ahead of South Australian women there. Across on this one, we've got a 4-1 scoreline to West Australian youth in regard to Victorian women. Wickens getting a buffering from Darren Coyle on the opposite side there, but she's holding up well at the moment. He's probably defeated her twice, but I'd say she's deflected at least 5 or 6 onto the post and out. So she's holding her own. Still no changes to the positional bearings. Zanic goes for a quick ball and gets a goal on this side. Threw it from 9 into the 3, and unfortunately Carter staying solid to her post. Okay, there was a call. I'm not quite sure what's going on. There's a bit of a discussion between the 2 referees. Whelan's over this side now. And the referees had a bit of a chat for no reason at all. Okay, Whelan from the 9. Goes down the line at 1, but thrown out. Probably missed it by about 1.5 meters. Ball's been dropped in the coil of the Darren variety. Whelan's hugging the post on this side. So he goes out to the post and she manages to get half her body out and deflect it away from the goal judge. Gives herself a little bit of time. Ball's dropped in for Wickens. Throwing this from about 9. Decides to go across court, but it's way across. Got her bearing sort of messed up a little bit there. Probably threw that out at the high ball line on the other side. Zanic from 9. Comes across court into the 8 area off the chest of Wickens and eventually rolls out. Had a few seconds gone though. She takes the ball, throwing it from 9. Gets it down the line this time. That's going to be quite close. Coyle's going to have to stop that, which he does. At the 1. Comes into about 2 or 3. Decides to go out to the post again and missed by about 3 meters. Don't think I'm exaggerating that. Wickens from 9. Goes across court. This is going to stay inside again. Zanic comes across and gets it, deflects it forward, and decides to get a quick return from the 9 back to the 9, but missed that by about 2 or 3 metres again. Wickens. Again going cross court, but this time a little bit narrower, probably in towards the 6 or 5. Coyle, Murren with the ball and centre. Decides to go straight at centre, probably threw it at about the 3 by the time it got there. Taken by Whelan, given over to Carter. Carter's sitting at about 3, maybe even 4. Decides to go straight at the 6 on the feet of Coyle. Coyle then go getting the ball and handing it back to Zanic. Probably a bit of an iffy pass, but Zanic throwing that from 8, getting it into the 6 on the chest of Whelan, who's given it over to Wickens. Wickens throwing this from 8 back towards the centre. Probably gets it at 5 by the time it arrives. Taken by Coyle over to the other Coyle. Darren now. Big bounce ball into the chest and just enough done to stop that ball with a double effort from. Now there's a possible penalty here. I can see there's 2 ways of looking at it. It's either, well, it's definitely a ball over because the ball was kicked over to the other side, but it was a kick. The argument would be whether she tried to kick it or whether it was just a mistake, because you are not supposed to propel the ball with your feet. So that may be the issue here. The interpretation could be, that she just ran onto it. Called ball over. Okay, so they gave her the benefit of the doubt. They didn't think she deliberately kicked it. They gave her the benefit of the doubt. Okay, so this one from Coyle. Darren from 3, tried to go to 9, missed it. Becoming a pretty familiar story. Wickens from 9. You can see this is intended to go cross court, but it doesn't. It goes to 4. I think she got a bit of a hook on it. Murren over to Darren, who goes over to the other side. So he's throwing this from about 6. Tries to go back to the other side. There's a bit of noise happening behind me, so I was just trying to work out what that was. Carter threw that from 3 into 7, taken by Zanic. Zanic now throwing it from 9, back towards the 4, missed as Whelan went the wrong way, off the legs and making a bit of noise on me. I've just found out the culprit. Anyway, that's Whelan throwing it from 3 into 7, taken by Zanic. Zanic coming back the other way, trying to go 9-9, but didn't quite get her bearings right and missed the goals by about 1.5 metres at least. Wickens from 9, tried to go narrow, didn't get it there. Probably put it into 4, taken by Coyle, given to the other Coyle. Coyle coming to the other side now, Darren. He's going to throw this from about 7. Back to the 9, over the top and deflected out again by Wickens. Wickens from 9. Trying to go very wide to miss him there. Probably throwing that out at the high ball line on the other side. Okay. Murren Coyle coming out to be replaced by Jacob Walker, I think. I'm just going to get the name right. And I've got the wrong. No. It's the right ones I'm looking at. Jacob Walker it is. I would have almost taken Darren Coyle out. Could have given him a break and had the 3 of them on. Big guy for big guy. Anyway, we've got 2 big guys, and last time I saw this sort of move, I think we had Nikita Zanic going into the middle. So it's possibly the way to go. Let's see what happens. At this point, Zanic is staying where she is. She started out, and now she's gone into the middle. So big boys on either side. West Australia trying to finish this game off early. Carter from 3. Left-hand side as you're looking at the court. Tries to go out to the 9. Probably got that out before halfway. Okay, Coyle and Walker together. Coyle's gone and taken the ball, and he's decided he's going to go into that 3 area from 9. It's been deflected away by Whelan. Kicked out. Carter now from 1. Throwing it into 5, taken by Zanic. Throws it out to Coyle. A lot easier with only one Coyle. Coyle throws it from 2. Got it to the 1 on the other far side. And deflected forward by Carter, who lets Whelan go chase it for her. Carter again getting back from that 1 and throwing it back to the 4 on the other side. Deflected away by Zanic to Coyle. Coyle throwing it from 2, getting it into 5. And then off to Whelan, who goes from 8 into 4. This time it's Walker. Walker goes from 9 into 3. So narrow diagonal. Taken by Whelan. Off to Carter. Carter throwing it from 3. Probably getting it to 4 on the other side. So just very narrow across. Taken by Zanic, who gives it to Walker, who goes from 7. Gets it all the way to a 3 on the other side. Had to run a long way. Pass back to Carter, who just has to move her feet, quite frankly, when the ball's not quite to her from that way. So an own goal, essentially. Carter giving the ball to Whelan. Whelan throwing from 1. Into 4. Taken by Zanic. Zanic over to Coyle. Coyle coming in from 3. He's gone straight at Wickens into the 9. Finally gets it right. Wickens this time, despite the deflection, couldn't stop it from going in. Looks like it's 8-1 the scoreline at the moment. Carter now has the ball after getting the ball out of the back of the net. Throwing it from 3. She goes down the line-ish, sort of. Getting it to the 6, I suppose. I'll give her the credit for that one. Off to Zanic, who gives it out to Walker. Walker throwing it from 8. Probably getting it to the 6. We've got a half-time score of 8-1, and the girls have managed to hold on at this point. I have heard a bit of a siren go on the other side, so we will try to get a score for you. It's actually 10 minutes in the second half, and we've got 2-2, so the girls have come back. Got a little South Australian, not South Australian, a little West Australian junior hovering around my personage here. Obviously not going to leave me alone. You got Rob Cristani in Hall 1, looking at a juniors/women's game. West Australian youth, juniors, youth/women's game. West Australian youth versus Victorian women's. You've got this one under control. On the far side, we've got Queensland youth and South Australian women, and that one's more evenly poised. Still at 2-2 with 9:20 on the clock. Our next game here, I think, and then I'm just checking for you, I think it's 4th versus 5th men. So it's going to be Western Australia versus New South Wales. Had a cracker of a game here. No, it was actually South Australia, New South Wales, a cracker of a game here. Talking to Andrew Ridley last night, and he was actually quite disappointed, quite despondent about how his team performed. So probably had some expectations slightly above what they were. The Victorian men are walking out of the court now as they prep for their game. All important game against South Australia. We'll be keeping an eye on that one as a Victorian. on the far side. Less than a minute to go before this halftime interval is done, and we're back into the second half. And hopefully the girls can hang on. 3 goals required from Western Australia to make this a mercy. At the moment, they've got the 2 big boys on. I would have thought they could have put one of the big boys on in the middle and just put the 2 girls on either side. Obviously don't think the way I do. Looking forward to a coffee, but don't think I'm going to get one in a hurry at this point. We will be taking a break after the men's game. There is a juniors game. We'll take a short break, come back at 1 o'clock for the final men's game in the competition. Before a women's game and a short break towards the finals, and then that'll be our day done, roughly around about the 6 o'clock mark again. Don't forget, we're back for the finals tomorrow from 8 o'clock. 8-1, half-time score. Okay, so WA have made a substitution. Out number 5, which is Zanich, and in number 2, Coyle of the Murrin variety, keeping the 2 big boppers on. And they've got the ball. Coyle to Coyle. So Darren's going to take this. Have a guess where he's going. Straight at Ivy, and she's got the deflection onto the post again. So he threw it from 3, probably put it into 8 and gave Ivy a bit of a chance. She did well to get that. Ivy throwing it from 9, probably getting it towards 2 and 3. Back to Coyle, Darren. He's throwing this from 3. Goes a little bit more towards the 7 this time and gets it straight through a big gap between Wickens and Whelan. Wickens guarding the post rather than the inside more, which is understandable. 9-1. Wickens goes across court, learns a lesson. Throws it from 9, goes across to the other side. Walker now taking this. Took it at about 7. He's going to throw it from inside a little bit, throws it at 8. Goes out towards Wickens again, gets it at 5. Cleared, controlled by Whelan. Whelan throwing that from about 6 at the front line, getting it out to a 1. Making Coyle work a little bit for that one. He's going to throw this from 2. Goes out to the post and misses. Trying to throw it down the line again, not quite getting it right. Wickens from 1, right on the post. Tried to go across court, made it there a little bit, off the feet there of Coyle. Murrin's decided she wants to overthrow down the line, and she does so. Goes it into the 7 between Whelan and Wickens. They work it out. Wickens going across the line from 8, all the way out to 8 on the other side, on the feet of Walker. Walker now with the ball at 8. He's going to go down the line into 1, straight underneath Carter. Into the back of the net, 10-1. We're 1 goal away from finishing this. Carter from 3 on the left-hand side as you look at the court. She throws back into the 6 and 7, and reasonable throw. That might be a goal. Between the 2, Walker going the wrong way. Coyle not quite getting there. Might be a bit of life yet. Coyle, Murrin. She's going to throw over from this side here. Slight deflection, and that's going to make it into. She threw it from the 1, got it into the 7, and unfortunately the girls couldn't quite control it. And it's dropped in. Okay, Whelan with the ball. Taking it out of the back of the net. She's coming here from 9. I reckon she'll go down the line. She does. In at about 1.5 metres and controlled by Coyle. Darren, he's going to throw from 2 metres in. Bouncing it straight at Wickens. But guess what? Missed her by 2 metres. Bad luck. Wickens again. Learning a lesson, going across court from 9 all the way across to 8 on the other side. And pretty easily handled by Walker. Walker's decided he's going to go down the line into the 1 from the 9 and blocked out by Carter. Carter from the 1, possibly. Coming in a bit. 3 metres by the time she throws it. Goes out towards the 9, but misses, probably by about a metre or so. Walker gets the ball from the touch judge. Coyle comes across. Darren throwing it from 8. He's decided to go across court, and that's taken at 6, deflected away by Whelan. Drop the ball in. Wickens here at 9. Closer to the commentary box. He goes across court again. Probably gets that to about the 6. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the pace to beat Coyle, who thinks she wants to take one from about 2. Trying to go across court, getting it into 4 on the other side. Whelan can handle that. Gives it off to Carter, who's going to walk all the way out to number 2 on the left-hand side. Frozen narrow diagonal in towards the 6 and 7. And that's close again from scoring. But between Murray and Walker, they work it out. Walker throwing that from 7 straight at 4. And eventually, unconvincingly, controlled by Wickens and Whelan, respectively. Timeout, Victoria. So we've got a little bit of a break. We're into the second half here on the other side. Just looking at the scoreboard, 5:58, and it's still 2-2. So Queensland jumping out to a quick 2-0 lead, arrested by South Australian women. And ever since then, it's basically stayed at a stalemate. Victorian women holding on. 1 goal here required to finish this one off if Western Australia actually feel inclined to do that. 9-16, I can see they're having a go. Certainly giving Wickens a bit of a working over. But the ball at the moment, I think, sitting with Wickens in 9. She's deciding to go down the line and probably would have got it inside the post if Coyle, Darren wasn't there. He's taken it from 3. Goes the big bounce ball. I reckon, and I'm no word of a lie, I think he's missed that by 4 metres. Ball being dropped in. Wickens again from 9. Will she go cross court? Will she go down the line? She tries to go down the line, throws that out, misses, but not by as much as Darren did. Darren's got the ball. 1 metre in. Goes straight again, down the line, and misses. Bit closer this time. Maybe a metre and a half. Wickens from 9, going cross court this time. Not quite timing that one right, but it's almost deflected away by Coyle, but taken down by Walker. Walker throwing that from about 8, throwing that into 1 or 2, and eventually, unconvincingly, controlled by Carter. Carter's probably right on the tee, almost sitting at 4 before she throws it. Gets it into 5 on the other side. On the feet of Coyle. Murrin comes into 3. She throws it down the line into an 8 or a 9. It's been flicked back towards the goal by Wickens, but Whelan does enough to stop it from going over the line, and then throwing the ball from 6, throws the ball out at about the halfway line. Just a little bit disorientated, which is understandable. Probably panicked about the time as well. Okay, so we've got Coyle, Darren, 3 metres in. Number 3 goes out towards the post at 9, and again she's deflected it onto the post. Wickens again. I think she needs a medal for what she's gone through in this game. Anyway, she throws the ball into 3. Controlled by Coyle, Murrin. She's deciding she's going to have a go. 2 metres in. Comes in towards the 7 gap. There was a hole there, but it's closed between Wickens and Whelan. They've managed to close it down. Wickens from 8, throws it back towards a 5, controlled by Coyle, gives it to Walker. Walker's going to throw this from his 8 into pretty much a 4, just missed the centre line tee there, and controlled by Whelan. Gives it out to Carter. Carter going out to the post now, so throwing it from 1. Back towards the centre, probably got it at 5, controlled by Coyle. 7 minutes to go, timeout from Western Australia. Either giving them a little bit of a break or whatever. At this stage, I'd be really tempted. We're still looking at 2-2 on the other side with 4:16 gone, or 4:16 to go. This one here, we're about 5 minutes behind. Well, no, 7:30, but only 1 goal. I mean, why, why you wouldn't put Darren in the middle and just put the two girls on and just let them go for their lives. Western Australia with the ball. Darren over to the other side. It looks like he's going to throw this from about 6. Comes across into the 7 on the other side, or 6, and between Wickens and Whelan, they work it out. Whelan from 4. Tries to go out to 9, but misses that by a fair way. There's been some action happening at the other end. I suggest it might be a Queensland. Coyle again. He's come across to take it from 6. He goes across to the other side. Deflected off from Whelan and into the goal. So that'll be the end of that game. Over on the other side, we're looking at 3:30 to go, and Queensland have got a goal up. So we'll take a bit of a break. I'm just checking to see. Our next game will be scheduled at 10:30. Is that correct? If I'm correct? It says Rob as he leans over to try to pick up the score sheet. It is 10:30 for the men's game, so we're a little bit over half an hour away. So we'll take a bit of a break. And we'll be back. We're in about 30, 25 minutes. Let's see if we can get back here about 20 past to have a bit of a chat around the men's game that we'll be doing, which will be Western Australia versus New South Wales. Talk to you soon. And we're back. Welcome to day 3, GM22, the Goalball Festival. We've got about 3 minutes left, I think it is, or is that a 5? 3 minutes left in this game. 3 and a lot, 3 and 12. Between New South Wales on the far side and Western Australia on the near side. Rehearsing with my numbers. I just came back from a coffee and I can tell you, Cafe Piccolino in Carlton. Have a crack. For the men's team, we've got Ben Rowe wearing 5, Daniel Morris wearing 8, according to this. I thought he was wearing 4. I think Daniel Morris is wearing 4. Saliots, 9, and Tarn 2 wearing 1. So slightly out of the numbers. I'm sure Morris is wearing a 4. On the New South Wales side, and I have confirmed these numbers now, we've got Jackson Bailey. Well, I've got a 7 here, but he's actually wearing 2. Matt Barry is wearing 3. Robbie Dunia wearing 4. Troy King wearing 5. And Stefan Nero wearing the 1. Coached by Andrew Ridley. And the Western Australian team is coached by David Groff. Give the coaches some credit. Across the other side, there is South Australia versus Victoria. So we will be keeping an eye on that, the score, when we can look over every now and again. I'm just trying to see who's on the far side. Looks like South Australia are setting up on the far side. So again, like I said, we will keep an eye out on that. Who'd have gone there for 1 minute 30? It's about to go for 1 minute 30 here. In fact, it didn't go. So we've just crossed over the 1 minute 30. So we're both sitting at pretty much the same time, about 10 seconds apart. Not even that. This game important. 4 versus 5, especially important for New South Wales. They need to win both games against Western Australia and Queensland to have any chance of making it to the finals. And even then, it'll be a tall order, but that'll put them on 3 and 1. On the other side, I think we can safely assume that South Australia are in with a 3 and 2 record. Queensland taking the break from here, but this one is a little bit interesting. If we get Western Australia winning this one, and that puts them on a 2 and 3 record as well. So each team winning this one will put them on a 2 and 3 record. Western Australia did beat Victoria, so that'll put them on 3 and 3. And I do believe Western Australia having a worse for and against record than Vic. But again, if they win this, they go ahead of Victoria with a 4 and 3. 4 and 3? 3 and 3 record. And Victoria playing South Australia. So Victoria needing to win their game more than South Australia do, although there's a couple of South Australians playing, Victorians playing for South Australia that probably want it the other way. Across this one, this is what we're focusing on. We're looking at New South Wales versus Victoria versus Western Australia, and both teams wanting a win. For New South Wales, we've got left to right, we've got Robbie Dunia, Stefan Nero and Matt Barry. For Western Australia over here, we have Daniel Morris, Ben Rowe and Tarn 2 going right to left. Tarn taking that from about a 3, going across to 3 on the other side and stopped by Stefan Nero. Nero off to Dunia. Dunia throwing it from 1. Going on the narrow diagonal, getting it in at roughly about the 7, or probably, probably. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on the 7. Stopped by Morris and controlled. He throws from 9 and goes down the line to 1. Blocked away by Dunia. Dunia again. Barry coming across to get the ball, but Dunia taking it anyway. Again, he goes at that 8 this time. Probably not quite as narrow as he did the last time from the 1. Taken by Morris, given to 2. 2 suddenly sitting at 3. Throws it down the line to 6 and controlled by Nero. Given across to Barry. Barry taking this from 7. Goes down the line at 1, or across towards the post at 1 and stopped by Tan. Tan now walking into about 3. Throwing it, trying to throw it across the court. Gets it to about a 4. Stopped by Nero, who thinks he's going to take this from the middle. Again, he goes slightly wide of the centre with his delivery. Goes back to about 5. Stopped by Rowe, who gives it off to Morris, who throws from pretty much 8 and into 2. Dunia throwing it from 1, trying to throw it into the post at 9, missing it, but only just. Tan comes across to take the ball. Walked all the way back to his position at about 3. He goes into a straight line-ish about 6, controlled by Nero, given across to Barry. Barry off to 9. He goes in towards a 2, but taken on the chest and torso of Tan, who lets it go forward to Rowe. Rowe about to take this from 5. Probably threw it into the 3. There's a deflection there, but wasn't fast enough to really trouble in the second effort there. Barry goes and gets the ball, goes all the way out to 8, and throws it back to about a 6, where it's deflected forward by Rowe, but he's deflected it forward and forward enough to be a ball over. So the ball called, and now it's getting rolled down to the other end. We've got Dunia here from 1. Again, he's gone further inside this time, but probably threw it closer to the 5 than the 6, and taken pretty easily by Rowe, who gives this out to Morris. Morris throwing it from about 7 into the 3 area, stopped by Nero. Nero's going to throw this from about, oh no, it's not. He's given it to Dunia, who's thrown it from 2, tries to go out to the post and gets it in at 9. Underneath and wide of Morris, putting New South Wales in front, 1-0. But lots of time to go. Okay, we've got Tan with the ball now at 3 after the ball coming out of the net. He tries a bounce ball going across into that 4-3 area and taken between them by Dunia and Nero. Dunia throwing the ball again from 2 or 1 and actually getting it into that 8, but off the chest of Morris. Forward off to Rowe, who throws it from 4 and hits it straight back to 4, where Nero collects. He's going to throw from 4 and unfortunately tried to go a little bit wide, but only got it to about a 5 and on the legs of Rowe, who goes forward to get the ball and pass back to Morris. Morris with the ball in 1 and a timeout being called. Over on the other side, we're looking at 1-1 with 8. Oh no, it's 2-1 now to Victoria, only just now with 8:54 still to go. So 9 minutes, 3 minutes into that one, and Victoria in front, but only slightly. 1-0 the score here. So if the scores or the results stay the same, then good results for Victoria and bad results for West Australia. I'm making an assumption that Tan's going to keep the ball. He looks like he's got it in his hand, given that the other two don't. And he's going to take this from 1. Goes cross into that 3 area, and between Dunia and Nero, they work that out. And Dunia with the ball now. Going back to 1, throws it into 7, stopped on the chest and legs or torso of Morris. Morris, who goes back out to 9. Take the throw. Tries to go down the line, misses by about 1.5 meters. Off to Dunia again. Gives it to Barry. Barry walking across. Dunia's still taking this. He's gone way into the 6 this time, and the centre not fast enough, too wide for the... So the centre, Rowe, not fast enough for the feet, too wide for Morris, and that makes it 2-0 New South Wales. Nice result. Rowe from 3. Goes out to the about a 2, and it's collected easily by Dunia, who's going to take it again from 1. I'm suggesting he's going to try the same thing. Tries to go to the post. He got me completely wrong. There's 2-2 now on the other side, so there's a bit of a goal fest. So Tan goes and gets the ball, walks back to about 2 on the other side, and bounces the ball into the centre. That looked like it got deflected up, but it wasn't. Just deflected forward by Nero, who throws back to Barry. Barry sitting at 9, comes into the narrow diagonal, throws it about 3. Collected by Rowe, given off to Tan. Tan throwing this from about 3. Going it straight at 6. Again, kicked forward by Nero, who goes and chases the ball. Sets it off to Barry. Barry's going to throw this from 9 again. Goes down the line a little bit more this time, off the chest of Tan, onto the torso of Rowe, and then back towards the goals. But Tan awake to that. Throws this one from the 2, throws it down the line to about 8, bouncing, but collected by Barry. Goes across to Junior, who's going to throw this from 3, tries to go out to the 9. Misses by a good metre, in reality. Looked out a long way. Rowe comes across to get this from Morris. Rowe's going to throw this from 7. Left-handed, goes into the 2-3 area. Again, taken between Nero and Dunia. Dunia from 2. Goes across to the other side into 2. And taken on the legs of Tan. Tan, who's actually managed to control that. Throwing this from 1. Maybe a metre inside. Goes towards the 8. Down the line. Probably closer to the 7. So a metre and a half in. Barry got it. Barry goes into the other side. He's done it. Yes, I was going to say, he's actually got that off the hands of Rowe at about 3 over the top of Tan. And that's now 3-0 WA. 3-0 New South Wales, which is a good result. 6:55 on the play school clock. Looking across to the other side while we've got a break as a timeout. It's still 2-2 and 6:42. Looks like a bit of a stoppage in play there as well. So things looking good here from a Victorian perspective if New South Wales continue this on. Rather large cheer on the far side. I'm not quite sure if that's a... it could be cheering for a penalty, to be fair, because it still looks like the score is 2-2. Not half time, timeout on the far side over there. So another timeout given, still 2-2 over there. Okay, so Tan with the ball, throwing from 1, trying a big loopy bouncer. And there's a bit of noise. Oh, there's been a penalty on noise from WA here. Not sure. Now, I'm not quite sure who's being penalised. Okay, number 1's been brought back out. Ball is with New South Wales. At the moment, sitting in the hands of Dunia, who's going out to the 1. Tan sitting in the middle. Dunia goes across the court. Tan gets a piece of it, but not enough to stop it. And it goes into the back of the net. Tried to go across the court, probably got it into the middle, more the middle than anything else. And Tan, even though getting a hand or something to it, wasn't able to stop it rolling meekly into the net. 4-0 New South Wales. Eye shades being called. Ball being dropped in at 1. Tan now with the ball. 3 metres in. 2 possibly. 2 in. Goes somewhat across the court into that 2-3 area, and between Dunia and Nero, they managed to neutralise that. Dunia from 2 looked like a high ball to me, was deflected away. Yeah, it was deflected away by Morris. That was on a 9, and I reckon there's going to be an eye shade here because he literally took that in the face. Nice piece of play all round. Nice little throw right into the 9. And whilst it didn't look like it missed the post by much. So let me just tell you, he might have deflected it away, but it was close. Okay. So we've got Rowe going to take this. No, we're not. We've got Tan going to take this. He's walked all the way back out to 3, his side again. Bounce ball. Loopy bounce. taken on the legs of Nero, who kicks out with his feet, but goes and collects the ball and throws it back to Barry. Barry from 9. He's coming on the narrow diagonal again, gets it in at about 3, 3.5, and taken by Rowe. Rowe's going to take this from his 5, throws it out to the 1. Dunia's got that covered, controls it easily. He's going to come in about a metre. He's going to throw straight into that gap here at 9, which is a really good throw, 1 to 9. Morris from 9 throws it into about 2, and Dunia goes across there and just collects that on the torso. He comes in 2 metres here. That looked like a high ball, but must have just copped a bit of tape, because I think I heard a bit of a flick off the legs of Morris out to the front. The Rowe picks it up, throws it from about 4 or 5, goes slightly across court into 6 and collected by Nero, who passes out to Barry. Barry goes from 9 and throws down the line to 1 and blocked out by Tan. Tan now with the ball in 3. Rolls it across into the 3 area, but again, I think Nero and Dunia seem to have worked that out now. Nero's just letting that one go to him. Okay, into the 7 again. That's close through the legs of Morris, but he's managed to stop it enough to stop it from going in. He throws this from about 8, goes across to about a 5, and easily collected by Nero, who's now going to throw this from 4. His side comes back out to the 8 on the side. Probably threw that, actually. I'm taking that back. I said from 4, so that's a bit of a misnomer. Actually, yes, it was from 4. Probably threw that out to about an 8 off the chest. Okay. Morris throws from 9. Again, cross court, slightly into the 5 and off the legs of Nero, goes forward to collect before giving it to Barry, who comes from 9, goes into that 7 spot, or sorry, not that 7, that 2 spot. So narrow diagonal off the hands of Rowe, but collected by Tan. Tan throwing from 1, goes for a fast one back into about the 8-7 area, and Barry's got that covered. This time he comes in at 7. Goes again for the same line, and this time both of them are slow. He's gone straight into the 2, and the centre never came. The winger was too slow, probably still setting himself out, and it's 5-0 to New South Wales. We've still got 4 minutes and 50 in the first half, so this is becoming a very good result. There's some sort of timeout happening. I'm just trying to see. No timeout. Okay, so we've got, looks like Rowe has now come back out to the wing here. He's thrown it from 9, throws it across to about 8 on the other side. Tried to get it to 9, but didn't quite get it there, off the chest of Barry, and Barry's just deflected that away. Takes the ball on his side, brings it across to Dunia, on who's going to come back to the 2 here, throws it in towards that 3 area, and if that's a high ball, then I'd reckon they've missed a few along the way. Just looking to cross the other side. We've still got a 3-2 scoreline for Vic, and it's 3:46. Okay, so Tan in the middle. We're also looking at Dunia in the middle, who comes slightly over towards the 4 side, goes back towards the middle. Tan coming this way a bit, so he's going to throw it from about 6. Tries to throw out to 9, gets it in there. Is that the kickstart that WA need? 4:41 on the clock, and we've got a 5-1 scoreline. New South Wales timeout, maybe just to regather the thoughts. Still 3-2 on the other side here with 3:23 to go, or 3:22. Victoria in front, just ever so slightly. So that one a lot closer than this one, but this result will be music to Rob Apps's ears. And probably even more music to Andrew Wrigley's ears. David Groff, not so. I've heard a double whistle on the far side. I thought it was a double whistle. There is. It's a 4-2 to Victoria now. Okay, New South Wales with the ball. Dunia. Bounce ball in towards that 7 and got it from 1. So all quickly collected. That's off the feet of Rowe, who kind of got himself stuck on the post there. Tarn, who everyone thought was going to be the issue. Row back to the middle. Sorry, that was Morrish who had come off the feet off. We've got Barry here now, coming from 9. He goes into that 7. Again, a slight deflection, but they've managed to control it slightly. Tarn from 1. Goes across into the 4 and collected on the chest of Nero, who decides he's going to take this one himself. From 3. Goes into the narrow diagonal, gets it at 6. Did pretty well, got on the feet of Rowe. Rowe's going to take this one. He's going to go from 4 right into the middle. Goes out towards the 1. Nicely collected there and controlled by Dunia. Dunia's going out to the post. 1. Coming into the 7 area. Nearly had Morrish going the wrong way again. And really it was just a last ditch on the foot that managed to get it, kicking it out. Otherwise he was definitely gone. 3. Tarn with the ball, taking it back to his 3 position. In he goes at the line of 6, bounces it into about 5 on the feet of Nero, who gives it across to Dunia. Dunia back to 1. And again, this time he's gone, tried to go further into the diagonal, but he put it onto the tee effectively. Rowe from the middle. Had it. I thought there was a bit of an issue there, but between Barry and Nero, they've worked it out. Barry has the ball now, back at 9, goes into 1 on the chest of 2. Tarn throwing it from number 2. He goes into the centre around 5, probably around 5.5. Substitution for New South Wales. Okay, so it's a bit of an interesting substitution here. So we've got Matt Barry coming out for Jackson Bailey. So Jackson Bailey, nice big tall boy, Jackson. So maybe there's a plan here. We do have about 3 minutes left on the clock. Yeah, so it's still 6-1. There's been a bit of action happening on the other side, and it is 5-3 to Victoria at the moment. Bounce ball across to the long ball. Probably not what they wanted. That was from Robbie Dunia, I do believe. No, it's from Stefan Nero it was. So it looks like Robbie might have gone into the middle. Okay, Tarn again. Throwing it from the 6. Goes back to the 9. Sends Stefan the wrong way. And it's now 6-2. Probably didn't get it in at the 9, got it about the 8, but that's enough. Okay, ball being returned to New South Wales in on the 9. And this is Jackson. Our first look at Jackson Bailey. Let's see what sort of... He's got his 10 seconds. Can take as much as he wants. 6-2 the score. Still for New South Wales. Jackson Bailey, his first row. Here's our first look from 9. It's a little slowish, but he gets it across to the 6, taken on the feet of Rowe. Interesting. I think everything's going to be aimed at that way now. No, perhaps not. He tried to... Yeah, it is. It's off the feet. Into the 6. 6-3. It'll be interesting how long this substitution lasts, but at the moment, that wasn't much of a move from... was it Nero to help him out? I'm not sure. No, from Junior. Okay, Nero in on this side now. He throws it down the line into the 8. He goes from 1 into 8. Stopped on the chest of Morrish. Morrish, who he's going to take it. Was going to give it to 2, but he's not. So Morrish now throwing that. Going across again. Taken on the feet of Dunia, who wants to take the ball himself. He's throwing it from the middle. Comes again out to Morrish at about 7. Gets it on the chest. He's going to throw it again, he believes. But this time he's coming in from about, probably throwing it from 7. Goes out towards the 1, but misses it by about 2 metres. Drops it out. We've got Nero here now. He's coming in about 1.5 metres, 2 metres. Throwing it from 2. Going into the 8 area, but again, on the torso of Morrish. Gives that across to Rowe. Keeping it away from Tarn, obviously. Rowe going with a bounce ball out towards the 6-7 side and stopped by Bailey. Bailey now again coming all the way across from the 9 across to the 7 on the torso on the legs of Morris, who gives it across to Tarn. Tarn with throwing it from 2, big bounce ball, loopy bounce ball, straight from 2 to 8, collected by Bailey. Gives it, I believe. No, he's going to take it himself. Comes across again to the 6. So if he's got a plan to go across court, that's basically what he's doing. Row. Going back to the 4 or the 5. He's decided to throw it out to the 9. Missed that by about 2 metres. So Bailey, no problem with that one there. We've still got a minute and something, minute and 20 on the clock. Still 6-3 for New South Wales. They'll be pretty happy if they can get to the break with this score or even one more. Nero comes across to the other side. Gets the 1, goes over the top, and there's that goal that they wanted. Probably threw it from the 2 out towards the 9 over the body. Pretty ordinary defence, to be fair. Tan now has the ball, and he's throwing it from 1. Tries to throw it into the 7 and gets it easily there. The centre not coming across. Bailey not getting there either, and that's 7-4. Probably would like another goal. There's half time across the other side. We're not far away from that here. And we've got Nero. He's standing from out the court, so he's going to throw from 1. Throws it into the centre. Probably got it at about 5. Giving it to Rowe. Rowe's going to throw this from his 5. Tries to go to the 4 and stopped forward by Dunia. Has to go a long way forward to get that. Runs it back to Nero, who's going to throw from 2. Comes down the line towards the 8 on the chest of Morris. Morris from 8. Tries to go across court. Rolls a flat ball into 4 and taken on the chest easily by Dunia. Dunia now from 4. Comes back out to the 9 off the shoulders of Morris. And blocked out. Less than 30 to go. The ball's been passed over to Tarn now. Tarn's probably going to throw this from 3. Bounce ball in towards the 7 area, but between Bailey and Dunia, they worked that out. Bailey now. He's high ball. That's probably not what they wanted. Okay. So what happens here? We've got 24 seconds on the clock. It's currently sitting at 7-4. We've got Tarn, who's taken all the penalties so far. Essentially takes them from about 6. He starts in the middle, but he'll walk over to 6. Bailey is now way over on the other post. But he's come back. Gone towards the centre, and he's worked that out. Bailey has basically bluffed. Double bluff. Went out to the line. They told him, and as soon as he was allowed to move, he did. Block penalty. Nero from 1. Goes in towards that 6 category 7. That's nearly in. Off the feet of Rowe, over the top of Morris. Morris now throwing it from 9, getting it across to 7, taken by Bailey. Bailey coming across back the other way to 6 on the legs of Rowe, who decides to go quickly back towards 9 and Bailey, but misses the target, and we've got 2 seconds left on the clock. I think New South Wales will be happy with a 7-4 scoreline right now. Attempted quick return. How they got that within the 2 seconds is beyond me. Anyway, 0.16, I think, or 0.6 of a second to go. This ball ain't going to make it. Cross on the other side, we're looking at a 5-3 scoreline for Victoria at the moment, with 20 seconds to go before that half starts. So things are looking pretty rosy for Victoria right now, Mikey.
It is looking good.
Yeah. There'll be a couple of coaches that will be reasonably happy with themselves.
2 that's reasonable.
Well, yeah, they want to continue that one though. That one's a little bit more, and this one here too is pretty close. There's only 3 goals of difference. Although I think if you told New South Wales that they'd be up 7-4 at halftime, they'd take that. So we've got a 7-4 lead to New South Wales as it currently stands. If New South Wales win this, they will go to 2-3. That will put Western Australia at 2 and 4. Currently, Western Australia sitting at 2 and 3. If they win, it goes to 3 and 3. On the other side, we've got South Australia, who are currently sitting at 3 and 2. They will go to 4 and 2 if they win, but they're looking like they're losing. So that would send them to 3 and 3, and would put Victoria at 3 and 3. So there's a lot of different scenarios still at play here. There could theoretically be 3 teams on 3 and 3, and third and fourth would be separated by goal difference. Now we know that currently that West Australia has a lesser goal difference than Victoria. So they need to win. If Victoria win this, they need to win by more than what Victoria wins. So that's if those two win. So that's the scenario. The worst case scenario is if West Australia win this and Victoria win this, then there's going to be 3 teams on 3 and 3, and the one who's way out in front is South Australia. So South Australia we know is safe, and we know that Victoria have a better goal difference currently than Western Australia. So Western Australia, if they're going to win and Victoria are going to win, Western Australia need to win by more than what Victoria win by. That game is still sitting at 5-3 with 1 minute gone in the second half. We're about 40 seconds away from getting started here. All the scenarios, hopefully we're playing them out for you. And if you're tired of listening to my voice, bad luck, because there's no other commentators. Haven't even got a special comments. Anyone wants to provide special comments, just come up, hold my hand. WA still down this side. Doesn't look like there's been any substitutions in this game at this point. We've still got Daniel Morris here on the right. We've got Ben Rowe in the middle, and we've got Tarn on the far side. For New South Wales, looks like we may have reverted back to normal, because I can see Matt Bowery in 3, back on court. We've got Troy coming in, so there's been a couple of substitutions. Troy coming in. It's interesting. Double substitutions at New South Wales. So Matt Bowery, as we're looking at the court left to right, it's going to be Troy King, Robbie Dunia, Matt Bowery. As we're looking at the court left to right here, it's Tarn 2, Ben Rowe, Daniel Morris. New South Wales with the ball. Dunia is going to take this. No, it's not. It is. He's going to take this from 1. He's going to come out this side here, throws it into about 6, goes forward from Rowe, but I think that's going to be blocked out and ball over. Blocked out way past the high ball line. And we get another look at Troy King. We looked at him first. No, Dunia's come across to get it again. And this time he goes a little narrower, gets in at about the 8 from the 1 and gets Morris on the chest. Morris taking this from 9. Tries to go down the line into 1. Troy's there to stop that one. He should last a good minute, Troy. And he's going to cause some problems with his throw too. Anyway, he throws it into 7. A nice little throw on the feet there of Morris. Morris just getting on the end of the toes there. Tarn now from 3 as the ball goes over. Bounces the ball out down to Lowry at 9, who controls that. He's going to throw from 9. Goes into the 1-2 area. That's not a bad area, that right on the feet of Tarn, who controls it. Comes in about 2. Tries to go across court, throws it into the centre, pretty much hit the tee. Dunia controls that, runs forward to get it, gives it to Barry, who's going to throw from 7 and come out to the 7 on the other side, over the top of the legs, and that's inside again. That's not a bad start. New South Wales will take that, 8-4. And I'll give you the tip, the boys on the other side are going to be celebrating as well. Trying to get a score from Mikey. 6, another goal to Victoria. Morris throwing that from 9 into 3, stopped by Dunia, giving out to King. King now throwing it from 9, throwing it from 1, called a high ball. Oh, he's called noise. Too much noise after the ball. Okay, this is going to be a bit interesting. Let's see if he can fool. Okay, so we've got Tarn again going to that 6. The suspicion would be that he'll go to the 9 again. Troy in the middle. This time he goes straight to the middle, and Troy blocks that. I don't think he got that right because it didn't come out of the hands as smooth as he has in times before. We've still got, well, a minute gone in this half. Troy again, no, giving out to Barry, giving out to Dunia. Dunia comes to this side, goes through from the 1, getting down to the 9. Blocked there by Morris. Morris throwing from the end of the 9, going down to the 1. Oh, just blocked around the post by Troy, by Kingy. King again. This time Barry comes to get it. Walking over to his side. He's going to throw from 7. Comes across the other side again. Just on the feet of Rowe. Just on the 6 there. Rowe throwing that from about 5. Got a deflection as it went through 3, but off Dunia, who dived. And between Dunia and King, they've worked that out. Barry again coming across this side. He took it from 2 and threw it into 8. Tarn's come across to get this one. He's going to throw from 8. He's going to go across court into the 7, and that's off the feet of Dunia. Ball bounces just ahead of him, so he goes and gets it. Throwing it from the middle. That's a high ball. Nice throw into the 6, but not quite what he wanted to achieve there. And we're looking at a 6-3 scoreline on the other side with 7:28 to go. This time it's Rowe who's going to take this one. He's come all the way out to 9. Throws it down the line into 3, and Dunia comes flying across to block that one away. All right, King with the ball in 1. No, Dunia was, in fact. He threw it from the middle, but threw it straight at the tee in the middle. Off the legs of Rowe, just bounces in front of him. He goes and collects it. Gives it out to Tarn, who's going to throw from 3. Tries to throw down the line into that 6 area off the legs of Dunia, who controls it well enough to give to Bowery, who comes from 7. Goes across to 7 on the other side. And on the legs and torso of Morris, who gives it to Tarn, who's going to throw from 7. Throws it into the 4. That's too easy. It goes forward for Dunia, who's going to go back and take this himself. But because he took a bit of time to get the ball, basically went back to his tee and pretty much just threw it out. Okay, we've got Tarn in 1. And the ball's been dropped in. And that was a high ball. Yeah, I thought did sound a little too smooth for my liking, but I reckon that's a bit stiff anyway. If this goes in, I'm prepared to call it. Tarn sitting in the middle. It doesn't. I don't think they're going to give it to Troy, although they should, I would have thought. Troy is giving this across to Dunia, and Dunia is going to take this from 1. Will he go down the line? He will, and right into the post. Okay, I did say that if they got that goal, I'm prepared to call it, and I reckon it's pretty close now. I reckon they're doing enough. 7-3 to Vix on the other side with 6 minutes to go. And we've got, they've got 10. I don't think that's right. It should be 9-3, I think, or 9-4. Okay. Rowe has come out to this side now. Got a bounce off the chest, but Dunia's got that ball forward, and he'll take this from about the middle, but just off the 1 step, really just to get rid of that ball. But he put it into about 3, which is a good area. Beat the centre, but not Tarn. Tarn throwing this from 3, closer to 4 by the time he gets it. Goes across to the 2, deflected away by King. Probably not the most controlled block he's ever made. Again, gives the ball across to Lowry. Troy's just there as a defensive block at this point. Okay, there's an official timeout here. A lot of noise on the other side. Just going to try to find, I can see it's gone to 7-4, so South Australians are the ones making all the noise. Still 5:43 on the other side there. And there's another referees wanting to get in the way here. We've got a 9-4 scoreline, 8:06 to go. So it's sitting about 3 minutes behind the other game. Troy was just sent in as a block to give him a bit of time by the looks of it. Hardly took a throw. One throw, one penalty. I'd yell out, "Well done, Troy," but I've got to stay neutral where I am. I know we've still got a lot of time to go here, but I think New South Wales are going to hold on. Not so confident about Victoria on the other side, even though they've got less time to hold on to. Okay. It is number 1 coming on, which is Stefan. Is he going into the middle? Ball being given to Stefan, and Stefan is coming back out to this wing. So he's throwing from 1, goes down the line into 8, and Rowe goes the wrong way. Rowe might be Morris. Yeah, it's Rowe goes the wrong way, left it completely open. And if it's not over, if it wasn't over then, it's over now. Rowe throwing it from 9, trying to go across to the other 9, but missed it by about 1.5 meters, maybe a little bit more. So Barry's got that one covered okay. Barry again. New South Wales going to be happy with this result, and I think so, Victoria. Okay, we've got Barry throwing from 9, getting it into about 3, and it's really just off the legs of Tarn. Tarn now throwing it from 2, going into 8, chest of Barry. He's got that one covered, hand over the top, throwing from 9 again. This time he comes a little bit wider and goes out to the 1, and blocked away by Tarn. Rowe comes across to take this one. Will he take it from 9? From 1? He will not. He will come across this side. Throw from roughly about 7, goes into the 3, 4, probably the 3, collected by Junior, who's going to take the ball himself. From 7, go out to 9, off the legs of Rowe. Would have gone inside the post, so he needed to. There's an equipment check. So the ball's not going to get dropped in. We've still got 7 minutes to go on this one, by the way. 10-4. Whistles again on the far side. We've still got a 7-4 scoreline with 3:50 to go for Victoria. Ball's been dropped in on Tarn at 9, but he's walked all the way out to 4 on his side. Tries to go across to the 4 on the other side, but it's on the chest of Junior, who thinks he'll take this one himself. No, he doesn't. Gives it out to Nero, who comes in from 2, goes towards the 8, off the legs of Rowe, deflected forward, and between Rowe and Morris, they work it out. Rowe throwing this from 6. Goes into the 3. Nicely blocked by Dunia. Nicely blocked by Dunia and Nero. And at the moment, with something like 6:48 on the clock, and we've still got 10-4. The other game's well ahead at this point. Oh no, it stopped for a moment. We're still looking at 7-4. So another goal there to Victoria, I think, or was it? I can't remember. But that's a 3-goal lead with 3:54, and that's stopped. Yeah, that's stopped for a while. Yeah, I think South Australia did get the last goal. But we've basically got a 3-minute difference between the games at the moment. So if I was Rob Apps, I'd be just letting that game run. Wouldn't be given any breaks at all. Okay, West Australia not with the ball. We've got Nero throwing the ball from here. Looked like he tried to bounce it. And throwing it out. Tried to get it from 9 back to a 1. Tarn anyway. Goes and gets the ball on this side. Goes back to his side on 3. Tries a bounce ball but doesn't get it. Rolls it pretty much out to Barry, who takes it from 7 and pretty much controls it easily. Throwing it from 9. Going back into the 2 on the chest of Tarn, who throws really quick return ball and gets it back into the 7 and got it done. To be fair, I thought it was a high ball. 10-5. Plenty of time. I know I called it, but plenty of time. We've got Nero here throwing into the hole at 7, but blocked off by Rowe. Rowe now throwing it from 9. Goes across the centre, probably into the 5. The legs there of Dunia, who gives it across to Bowery. Bowery goes into the 7, tries to throw it to 3 on the other side, probably a little closer to 4, and taken by Morris, who gives it to 2, who's going to throw it from about 1, maybe 2. Back into the centre again. It's been thrown up and between a little bit of a deflection from Dunia there, but Nero reacts quickly and dives back out to get the ball. Okay, we've got Bowery, who's got the ball here. No, it's Nero got the ball here from 1, threw it in towards the middle, a narrow diagonal, probably a bit too close to the 7, to the 6, and blocked away there by Morris. Rowe now from 9. Spins and throws into the 2, probably closer to the 1, and easily handled by Nero, who's now going to throw from the post at 1. Goes a little bit narrower this time into the 7 and gets past Rowe, making it an 11-6 scoreline. I think that, oh, well, I've already said it's enough. It's 8-4 across the other side. I think Victoria's got that one handled with 2 minutes to go. And there's an official timeout. Referees again, thinking they're more important than the game. Tan from 1, maybe 2. Trying to throw it across court. Probably got it at 5. Direct, quick return back from about 6 from Dunia, but he tried to get it back to Tan, but missed it. Always have the impression that it's not good to go to the post when someone does that. It's good to go on the inside because they're always looking to go to the post. Tan from 3. Bouncing it across to the 3 on the other side. Probably closer to 4. Controlled by Dunia, who gives it to Nero. Actually, it looks like there's been a change. This is now Dunia now, who's thrown it from 2 and into 6 on the feet of Morris. Morris coming out to Rowe. Sorry. I think there's all sorts of changes happening on me here. Morris has come out to this side. I am right. We've got Bowery now. He's going across to the other side from 7. He goes into that 3 hole and makes Rowe work for it, but he's able to push it around to the post. Tart from 3. Bounce ball into 4, taken by Nero. Drops out ahead. He's going to take it himself. No, he gives it to Dunia, who's going to throw this from 2. Goes into the 7 hole. Blocked by Morris and a timeout to WA. So we've still got 4.5 minutes to go. Current score is at 11-5. It is 11-5. So, as I said, I think New South have got this one well handled. Across on the other side, we've got an 8-5 scoreline, but with 1:30 to go. So I think, barring a complete catastrophe, I think it would appear that Victoria have done enough. This one doesn't look like it's going to be West Australia's day, which would make it safe for Victoria. We've got 2, throwing it from the middle. He goes out to the 1. And whilst it probably would have gone out, it was still deflected away by Dunia. Just trying to see if there's been a bit of a change on the far side. No, it's still Dunia with the ball over there. He's throwing it from 1. Comes into the narrow but diagonal into about the 6. Goes over the legs of, is that Morris? Goes into the legs of Rowe. And if the game wasn't over, it's definitely over now. 12-5 on the other side. There's a bit of an official timeout happening there. Looking across, we've still got an 8-5 score line with 40 seconds to go. So can Victoria lose it from there? Certainly enough time for 3 throws to be thrown at them if they play it wrongly. Tan is going to throw this from outside, but in fact, he throws it from so far outside that I think it landed outside and just kept going. Not what they wanted. Bowery on the far side. It's going to get dropped in on him when the ball comes. He gets it. Playing this from 9. Goes in towards about the 4. Blocked by Rowe, who tries to go return for Barry, but misses that by about 9 metres, 2 metres. Barry again. A lot of chatter happening. But he's going to throw from 9. Again, he goes to that 4. Gets a solid body of Rowe, who gives it to Tan. Tan's going to throw from 2. There's another goal on the far side. I'll work it out in a minute for you. Tan goes from 3 across to the 4. Taken by Nero, who's going to throw from around about the 3. Just slightly across the centre into a 4 and taken by Ben Rowe. Ben Rowe releasing the ball. That created some problems as he threw out to 2 from 6, but it was covered out. Dunia from 1 into about an 8. Blocked. Morris goes from about 8 into a 1. And again, it's Dunia. He's going to come outside. No, in from the post. Right on the line, he throws it. Tried to throw a narrow diagonal. Didn't quite get it right. Got it into a 5. There's been a goal on the far side. I can see it's 8-6, but there's only 10 seconds left on the play school clock. Try losing it from there, Victoria. We've still got 3 minutes here. 12-5 scoreline. Not. We've seen some astonishing scorelines today on this court, Mikey. Who would have thought South Australia doing a number on Queensland and then West Australia getting a number done on them? The Minnows are fighting back. Okay, Tan from about 2. Throws across the court. Game's over on the far side. And whilst it wasn't controlled, between the 3 of them, they worked it out as it went through the centre. Dunia throws that one from 1 into about an 8 or a 7, controlled by Rowe, who throws from 7 into about a 4, but got there by Dunia. Dunia this time goes straight. Ball deflected up. He threw that from about a 3 into about a 6, deflected upwards. Is that Sali in for one throw and then straight back out? Tan from 1. Possibly threw it from about 2. Gets a deflection off Dunia on the far side, but he's deflected that around the post. Dunia from 1. Going in on the narrow diagonal, gets it on the feet of Rowe, who has to go forward and get it. Gives it back to Tan from 3. Who goes slightly across court, but that's well managed there by Nero, who again finds Dunia. Dunia is going to throw this from 3. Into about 6. 2 into about 6. Gets it on the feet of Morris. 2 comes across again to get it from Morris from 9. Down the line into about the 3. Controlled by Dunia. Dunia again goes into the... Oh, it is blocked around the post. I was going to say, Dunia from 2 through it into the 9. Tan again coming across to get it. All the way out to the 1, maybe 2. Trying to throw it across court, but gets it in at 6, straight in at Nero, who tries to get a quick return back to 1 and misses. Game over on the far side. I will confirm the final score for you as soon as I can, but we're concentrating on this one for the time being. Tan from 1. How's that's not a high ball? Tried to throw it across to 1 on the other side and deflected around the corner. Timeout New South Wales, and I'll quickly check the score, but I believe it's, unless they've taken it off, they have taken it off. I believe that's finished 8-6.
Yes, I believe so.
On the far side. This one here is drawing down to 1 minute 30. 12-5 still for New South Wales in a score that Robert Apps would only describe as pleasing. But I think that pretty much consolidates the top three. With only one game to go, New South Wales and Queensland. New South Wales would have to win that by a lot. I need to work that out, but I'm sure the sums will be done. Okay, so we've got Nero taking this from 1 all the way on the far side. Tries to come down the line in at 9. Got it inside the post. 13 to 5. And there's finally a timeout. Okay, Ben Rowe being replaced. And will that be the last time we see Ben Rowe on a goal ball court at Nationals? Not quite sure I can say that for certain. Saliots is coming in. Sally's been eating his broccoli, I've been hearing. Lost a lot of weight since last time I saw him too. Must be all those women he has. Just trying to stretch here while we're doing it. We've still got 1 minute and 25, so Sally gets a bit of a... I'd give Sally a bit of a cheer, but again, I've got to stay neutral. Go, Sally. There he goes. I've done it anyway. So going out to the far side, he's going in the middle, Sally. Tan. Got the ball. Got in at 3. Tried to bounce it, but didn't really get it. Into 4. Taken by Nero. Given to Dunia. Dunia goes straight at 4. It's gone a long way. Sally's not going to be able to pick that one up. Anyway, he's run back and he's found his centre spot. Ball gone. Ball taken by Nero. Nero throwing from 1. Again throws it in at B. Sally's just taken it. Tan from 2. Goes into about a 7. Off the legs of Nero, who runs forward to pick it up. Runs it back to Barry. Barry's going to throw this from about 8. Coming across Sally, who deflects it wide, but easily taken by Morris. Morris throwing that from about an 8. Not quite sure what they're calling there. Sorry about that, Mikey. I've just had some old man problems and just apologise to my colleague. Okay, so I think it's Junior. He's going to throw it from 1. Goes across, probably threw it for 4, and Morris going the wrong way. This one could be a mercy. There's time for it now. 34 seconds to go. Tan throws from 1 into 4. Quick return from Nero back to the 1, but blocked by Tan. Tan again throwing it from 2. Decides to go down the line, this time into about an 8. Controlled by Barry. He's going to throw this from 7. Comes across this side here, but on the chest of Morris as it goes through 7. Timeout from WA. Not enough time for them to hold on to the ball.
Really stretching the last
but enough time to blow a penalty.
moments of the game.
yeah. Why not call the game off early? I was talking to my friend Rob Apps about let's just call it the disdain that I might have for Western Australia, particularly like the last game when I said, with the Victorian women, and there's the opportunity to have to play your 2 girls on either side and one of the big boys in the middle. But no, let's not do that. And this probably goes and emphasises what I'm trying to talk about. Well, what is the point of a timeout here with 16 seconds to go and you're down by 9? Okay, Tan with the ball from 3, goes quickly into 3 at the other side and easily collected by Dunia. And New South Wales, to emphasise the point, give a timeout as well.
Understand if it was a finals. It's not a finals.
Well, is he trying to set up for a goal difference? Does matter. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Goals difference does matter. So on the scheme of things for a 3-2-1, it doesn't matter. But a 10 goal difference as opposed to a 9 goal difference, it might be everything.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And they are fighting for every scrap they can get. And if they're chasing Victoria on goal difference, and I don't know how far behind they are, but every goal is going to matter. Another goal they don't have to get. So that would be the mentality here, I guess. Let's see if we can set this one up for you. We've got Sali in the middle. We've got Daniel Morrish on this side. I reckon it'll come this side. We've got Stefan throwing from one. He's gone across court, got it straight at Sali. Unfortunately, he blocked it out. And whilst the return throw was quick, it was returned back to 3, which was cleaned up by Junior. And this game is done. I think at the moment
Next game is a
is
juniors
is
and
a
women
break.
qualifier.
So we've got a break for a little bit of time. We're coming back at 1 o'clock, I think it is, Mikey.
Yes, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock before we go for another break, because there is one. And then we'll be back for the pretty much what I think is the semi-finals. Is that right?
Might be at the start of it.
Yeah, I think it is. I'm looking at that. All I can see is white. And I think, is there a women's game in the middle there or something? Or another juniors?
Yeah, qualifiers in the afternoon, starting 4:15.
Yeah. Is that a juniors game in the middle there, or is that a women's
Youth,
game? I can
women youth.
see women youth. Oh, well, so we've got 3 games in the afternoon. But, for the time being, we're taking a short break. You can still see the stream and the games. Just won't be any commentary. And we will be back with the final men's game, which will be Queensland versus New South Wales. New South Wales, actually, I think it's New South Wales versus Queensland, if I was being pedantic, but New South Wales giving themselves some sort of hope here. coming.
All right, your wife.
So he told me not to cough into the microphone. All right, at the moment I'm going to put it on mute.
Not your wife.
See, I'm not there at the moment anyway, or am I on?
You are.
I am on. Yep. Sorry about that, everyone. And we're back. You're listening to Rob Cristani for GM22, the Festival of Goalball. We've got Mikey, who's leaving me here, stranded, as he goes downstairs to do some goal judging. Still got 4 minutes to go in this one. We've got a game between what looks like it's going to be New South Wales on the far side. No, sorry, it's Queensland on the far side, and New South Wales on the near side. Scenario here. Queensland win this, they go to 5-1, top of the pool. Have a nice day. I don't think they can lose top of the pool. So even if they lose this and go to 4-2, no, they cannot. They will still be top of the pool. There's only one game left. There is not sure about goal difference, but we've got South Australia on 3-3. We've got Victoria on 3-3. We have West Australia on 2-4. Currently, we have New South Wales on 2-3. So they can go 3-3 with a win here, leaving 3 teams on 3-3. My guess is that South Australia are safe, from what I understand of the results. Both New South Wales and Queensland, sorry, both New South Wales and Victoria have been beaten by 10 at some point. So that'll make that interesting. So I think it'll be a fight between New South Wales and Vic, but New South Wales first have to win, and my suggestion would be that they would have to win by some. If I knew the amount, I would tell you. Sorry, I keep clearing my throat to those. We'll go through the lineups. Just bear with me as I'll try to sort myself out here. Lineups for Queensland in numerical order. We've got number 1 is Oliver Fanshawe. Number 3 is Joey Hogg. Number 5 is Tobias West, and according to my thing here, it says number 5 is John Horsburgh, and number 6 is Tobias West, but I think number 6, I think Tobias West is actually a 7. For New South Wales, Jackson Bailey is number 2. We've got Matt Barry at number 3. We've got Robbie Dunia at number 4. Stefan Nero number 1, and Troy King at number 5. We'll let you know closer to the time how they line up. At the moment, they're all sort of sitting around. Expectation would be left to right, as I'm looking at Queensland, that it'll be 5-3-1, which is Horsburgh, Hogg, and Fanshawe. Expectation down on this side, if I went left to right, would be Dunia, Nero, and Barry. We know that New South Wales have to win to stay alive in the competition. We know that Queensland don't have to win. On the other court, as we're getting into the seconds, we have a women's match, Victoria women versus SA women. I'm looking across and I can see that Victoria are on the far side. So at the moment, that game still has the Hoodoo's just gone, so that game's about to start. Sorry about clearing my throat. As is this game. As expected, left to right, Horsburgh, Hogg, Fanshawe. Left to right here, we've got a lineup, but it's the same. Dunia, Nero, Barry. Dunia has the ball, walks over to 1. Bounce ball in towards 6, gets a bit of a fracture. Controlled eventually by Hogg, who decides he's going to take the ball himself. Throws it from 4, puts it into 6. Taken by Nero, who gives it to Barry. Barry coming in from 6. Tries to throw across court, probably gets it to 5. And that's been controlled by Hogg. Fanshawe now. He comes out from 8, goes back towards the court, gets it at 5. Nero controlling that, putting it out to Junior. Junior throwing from 1. Again, tries the bounce ball, gets a bit of a bounce off the body there from Hogg, but that's been cleaned up by Horsburgh. Horsburgh now at 1, throws it down the line to 9, and Barry cleans that on his chest. Comes in and throws it from 5. Goes across the court, probably gets it about 6 on the other side, and that's been picked up by Hogg, who gives it to... He's decided to throw it out. Horsburgh. I think Horsburgh's decided to do the right thing there. It was called blocked out, but really it was thrown out. Okay, Barry's been blocked in on this side. Barry's given it across to Dunia. Dunia's gone back out to 1. And he goes flat this time into 6. Taken by Hogg. Goes and collects his own ball, gives it to Horsburgh, who threw from 3 into 5. So it's a bit too close to Nero to cause any sort of problems. He goes and gets it, gives it to Barry from 6 again, goes across to the bounce ball into about a 5. And a little bit of a fracture there from Hogg, but cleaned up by Fanshawe. Hogg now taking it from the middle. He's decided to bounce it, but he's messed it up. And that is going to be a 10-second penalty because it is not going to make it to the other side. So he let the ball go, didn't quite get it right. It didn't make it across the halfway line. And as a result, 10 seconds went off. We've got what looks like exactly 10 seconds on the 10 minutes on the clock. New South Wales with the penalty. It's gone to Dunia. He's throwing it from 1. He goes across court, and it's been blocked by 4. He was a little bit forward, and I think by the time it would have gone through 3. But just a little bit stiff. Queensland obviously trying to win this one still. There's an official timeout, which means the ball will have to be bounced, but at the moment it's sitting with Horsburgh in 1. No bounce. Horsburgh in 1. Goes into the 7, cleaned up by Barry. He's going to take it from about 7 or 6. Goes narrow again into that 6 area and kicked away by Hogg. Out, and Fanshawe will have the ball dropped into him at 9. Coming in a fair way here. Probably going to throw this from about 6 by the time he goes. Goes down into the 4 hole. Long ball. So there's definitely some opportunities here for New South Wales in the first instance. Ball's dropped in at Barry, who runs into Nero. Nero, who's sitting in the middle at the moment before he wants to move over. He's going to come over here to this side and throw from 9. Goes across court, and I think he puts it right into the 9 on the other side. Had Fanshawe moving this way once he heard. And 1-0 for New South Wales. So things going their way at the moment. Fanshawe. Again, not learning from the bounce, but tries it. Goes a little bit out towards the 9, but didn't make it. out by 1.5 metres at least. Bowery going a long way in. He's almost going to throw this from the middle. Does so. Narrow diagonal, throws it at 5, taken by Hogg. Hogg gives the ball, carries the ball over to Horsburgh, who's going to throw from 1 or 2 into the centre. Probably got it at 4, taken by Nero, who gives it out to Dunia. Dunia throwing from 1. Bounce ball over the top, threw it into the 6. Bounce ball over the top, but over the top of the goals, not into the goals. Ball's going to get dropped in on this side on 1. Horsburgh moving to 2. Bounce ball down the line towards a 9 and blocked away by Bowery, but it's called long ball. And again, they've called an eye shade penalty. Oh, not an eye shade penalty, but an eye shades for Stefan Nero. He does not have the ball in hand. Goal judge dropping it in at 1, taken by Dunia. He's staying at 1. Horsburgh moves over a touch. Dunia goes down the line, and despite the fact that it's come off the feet, it's going to go in the goal. 2-0 to New South Wales, and still a fair bit of time in the first half. Okay, Horsburgh throwing it from 1 into about a 6 or even a 5, and taken by Nero, who has to go chase that before giving it off to Barry, who goes right over to the 9 and nearly puts it in there, but taken by Fanshawe. Fanshawe from 9 comes into a 3. Slight deflection between Dunia and Nero, but they clean it up. That's a 1 to an 8 from Dunia. Taken by Fanshawe. Fanshawe from 1. Coming across court with this one, going all the way over to the 9. And taken by Barry. Barry throwing this from about a 6. Probably getting it to a 4 on the same side for Hogg. Hogg cleaning it up. He's going to take the throw himself. Throwing it from the middle, heading it out to the 3. Collected by Nero, who goes straight back into the middle, and Hogg goes the wrong way, puts it off the feet, and it goes through the feet into the goals. 3-0 for New South Wales. Timeout Queensland. I think we can safely say that it doesn't look as if Queensland are happy with this script. So we've got, might be 8 minutes left on the clock. I'm just having a bit of a look for you here. It is 8 minutes left on the clock, 3-0. So still plenty of time for things to happen in this game. Queensland haven't started very well though, and this is something pretty akin to what was happening with that South Australian game. So we've got New South Wales up by 3-0. Got Queensland with the ball at the moment. Would appear that Johnny's got it, and he's going to throw it from 3. And he does. He goes to a narrow dangle across to the other side, around 2, and taken by Dunia. He's going to take his own ball from 2, goes across the court out to a 9, to 1, and turned around the post by Horsburgh. Horsburgh, the old man in the team, comes all the way across out to 6 or 7 the other side. Comes back towards the 9 over this way, but misses the mark. And no work for Barry to do. Barry, he's almost in the centre by the time he throws this. He's probably throwing it from 5, goes down the line to 4, taken by Hogg, who cleans up his own mess, gives it off to Horsburgh, who's throwing it from 3. He comes back down the line, a bounce ball to Barry on the chest, took it at about 8, Goes across to Dunia, who's going to throw this from 3, possibly even 4, go all the way out to 1. And Moss has come off the legs and didn't look well controlled. It was controlled enough to get it around the post. Horsburgh takes from 1, moves all the way across, comes to 6, goes into 3, deflection, and Barry coming across to help out. Manages to get in the way. Nero, though, from the middle, goes all the way out to 9, misses the ball by about, misses the post by about 3 metres, possibly 2. Probably giving it a bit too much credit. Fanshawe from 1. He tries to go across the court, gets it into about 6, and the legs from Nero come across and push that out across the line. Barry again. He's come a long way in. Throwing it basically from 6, probably 5. Gets it across to 6 on the other side, off the legs, deflected out. So at the moment, things are going well for New South Wales, and there's enough fractures to sort of keep them interested in that sort of theory. Fanshawe gives it off to Horsburgh, who threw it from 1, tried to go to 1 on the other side, missed by about 1.5 metres. Now it's Dunia from 1. He throws in towards 4. It goes up, but it's been deflected away. So again, not the control that you'd want from someone when it goes straight to them off the knees. Ball dropped in at 1. John comes back around the other side, throws it towards the 6. Yeah, he walked all the way to the 6 and threw it back towards the 6. Didn't quite get it there. That's another deflected ball straight off the chest of Hogg. That's from basically 7 to 3. Fanshawe throwing it from 8, going across to the 6 line, taken by Nero in a quick return. Back to 3, taken by Horsburgh, who goes back to 3 after a bit of a walk, bit of a stroll. Tries to throw it into 9, misses by about 3 metres. Dunia now with the ball at about 3. Goes across to the 1, possibly 2, taken by Horsburgh. Horsburgh moving back to the 6. The other side. Goes straight down to the 3. It's by Nero, who caught it cleanly. Went back to the 1. Threw it just out. Might have had Horsburgh. Well, he did have Horsburgh stretching. I think Horsburgh might have got there, though. Horsburgh from 1, throwing it into 6, been blocked out by New South Wales, and they've got a timeout call. So at the moment, things are going swimmingly for New South Wales, I suggest. So I'm trying to hold about 3 or 4 things in my hand at the same time. We've got 5:42 left on the clock, 3-0. On the other side here, we're looking at about 6:17 on the clock and 3-1 in favour of the South Australian women over the Victorian women. Reminder that New South Wales need to win this and need to win this by a little bit. At the moment, they'd be happy just to win this. This is going to make it very close and even. Dunia with the ball in 1. Throws it into about the 6. It's been deflected up and inside the goal again. So again, a solid ball into the feet and arms of Hogg, and Hogg has just gone missing today. I hear they had a late night last night. I don't know what that means. Fanshawe from 1. Goes into the 3 mark, sorry. Collected by Nero, who gives the ball off to Dunia, who goes the same ball again. That ball's been deflected up, but this time it's deflected a little bit forward into that 6 area, and again, problems for Hogg on the feet. Fanshawe from 1, he's going all the way across to the 9, and been blocked out, but I suspect that Barry probably didn't have to put a hand on that. It would have gone out anyway. Barry again. He's coming all the way into 6. Goes across this time to about the 9. Taken on the chest and blocked out by Fanshawe, who gets the ball, gives it to Horsburgh. Horsburgh's going to throw this from about 4. Bounce ball into 3. Nero's got that covered by himself. He's going to throw this from 4. Throws it out to about the 8. The two of them work it out, Fanshawe and Hogg. Fanshaw with the ball from 1. Tries the bounce ball again out to 9, but that's not going with any pace, and Barry swallows that up. He's going to throw this from 7. Goes down the line into the 3, off the hands of Hogg. Gets the ball back from Horsburgh, and he's going to throw this from about 6, and he's going to go out to the 1, off the chest or torso of Junior, who puts it over the sideline. He gets it back from the judge. Going to throw this from 2, probably 1, close enough. Into 4, that's a bit too easy. It's too close to Hogg, but that's going to go out. There'll be a bit of time left on the clock. It'll have expired a little bit. We've still got, from what I can tell, 4 minutes on the clock. Horsburgh came in at about 3, tried to go at 3 on the other side, and taken by Nero pretty easily. Gives it to Dunia, who comes into 3, goes back to the 1 on the other side, deflected away by Horsburgh. Horsburgh now with the ball. Lets Fanshaw take it, who walks over to the other side. He's going to throw from about 6, comes back to 6 on the other side, left by Nero, taken by Bowery. He's going to throw from possibly 5, goes to a 5 on the other side on the feet of Hogg. Hogg now will take this from the middle. Bounce ball down the line into 3. Quick ball again from Nero, who pretty much throws at 5, gets on the feet of Hogg, who controls it this time. Back to Horsburgh from 3. Bounce ball across to 3. Taken by Nero. Given to Dunia. Dunia in at 2 now. He goes down towards the 7. It's up over the feet again, but this time Fanshaw's there to help him out. He's going to throw from 1. Thought it was close enough to a high ball to call that one, but not quite. He threw 1 into a 3, collected by Nero. Nero out to Bailey. Out to, my mind's gone blank. Threw it from 7 into 4. There's a high ball being called. Bowery. Sorry about that, guys. Horsburgh throwing it from 2 there, threw it into the middle, but unfortunately threw a high ball. The ball is currently with Nero, sitting in the middle. Nero now coming out this side. Going to be throwing from 9. Goes at the middle. Probably would have gone into a 3, and across came Horsburgh. It's still a 4-0 game with 2:54 to go. Okay, Horsburgh now. From 2. Feels like he's feeling his age. Threw it into 5. Taken easily. I did this last time. Gave young Jackson a bit of a go. See if I can get his surname for you. Bailey. Jackson Bailey. So he's come in for Matt Bowery. Straight replacement, post to post. At the moment, New South Wales have the ball. There's an equipment check, blind high shades on Hogg. Still the ball sitting with, oh, there's a goal judge walking in. I'm not sure that that's allowed. Okay. Okay. Oliver Fanshaw playing with his eye shade. And if there's anything that Queensland can do wrong at this point, they're pretty much doing it. Okay. So it's still Robbie Dunia with the ball. Goes out to 1. Fanshaw comes across. Robbie goes down the line. Still beats him. Fanshaw tried to cover it, by going across, but Robbie had let that go before he'd set himself up. It's down to 5-0 now. We've got Fanshawe going from 9 to 1. Dunia doing enough to get it around the post. Okay, Dunia throwing it down, gone the other way. 9 to 1. There's a bit of a fracture, but enough hasn't gone in behind. And Fanshawe picks that up. Tries to go across court. The call was up from Nero, but he need not have worried because it's been put in front. That was hitting him at about the 4. He throws from the middle, goes straight at the middle at Hogg, and whilst the ball bounces up in the air, Hogg manages to control this one. He's going to throw from the middle as well. Goes out to about a 2, taken by Dunia, who goes a quick return into the 8 area, and it's been blocked out. There's a second effort there. It's going across the line, but Hogg's come back to take it. Ball's gone out the other side with 1 on Horsburgh, who threw down the line, and the winger went missing there. That's Jackson Bailey a little bit in, and as much as Dunia came across to try to get it, he just couldn't do it from the back. That's asking a bit too much. We've got half-time across the other side. Bailey goes from 9, throws it across to about a 5, even a 6, taken by Hogg. Hogg goes out to 2, interestingly enough. I think go back to where the new winger is. Quick return attempted from 1 back to 9. It was a complete failure and out. Fanshawe from 1. 9. Goes into about 3, taken by Nero, who gives it to Dunia, who comes into 2. Goes into a narrow diagonal around about 7-ish, because Hogg came a long way. Gives it to Fanshawe. He's going to throw from 9, going across court, missing by 2 metres at least, from what I can tell. Ball's been dropped in. Bailey throwing from about 8. Goes slightly across court, but only just. Probably goes to about 5. Hogg throws from the middle and gets it into about 4, maybe 4.5 or 3.5, and taken by Nero. Nero throwing from the middle. Gets straight off the chest there and up from Hogg, but not in any danger of going in. He gives it to Horsburgh, who throws from 3, attempting to throw it into 1, but goes too wide. Might have been touched there by Dunia, but my suggestion would be that even if he did get a touch, it wouldn't have mattered. Dunia from 1. Throwing it narrow diagonal, gets up call, and whilst it goes across the back, I think there was a little bit of a help there from Fanshawe again. So New South Wales have identified a weakness. Dunia from 1. Going this time into 8, taking it on the chest of Fanshawe. Fanshawe going across to give to Horsburgh. Horsburgh's going to throw this from about 2. Goes a very quick ball into 2 the other side. And that's been cleaned up by Dunia, who gives it to Nero. Tried to throw that from about 3, but threw it out so far it's not even worth talking about. Horsburgh from 2. Trying to come down the line, missing that. Ball going out well before the halfway line, missing by about 3 metres. Bailey to Dunia. Dunia going across. He's going to throw this from about 2 or 3. He goes down the line into an 8, and it's been collected by Fanshawe. Fanshawe now throwing from 1. Trying to come across the line into about a 5. Taken by Nero. Nero's going to throw this from 4. Goes across to 4 on the other side. It's been deflected up, and this time cleaned up by Horsburgh. New South Wales definitely getting the benefits of what they want to throw. Fanshawe then threw it from 4, threw it from 3 into 6, collected by Nero, and that's half time with a sizable lead heading into New South Wales's favour. I have heard the half-time siren or whistle go on the other side. Just going to check those scores for you if I possibly can. We haven't started the second half, and it's still 3-1 in favour of South Australian women on Victorian women. It's a competitive game there. The half literally just started as we speak, second half. That's that game. Over on this side, we have 5-1 in favour of New South Wales. New South Wales needing to win this game to stay alive, needing to win this game by some margin. They can probably consider that they're actually doing just that right now. 2:11 still to go. I would suggest Bailey will come back out. Barry will come back in. I'd be surprised if they keep Bailey out there. At the moment, I can still see he's lining up on the line, but they have got everyone out there. And Bailey is the one that is not being spoken to. He's actually walked back to the bench, so he will not be taking part. Barry has come back in. Needs a haircut, Barry. King looks like he's coming back out. So a bit of a changeover. We're going to give Robbie Dunier a bit of a rest. Barry's had his 2 minutes of rest, so they'll probably do the same with King at the moment and just go, you know what, Troy, just plug that hole. Don't throw any penalties. I thought this was going to be the last time we'd ever seen Troy after this morning, but no, he's back. Nero's still in the middle. At some point, you'd like to think that Ridley would like to give him a little bit of a break. And young Troy, 26 nationals, or was it 28? I can't remember. I'll have the records if I really wanted to, if I could really be bothered looking them up, but that's a lot of nationals. It's a quarter of a century of coming here. No, I wouldn't do that. It's lunacy. On the Queensland side of things, we've still got the same lineup. Nothing seems to have changed there. 5, 3 and 1. So Horsburgh, Hogg and Fanshawe. With a 5-1 scoreline, and I'm going to suggest there's been enough fractures to keep New South Wales interested in this. New South Wales lining up as we go left to right. It's Troy on the left. We've got Robbie Dunier moving into the middle and Bowery on the far. Queensland with the ball. No changes to their lineup. Horsburgh taking this ball. He's moved it all the way over to A. Starts with a long ball. It was a ball from 1 to 7, effectively, and probably had the right area. In the end, it was deflected out, but not making it. We got Dunier with the ball, and he's in the middle. Walks away over to 1. John following him, goes down the line, and John doesn't go enough, so he still gets him. It's not a great start for Queensland. Okay, Johnny again. Throwing from 1, straight into 7. On the chest of Barry. He's not going to let that go. Throwing it from 6. Goes across the line. There's a bit of a fracture there from Fanshawe as it went through 6. Up to Hogg, and he's going to take it from the middle. Tries to bounce it into a 3, but it's collected by Dunier. He thinks he's going to have a throw. He's going to throw this from 3. Throws it straight into that 6 area. Bit of a bounce, and enough to sort of annoy Hogg. He couldn't clean it up. The ball gets deflected out. Now Fanshawe has it in 9. Sorry. Fanshawe coming across to this side in 7. Taken by Barry quite easily. Barry throwing from 6. Again bounces it, this time straight at 4. I think that's asking a bit too much to deflect that over Hogg. He throws it to Horsburgh, who's going to take this from 3. He bounces it down to 6 and gets it in the goal off the feet of Barry. Dunia not coming across. 2-6. Barry is going to take it from the other side now. Going into 1, throwing it into about 6, taken by Hogg. Doesn't decide to return it quickly. Goes back and throws it slowly out towards Troy in 1. Troy, a nice big deflection, but it's way over the bar or way wide as well. So people getting a little bit excited. King from 1. Throws it into 7. Taken by Hogg. Rolls the ball out to Horsburgh in 2. Horsburgh coming down the line here, but missing by 2 metres. Bowery walking inside again. He's almost going to throw this from the middle. Goes way over to the 8. There's the ball's bounced high and over the top. Yes, I was going to say that. Looked like it was a chance. It was over the top of Fanshawe and blocked out. Fanshawe from 1. Coming into that 3 post and taken up by Dunia. Doesn't give it to King. This does give it to King. King throwing from 1. Tries to do the slider and does create a problem as he was going, he's going from 1 into 9. Created a problem there for Fanshawe, but Fanshawe able to turn it around the post. Gives it to himself, pretended to give it to Horsburgh. Instead, threw it himself from 9 down to 1, who gave it off to Dunia. Dunia threw that from 2 back out to 9, and now it's Fanshawe again. Fanshawe throwing this from 8 and pretty much straight out. So I don't think Troy will have to do too much work there. Barry comes across to get it. That's a terrible pass in, and I think that's what the complaint is, and rightly so, quite frankly. Probably not a bad timeout to have, to be fair. It's we've gone 2:42. With 9:42 left. Still 6-2 for New South Wales. So Queensland have got their 1 goal. Across the other side, we're still looking at 7. It's 7. Well, basically 7 minutes to go in that one, and that score has progressed out to 6-1 in favour of South Australia. Barry with the ball. Throwing it from 7. Goes into 1. Blocked out by Horsburgh. Horsburgh from 1 at the moment. Staying there. Bounces it into about a 6. Kicked forward by Dunia, who runs forward to get the ball and runs back to Barry, who's going to throw it from 4 or 5 even, straight into like a 5 or a 4 for Hogg, who then... Oh, okay, I was going to say who did deflect it but give it to Horsburgh. Horsburgh came out to the 6 side, went straight into the 1 wing on Troy, and it's now 6-3. Dooney with the ball from the middle. Goes bounce ball out to the 1. Probably 2 by the time you're off Johnny's. Queensland making a substitution. They can probably afford to lose this. I don't think they'd want to, but they probably afford to lose this. 4-12. 6-3. 4-12 on the clock. 6-3 the score. Currently in favour of New South Wales. Tobias will cause some problems. Maybe not as many as Fanshawe, but Fanshawe didn't look like he was going to score any goals either. It is Johnny with the ball, and he's throwing it from about 3. Goes from a long way out, gets it into 6, and off the feet of Dunia, who manages to kick that sideways and out. Barry from 9 goes across court into about an 8, gets West. West throwing from 8. He goes back to Barry at 7, and Barry taking that easily. He's going to come in a little bit and go from 6. Again, he's going, no, he's stayed narrow, gone to the 4 and off the chest of Hogg, who really hasn't been cleaning them up very well. Anyway, helped out there by Horsburgh, who threw from 3 and straight into 6. Collected on the chest of Barry. Substitution for New South Wales. Troy gets his moment in the sun. And well done, Troy. You've left Stefan with a decent rest. Well done, son. Sitting at the back, so he's not coming back at all. Okay. So we've got Stefan. He's had his 3-minute rest. We've got them all lined up, and he's gone way out to the other side now. So he's going to continue as a thrower, leaving with Robbie with a little bit of rest playing as a centre. He threw the first ball from 1 into 4. Straight to Joe Hogg. He's managed to control that one. He's going to throw from 4. Tries the bounce ball out to about a 2. No, sorry, not that far. 3. Collected by Dunia, given to Nero. Nero from 2. Throws it down the line to an 8. Between the two of them, they've got that worked out. So it's West now with the ball. He goes slightly across. He went from 8, probably tried to go across, but only got it really to the tee. And Dunia, who didn't control this well, has gone back to take it himself. He throws out to 8 and turned around the post, although it probably shouldn't have been. It was straight at his chest. Dunia again. Not Dunia. Horsburgh now. It's been handed over to the other side. He's going to throw from 2. Throws down the line into 7, and Barry's feet are going to put a complete blocker on that. Barry from 7. He goes across right over on the 9, and West dives way out to turn it around the corner. Queensland crowd happy with that one. Still 7 minutes to go in this one. West over to Horsburgh, who's going to throw from pretty much 4. Gets it into the 6 or 7. Barry cleans it up, gives it to Nero. Nero comes from 3, goes down the line into 7, even 8. No, probably 6, close. West now. He's got the ball. He tries a narrow diagonal, gets it into a 4. Probably a bit too close to the centre to cause any problems. Dunia cleans up his mess, gives it back to Nero, who comes from 1 and puts it onto the bar, effectively off the legs of 7. So that would have been a goal. Hogg from 4, straight back at the tee. Dunia again from the middle. He goes again back out to the line at the post, and I think he's got that in from 9. We've got a 7-3 scoreline at this point with 7 minutes to go. This is looking very good for New South Wales right now. We've got Horsburgh. I think he's come over. No, it's West. He's come across. And it's a very casual stop there by Barry. Didn't bother diving. Sort of almost took that standing up. Goes with a bounce ball in towards the middle. Probably threw it at 5. Got it from Hogg. Didn't take it cleanly, but he's controlled it enough. He throws that from the middle. Throws it into a 5 or probably 5.5, and on the feet of Dunia, who throws from the middle and straight out on the 9 side. West having the ball bounced in. Goes across to Horsburgh, who's going to throw from 9, from the centre, out towards 2, and it's been blocked out by Nero. Nero will take this one from 1. Going down the line, and it's been turned around the corner, only just because it needed to be by West. West from 1, from 9, sorry, tried to go down to 1, succeeded, but threw a high ball at the same time. Now, this is going to make things very interesting, because I think the goal here is the game. Nero is No, Dunier's taken it. He's going across court and threw it straight at the centre where West was waiting, and he's made the block. A lot more noise for Queensland than there is for New South Wales. Okay, giving it to Hogg, giving it to Horsburgh. Horsburgh throwing it from 2, tries a bounce ball but gets it into 4 and taken pretty easily by Dunier. Dunier 2, Nero. Nero throwing it from 3, trying to get it into 9. Unfortunately not successful with his direction, getting it out. West giving it to Horsburgh. Horsburgh throwing it from the middle, goes straight at the middle. Whilst it's up forward and taken by Dunier. Dunier throwing it from the middle. He's giving it a little bit of a skip out towards the 9 area. It's been blocked over the top. The net again. West again from 9. Tries to go down the line into a 3. It's a bit too easy for Dunier to cope with that one. Nero now from 1. Goes right down the line. And it's called a goal. I was wondering because it sounded, I think what he's done is he's blocked it onto the post. And I'm going to call it. This game is over. We've got Hogg throwing it from the centre, getting it back out to Nero. Standing at 1. Gives it to Dunier. He's going to throw from 4. Pretty much put it in at 6. And taken by Hogg, given to Horsburgh from 3. He goes hard and fast, straight at the tee. Too easy. We've got Barry now. He's going to throw from 6. He goes across the other side on the 5. There's a nice little bounce, but it's been controlled by Hogg. Gives it out to West. West is coming in from 7. Tries to go down the line into a 2. And Nero throwing it quickly back. Threw it across the centre into the 3-4 hole. And that is now made it very interesting, I'm going to tell you. That was directly in. There's no help there from Horsburgh. And the wrong way. And I think the wheels have fallen off Queensland's wagon. Quick ball there from Horsburgh, throwing it from 2, probably into a 3. Stopped by Dunier. Dunier then throwing down the line, or not down the line, pretty much straight and straight. So he threw from 4, got into about a 5, collected by Hogg for the Queensland team to call for a timeout. Looking across quickly at the other score, we've got 2:10 on the clock. We've got 8-1 scoreline in favour of South Australian women. Interesting times ahead here. New South Wales in front, 9-3. Is that enough? Could well be. 4:36 on the clock, still a lot to play out. I don't think Queensland can win. They don't look like they're throwing well enough to win. They certainly don't look like they've got a plan, unless it's to throw into the middle. Horsburgh setting up. No, Hogg setting up. He's setting up from the middle. He goes out towards the 1, taken quickly by Nero, who threw it into that 7 hole off the feet of the wings and not getting it. That ball had to be thrown out because it was so long getting across. It was deflected there by West because it would have gone in. It just kept going across and kept going across, but not out. Barry has the ball here in 9. Throws across the court to the 6 off the feet of Hogg and over to West. West now tried to throw down the line, I suspect, but what he's done is he's pretty much thrown it straight out before the front of their court. Oh, thanks to those whoops. Shoot them all. Anyway, Nero from 1. Goes down the line with a bounce ball. It's up in the air and it's in the goals. That's probably at 8. And like I said, if the game isn't over now, it's definitely over. West. Tries to come across to 7 or 6. Barry gets across to help Dunier out. He's got this pretty much covered. He goes down the line from pretty much a 6 to a 3. Taken by Horsburgh. Substitution's been made and West is off and Fanshaw's back in. This is going to be interesting. There's 3 minutes 49 on the clock. At this stage, as I said, unless the tactic was to throw to the middle, I don't know what Queensland are going to do to actually get in this game, because that's the way it's appeared. The plan from Queensland has been obvious. Bounce balls to the centre. Horsburgh, bounce ball straight over the top of the centre from that one. He threw from one and it actually bounced over the centre player. Had about 5 untouched. We're looking to see if this is a long ball. I think that's what we're looking to see. Not going to call it. I think, yeah. 4-10. 4-10 it is. So they've called it a goal. There was obviously some dispute as to whether it was going to be a long ball, but they've basically said, you know what, you're going to wear with that. We're not going to embarrass you. Good throw there from, looks like I think it's Nero. I'm just checking to see whether they have swapped over. They have not. Nearly got the result that he wanted. Anyway, Dunia's got the ball now in the middle. Throws it straight at the middle. Again with some hop, but that ball's been controlled by Hogg. He's going to give that back to Fanshawe by the looks of it. Fanshawe from about 6. Tries to go into 3. Probably gets 2. Taken by Nero quite easily. He goes out to the post at 1. Tries to throw down the line. Throws it straight out. Trying to hit the 9. Not successful. Ball's going to be dropped in for Fanshawe. Fanshawe again with the ball. From 9. Trying to come inside. Getting it at about 4, and that's too easy. Straight on the chest of Junior. Gives it to Nero. From 1 again. This time he corrects and gets it into 9. Taken on the chest. An attempted quick return is a high ball. And as it was, it went straight back to the centre anyway. So at the moment, it's set up for Nero to take the penalty. He walks over to 1. Fanshawe staying in the middle. He'll move as soon as he hears it. And he does. Follows the ball. And this time gets in the way. Down the line ball. He was tried to throw from 1 down to 9. Okay, so at the moment it's Fanshawe again with the ball from 9. Tries to throw into the 3. Taken by Junior, who gives it again to Nero. Tries to throw down the line into 9 and not quite successful, but only just out. So certainly worth making the centre or the winger dive for it. Fanshawe comes across to Horsburgh, who's going to stay at 6. Goes straight into 3 and gets it in. Unfortunately, I've got the Victorians next to me, so bit of noise. Sorry about that. New South Wales have the timeout. We've got 2:34, 2:39 left on the clock. It's 10-5. Obviously, the Victorians know what's required. I'm assuming everyone knows what's needed. Right. Did they know? Well, that would have been the right thing to do, though, wouldn't it? Oh, well, I hate to tell you, you did know before the game started. Maybe not you guys, but Victoria knew. As it is, I'm told that if they win by 5, New South Wales will be in. Right now, they're leading by 5. This ball sitting with Bowery on this side. Goes in towards the 3 and it's stopped by Horsburgh. Not convincingly though. Horsburgh throwing from 1, tries to go to 7. That's easily swallowed up by Barry. He's controlled that quite well. Anyway, he's throwing this from 7. He'll go across court this time. There's Fanshawe going the wrong way and it's really just on his legs. Fanshawe now throwing this from 6. He's going to try to throw across court into the 9 and taken by Barry. He's going to give it across to Nero. He's going all the way across. I think it's been swapped actually. It looks like Dunia has gone the other way. Throws it into about the 7. And there was a little bit of a fracture, but just been controlled and out. Ball went in on 9. Horsburgh coming from 4 and taken by Barry. Barry is going to throw this from 7. He goes across court. No, he doesn't. Throws it into about 4. Controlled by Hogg. He's going to have his own ball. Not going to pass this one out. Taking this from about 3, possibly 4. Goes out to about 1. That ball is taken by Dunia. I'm just checking that it is Dunia. Yes, it is. Dunia throws this ball back towards the centre, straight in, and that's in. And that plan has been working all day. Every side of the centre, it's been working all day. Horsburgh, quick return from 1, straight into 4, and taken by Nero. Given off to Dunia, who scored the last goal. He bounces it again. Doesn't quite get it, and there's another goal in. The skip bounce is not doing Queensland any favours. I think we found the Achilles heel. Okay. Horsburgh from 2. Tries to come down the line. Barry takes it even though it's out. Gives it across to Dunia, who's got the hot hand. Dunia from 1. Again goes the skip bounce across. Almost takes out Horsburgh this time. There's 1:07 and this game's done. Horsburgh has no, giving it to Fanshawe. Fanshawe thinks he can do it. From 2, goes into 7 or 6. Cleaned up by Nero, who gives it to Barry, who goes back across onto the 9 and hits the post on the far side. 54 seconds to go. Fanshawe from 1, from 9, tries to come across court to Barry. Kicked out by Nero. Probably didn't need to. It was kicked it straight off the chest of Barry. I reckon he would have had it. Barry hit at 9. Takes his time here. He's got 41 seconds. Goes in on the narrow diagonal. Pops over the top of Hogg nearly. Hogg came a long way to get that one in 3. It's been eventually blocked out with 30 seconds to go. Horsburgh here at 1. It's going to come quickly. He goes down the line and, well, down the line, but 3 metres out. Okay, Barry. Cross to what looks like Nero. They've swapped again. No, it's not. This is Dunia. Dunia throws across the ball again. Probably didn't get the hop that he wanted. Out towards the 4 and 3 and still taken in. Horsburgh, not a lot of time to go. He's going to come into the middle. Going out to the 1. High ball. I'd decline. I'd decline the penalty. They're not going to decline the penalty. Yeah, I'd decline the penalty. They're not going to decline the penalty. It's going to be what looks like Nero. Barry tries to throw down the line, doesn't quite get it right. He threw it from 9, got it into about 3, and Johnny made a meal of that one. So anyway, 21 seconds to go. Horsburgh again from 1. Taking a lot of time. Threw it into 6, straight into Nero's feet. Gives it to Barry. This should be the last throw of the game. Barry goes across court. Almost up and deflected out. So that's been taken out. It was nice throw across to 6. We've got Fanshawe who wants to come in a little bit. He's coming in from 6. Does let the ball go. It's taken at 6 and that game's over. And guess what? I'm looking at a scoreline here of 12-5 and I'd say Victoria are out and New South Wales are in. That's how it is. And not only that, probably more importantly, Queensland's Achilles heel has been found. and found by both teams who are playing tomorrow or tonight, later on tonight. The rumour was before the game, and apparently I wasn't supposed to tell anyone, that New South Wales needed to win by 5. Well, they've won by 7, which puts them into the finals. Now, I'm going to argue that New South Wales should have known that before the game anyway. And if I was a New South Wales coach, I would have been trying to find out. And if they didn't know the answer, they should have tried to get the answer. 30.
5:30 game, so 6:30 latest.
Yeah. I'll probably go for a drink later, mate.
Cool.
Thanks, mate. It was off, wasn't it?
It was off for most of that conversation, until I said they were live.
Sorry, guys. Just going to mute myself, but I'll be back. Because we were saying some shit then. Probably didn't want going over the internet. All right, and we're back. Rob needs to do some homework.
This is
We have New South Wales women versus New South Wales youth. Great. If I'm right, I only need to look at one score sheet at the moment. So for the women, we've got Jessica Clark on 4. We've got Rosianne Liang on 8. Brody on 9 and Enya Savory on 7. For the youth, we have Molly Smith on 5. Johansson with 8. Tyson O'Neill 1 and Zara Perry on 4. I'm going to be a little bit out because I haven't really prepped for this one, for this stage. Trying to even work out who's on which side. Looks like the women might be down this way. No, the youth are down this side. And that's Rosanna Liang throwing it down into probably the 7 spot. Coming back the other way, we've got, trying to work out the numbers here. Okay, so we've got Enya in the middle. Molly throws a ball, tries to throw it down the line. Not there. At the moment, we've got no Brody on court. So Enya now throwing the ball into Molly Smith down the line. Molly's taking it. She's probably going to throw from about 9. Tries to throw it into 1. Doesn't quite get it there. Still trying to see the numbers properly. Oh, that is Zara on the other side there. Still trying to see in the middle. Johansson getting a deflection off 7. Molly now throwing it again, trying to thread it into 1, probably getting it closer to 2. Who then tries to return the favour into 9 and doesn't quite get it there. Still trying to get the numbers. Sorry about that, guys. I was caught in rabid conversation. Liang goes all the way out to 3 and throws a high ball through the legs. Yep. So Enya coming off as well. So Enya in the middle, Molly, and we got Rosanna. Trying to see the number on the far side. Throwing this, she tries to go down the line and gets it in there. Up 1-0. Perry on the far side. So again, we've got Molly. She throws from 9 into 1. And again, that number 7 throws from 1 back into 9. Taken by Molly, who again goes in. This time about the 2, comes off the legs. Didn't quite go in. This time it's been returned back to about the 6th position. Taken by Savory. Savory puts it out to Smith. Smith now throwing it back towards the centre into 3. That's been trapped by the centre for the girls team. And again, the ball coming from 1. You do about 8. Deflected from Smith back to Savoury. Savoury back to Smith, who goes across court towards Perry, and Perry turning that one around the corner from a 9 position. Just looking at the youth here. Tyson O'Neill in 1 is in the middle. And Johansson Molly Smith's now playing for the girls instead of the youth. Jeez. Not helping my cause here. Okay, Liang out in 1, maybe 2. Throws it between the legs, tries to get it to 9, out to Perry. Perry letting it go past her without having to touch it. She's now going to throw from about 8. Trying to go across court, but probably getting it into 4, going over the top of Savoury, who is backed up there by Smith, who comes all the way out to 7 before trying to throw into 1 and missing everything. And again, Johansson here, far side on 1, throwing it inwards to about the 6. There's a hole there. The girls letting that one in. 2-0 for the youth. Smith, Molly, again throwing it from 9, probably into about a 3, taken by O'Neill. O'Neill decided he's going to throw a ball, and he throws that from 4 into, well, actually from 6 back to about a 3, and goes straight through Savoury, who's not the classiest centre in the world. That's a bit cruel. Liang not coming across to even help her out. And the women are getting a bit of a talking to. I can see Brodie on the bench. So it is possible that she's coming back. But at the moment, there's no... no, she's got the patches on, so there's a possibility for her to come back. Gone and got the ball. Coach was about to walk off of it. Probably wouldn't have helped her cause. So the girls maybe not happy with how things are working out at this point, but the youth are probably feeling a little bit better about themselves. Smith with the ball. Molly. From 8 by the time she threw it. Over the top of Johansson in 2 on the legs. And that's a goal there for New South Wales women. Probably something that they needed. Okay. Perry took it. Went all the way back on the other side. So she threw that from 8 and probably threw it into 9. Stopped by Smith before a substitution is called. Okay. So Liang out. Brodie Smith in. That's going to be confusing. Now I've got 2 Smiths to call. It's like when I got Tarn 2 and I'm calling it for 2 and yeah, great, thanks. Okay. Smith and Smith. We'll do our best as we sort of go. Looking at the other game, just on the other side, but I've got a bit of a break here. Trying to work out my little thingy. We've got New South Wales. Oh, we've got the Waratahs versus the Kookaburras on the other side. So we'll do our best to try to work it out. Ball's thrown from Smith. Brodie. No. Smith Molly. She tried to throw down the line from 9 to 1. Ended up going out in the end. That ball from Johansson's been thrown back towards the centre and Savoury taking that. Back to Smith Molly. And that is a high ball. Not quite sure how he's called that a high ball. Anyway, Molly is going to be defending this. Looks like it's Tyson to take it. Moves over to about 7. tries to throw down the line. Molly goes over the top of it, and it goes in at 1. So in the end, not a bad throw. And it's 3-4-1. It's a bit of a surprise. Okay. Smith, Molly, again, throwing it from 8, getting it into 2. Controlled by Johansson, but only just. Johansson gives it to Perry, who comes across to get the ball. Walks all the way back, and there's another refereeing powwow. Just tell me there hasn't been enough of them this tournament. Not quite sure what the issue or the fault is at the moment, but it's a 4-1 lead to New South Wales. We do have Kookaburras and Waratahs on the other court. It's going to be too hard to tell which ones are which, I'm afraid. We'll give you scores, but it doesn't mean we know who's in front or who's not. Okay, there's a double whistle. Not sure what that means. Now there's a bit of a chat from the New South Wales side. Anyway, the ball's been returned back to New South Wales women. Brodie, Smith. Throwing it right-handed, so obviously she's been instructed not to go hard on the youth. Perry throwing from probably about 8 into a 2. Again, Smith, Brodie throwing it right-handed, so just a leisurely ball thrown down the line from 1 to 9. Taken by Perry, who decides to go all the way out, go all out and trying to go past Brodie, but not going to beat her with that, and especially with the ball going out. Brodie again, coming all the way across to the other side. Throwing from 6. Again right-handed, and just rolling the ball down into 3. Taken by Tyson O'Neill. O'Neill decides he's going to take the ball himself, probably from 4. Tries to bounce it over the top of Savoury, who has control of the ball and puts it out to Smith Molly. Molly from 6. Out to about 8. Off the chest of Perry and out, but safely enough. Blocked around the corner. This ball will get thrown back in. Drop back in. Taken by Perry. She's going to take this from 9. Maybe 8. Moved in about a metre. Again, referee forgetting that he's got to call play, but anyway, coming from 7 here. Ball going straight into 2, taken easily by Smith Brodie. Throwing from about 2. Again, rolling the arm over. By the time it gets there, probably reaches about 4. O'Neill passes out to Johansson. Johansson throwing from 2 all the way to 2 on the other side. Stopped by Smith, a high ball penalty. We've got Savoury with the ball. They're going to let her have a penalty shot. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Another official timeout clarification. No, this might actually be Smith. So Enya has actually gone out to the wing. That was my fault. I don't know why got Brodie taking this penalty, but she goes down the line and hammers it into basically from 9 into 2. Too hard for Johansson. 2-4. Throwing from 1 there, that was Johansson. Threw it from 1 basically into 4, taken by Smith, given over to Savoury. Savoury throwing it, pibbling down from 2 basically into an 8, possibly a 7. Perry with the ball now, returning it back down the line. 9 to 2, if I was to be polite. Savoury again, going down the line. And again, 1 to 9. Is this going down the line? Yes, it is. This time deflected off Savoury, and she's managed to turn that around to the post. Now, I'm not quite sure what the referee said then. medical timeout. Savoury got a bit of a hit in the face. Me thinks. It did. Cross on the other game. We've got 6:16 to go. It's 5-3 to the team closest to us. And I'm yet to work out. We've got a medical substitution. We have a medical substitution. So Enya got a little bit of a bloody nose or a bloody lip.
Bloody nose.
Yeah, seems to be laughing about it now. But so maybe not as serious as what it was yesterday. Rosanna's going to come on in as it is. I think we were sort of looking forward to not getting a full New South Wales squad, but they're on now. And you're just trying to make that nosebleed go away. Liang's about to come on. Interesting to see where she goes and what happens, for that matter. Looks like she's setting up for a middle. No, Rosanna's going over to the far side. Mind you, so is Brody, so I'm not quite sure. Anything could happen at this point. We've still got Perry and O'Neill and Johansson at the other end. As I'm looking at them right to left. Ball's been dropped into Brody, who's going to come back to the middle. Probably throwing from 6. Goes out to about 3. Off the legs of Johansson. Perry comes across to help out, but Johansson kicks it into O'Neill, who takes the ball and gives it back to Perry. Back to Johansson. Johansson goes from 1 down to 9. Kicked away by Smith. Molly quickly throwing it in. It's a premature throw. O'Neill with the ball in the middle. He's going to come out towards the 3. That's a dive out by Smith. Brody, sorry. Deflecting it out past the line. Liang. She decided to throw it straight out. I think she was aiming for the line, but missed that by a long way. Perry from 9. Tries to throw it into 2. Blocked by Liang. Goes forward towards Smith. Brody back to Liang. Liang from 3 between the legs. Gets it across the court, but probably got it into 4, so pretty close to the centre. Taken by young Tyson, who gives it to Johansson. Johansson throwing from 1, probably getting it at 8. Taken by Smith, Molly on the legs. And she's throwing it from about 8, trying to throw down the line, missed by about 3 metres. Kookaburra's near side, okay. Lovely. Just found out that Kookaburras and the Waratahs and which side they're on. Perry went across to get it, but she's not taken the ball. So take that back. She is taking the ball. Threw it from about 8, threw it into 2, taken by Liang. Liang from 3, tries to go across court, probably out in front of 1, but probably at the front of the court. Johansson from 1, tries to go across court, gets it in about 3 or 4, taken by Smith, who gets a quick return back to 1. Deflected back into O'Neill. O'Neill goes at the post here on the 9. Did that from 3. Nearly got it there. Missed by the width of a ball, I would say. Smith, Molly from 9 into, let's say 3. Taken by O'Neill. Given to Johansson. Johansson again throwing it from 1. Probably getting it into the 6 and taken by Smith. Timeout from New South Wales, is it? There's Bit of an official time called. Just playing with the goals. Again, referees, just let the game run, please. Rosanna, 3. Between the legs. Straight at the tee. Tyson will eat that every day. Out to Perry. Perry's about a metre in. Throwing from 8. Tries to go down the line, but probably gets it closer to 4. To Molly. To Brody, who returns it quickly back to 5. Taken by Neil, who returns it the same. Back to 5. Molly Smith from 6. Back to 5 on the other side of the court. O'Neill takes it on the legs, gives it off to Perry. Perry is going to throw this one right-handed from about 8 down to 2, and it's taken by Liang on the legs, just a little bit forward before she collects and goes back to 2 to take her throw. Again between the legs, high ball. Not quite sure what the relevance is to the legs throw. Not a great fan. Can't see how it works. Never would have done it in my day. We all jest, of course. Wouldn't have been able to do it. It would have kept falling over. 2:53 on the clock. It's 4-2 at this stage in favour. Tyson in trying to beat Lang. Actually, it looked like it was returned because all the girls were back very quickly. Liang, 3. Again, back to the centre. Threw that from 3, straight into 4 basically. Tyson is a bit of an errant pass. And New South Wales youth are calling the timeout because I think Joshua was about to throw, but they were probably a little bit worried about the 10 seconds at this point. 2:33 left on the clock, and it's 4-2 in favour of youth over women. New South Wales all round. Got a bit of a break after this game before we go into semi-finals for the women. Actually, at this end, it's the men's and the women. The youth semi-final is in court 2. We won't be seeing that. So that's from 4:15 on. Get a little bit of a break, a 45-minute break by the looks of it here, 3:30 to 4:15. So 45-minute break. I think that's just to give teams a little bit of a chance. Back to the game. And it was Johansson trying to throw that ball from 6, getting it across to 6 on the other side. It was blocked by Smith and Smith. And Molly throws it from about 9, tries to go to 9 on the other side, but misses. Perry from 9, on the right side, lobs that ball up in the air a little bit. No attempt to stop that from Smith. So we're going to get a penalty. Brody has decided that she's going to take this from the middle. Rosanna keeping an eye on things as best she can. Brody now walking over to this side, so probably going to take it from the 9. Goes back towards the centre. Not dived on by Zara Perry, and it's 4-3 to the youth as a result. Okay. Perry with the ball again from 8. Going into 4, straight on the chest of Liang. She decides to put that out to Brody. Brody's going to throw that from 3 across to 1, and that's stopped by Johansson. He's going to throw from 1. Trying to throw down the line, probably got it closer to the 6, in fairness, taken by Liang and given over to Brody. Brody now letting that one go from 6 into probably a 6 on the other side, and whilst O'Neill didn't get it, Perry did. O'Neill throws from the middle out to 1 and taken easily by Molly. Molly now from the post in 1. Spinning throw, puts it into 8. Perry able to control that one. Coming into 8, probably a metre in. So she's going to try to throw it down the line, but misses. Oh, actually, there's a chance for a goal because that was through Liang in 3. And then I don't believe that Molly was expecting that, and as a result, it sort of trickled around and passed, and no one really controlled it, and it's in the goal. 5-3 to Youth. Surprise goal. Smith, Brody goes across court from 6 into 9, and between Perry and O'Neill, they work it out. Managed to get that around over the line. Goal judge brings it in, drops it down. Perry from 1, maybe 2. Gone in a fair way here. Tries to come across court into the 9. Not going to make it, but still been blocked out there by Brody. Brody going to throw from 9. Throws right down the line. And whilst the feet came across from Jacobson, or Johansson, I should say, not enough to stop it from going inside the post. And that makes it 4-5. Still with a minute to go in this game, this half. Johansson from 1 into 6, into Liang, into Smith. Brody from 9. Tries the same thing again. This time goes into about a 3, gets a bit of a deflection from O'Neill, who comes a long way across, manages to turn it around the corner without affecting his teammate. And again, it's Johansson from 1 into 8, stopped by Brody, given across to Molly. Molly goes to the other side, probably thrown from 2 by the time she gets there. Back into 6, and O'Neill gets that on the feet. Decides to give it to Perry. Perry's a long way in, throwing it from 7, tries to go out to 1, taken by Molly, who gets a quick return back into that 7 spot. But Tyson's there with the feet to get it. Gives it to Zara again. She again throws it, this time from 8, a little bit more towards the centre, probably around 3, closer to 4. Liang back out to Molly. Molly back out to 1, and throws it across to the 3, where Tyson dives, manages to stop the ball, and Joshua Johansson made a bit of a meal of the pass, but to stop his blushes, the half time is gone, and we're looking at a 5-3 scoreline. 5-4 scoreline, in fact. Probably a surprise, but not really the way they started, and I don't think that this is a priority. Kookaburras are closer to us here. They're leading 9-4 with 1 minute 6 left, and I'm going to assume that that is the first half.
Yeah, they're in half-time at the moment.
Yep. They've still got a minute to go. Oh, that is halftime, you're trying to tell me. All
They're
right.
in half-time.
Right, so that is, they've, I thought I did hear the buzzer go off. Again, I have no idea of what the ramifications are, and because the draws are all sort of amalgamated with the women's and the youth, it's a bit hard for me to work out, and I haven't been given privy to how those ladders have been worked out.
Some number cruncher will get it.
Well, it's someone else's problem, isn't it, Michael?
That's all right.
It's not for me to work out, although it'd be nice if they sort of let us know from time to time so that we could keep people up to date with how things are going. You guys might argue that I'm not even commentating on the juniors, so why would I know, and why should I care? Well, I care because I want you guys to be informed. You've got Rob Cristani being helped by Michael Escocia. If you don't like our coverage, you can turn it off. It's 1 minute 43 left in this halftime break. The other half is about to start any minute across the other side. Kookaburras 9. I'm just going to check that score. I think it's 9-3. Yeah, 9-4 it is. I was very close. All right. Yeah, Kookaburras up by 9 barrels to 4. Across this side, as you can hear. Oh, no, it's only 1 minute and 30 still to go. So we've still got a bit of time. Youth up against the women. 5-4. I think New South Wales women are possibly well in front. What are the women? Oh, there's Victorian women, there's South Australian women, and New South Wales women. That's it, isn't it?
Yep.
And on the youth side, there's WA youth, Queensland youth, New South Wales youth, and that would be it. There's no South Australian youth. No, there's South Australian women. All right, so there's 3 and 3. Yeah, that makes a bit of sense. Lovely indeed. It's kind of what we want. Is it a double round robin in the youth? Or is it one of those 1.5 things again?
I think it's a one because
They play each other twice, but they play the crossover once. Is that what
yeah,
you're trying to
I
tell
think
me?
that's what it is.
Yeah. So it's a bit like a 7-team. Yeah. Interesting.
I did find it a bit odd that they are doing round robin and a halves.
Yeah. Well, people were saying they weren't getting enough games. I maintain that find a few more referees and officials, and we'll give you as many games as you want. Or better still, let me complain profusely when it comes time for you to organise.
I think they're trying to catch up on the last 2 years and not playing games.
Yeah, well, maybe they should be having Grand Prix and things like that to get that in. Yeah, youth tournaments within your own state. That's not that hard to organise, is it?
Still a lot of work.
Yeah, not as much as holding a whole nationals.
True.
I mean, you're only looking at 3 teams at the moment, possibly, correct? So plus your own team that you've got. So yeah, it'd be easier to do. Second half's about to start. There has been no substitutions at this point. So we've got the girls over this side again, or women. Brody throwing it from 9 into 3. Stopped by Tyson. Deflected that around the corner. And Johansson will go pick it up from 1 on the other side. He tries to go back across court. Probably got it at 4. Taken by Rosanna and given across to Molly. Molly again going all the way out to 1. Throwing it, trying to go across court. I reckon she got that at 4. Stopped by Tyson. He had to go a long way forward to pick that up. A bit of an errant pass to Johansson, but he's able to clean it up. Goes from 1 out to 9. And a very good throw straight down the line, but it's pretty easily cleaned up by Brody Smith. Brody Smith, 1. That's 9, sorry. Tries to throw down the line with a bounce. Called it out. Not quite sure about that. I reckon she got that in. Anyway, stopped by Johansson. He throws from 9, goes a bit further cross court this time, closer to the 3 than the 4. Taken by Liang and given to Molly Smith, who goes way across to the 1, but misses by 1.5 meters from her 1, basically. Again, Johansson, who's taken a lot of the ball here, can't understand this referee to save his life. Okay, Johansson doesn't want to take it. Perry comes across to get it. From 7, throws it into 4-3. Taken by Liang, given to Molly. Molly goes back to 1. Comes in a little bit. Spins around, throws it into 8. Taken on the legs by Perry. She has to go forward to clean up her own mess. And eventually goes back to the court and just rolls one back from 8 into 2, which is easily cleaned up by the girls' team over this side. Finds its way to Brody, who threw from 6 and back into 4 or 5. Quick return, back to 5 on the other end from O'Neill. Finds Liang with the ball back to Smith, who again goes back from 6 into 5, and this time it's deflected away. A little bit more bounce for her, but deflected away by O'Neill. Over on the far side, coming in at 9, Perry to take. Comes in a metre, probably throwing from 8. Tries to go down the line into 2. That's no defence from Liang coming across, and Smith a little slow with the legs, and alternatively it goes in to the back of the net. 6-4 for the youth. Smith, Brody, throwing from 3, going into 6, and finding a massive hole between O'Neill and Perry to make it 5-6. Johansson throwing from 1, back into 6, easily cleaned up. No, yeah, why blame me? Yeah, typical. Blame the audio guy. No worries. Leave me out of it. Okay, Smith again. Sorry about that, guys. I'm getting accused of having my phone on. But anyway, Smith throwing it from, I think it was throwing it from 3 into 6 and not doing a bad job. Saved by Perry. Perry returning the ball back into 4 and cleaned up by Liang. Out number 9, in number 7, so that's Brody out, and that's Enya coming back in. Still with the ball with Molly. We've still got a 5-6 scoreline. With about 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes and 20. How about that? Oh, I've got no idea to talk to now. My mate Lascotia has just left me here in the dark. So I'm here conversing on my own. Like I'm not a person who needs companionship. That's all I'll tell you. Okay, now we're back on. And you're moving out to the far side. Looks like Molly's come to this side now, on the side. Molly with the ball. She's going to throw that from about a 6 out to 1. Just going slightly wide of the post. Made Johansson work. Anyway, he's going to throw from 1. Trying to throw into the line. Probably got it at about 8, but let's say 9. Molly again, a quick return. Back into that 4-3 area. Probably did a pretty good job. Well, did such a good job that she's actually scored a goal out of it. So O'Neill and Johansson not working that out between the two of them. O'Neill, Johansson with the ball, tries to go down the line from 2 into 8. Did a pretty good job. Smith cleaning it up. There's only one Smith on the court now. Again, now she goes back, bounce ball out to the 9, and Johansson puts that away and around the corner. Back to the 1, sorry. Johansson from 1. Trying to throw this one in a little bit more. He gets it at 6 on the feet of Liang, who gives it to Smith. Again, only one Smith on court. It's Molly now. Molly throwing it from 6, going all the way out to 9 on the other side. And Perry's managing to get that out and off the court. The judge drops it in for her. She picks it up. Going to take this from about 8, I think. Coming off the post a little bit. Throws it down the line to the 2. Taken by Savory. Savory again. She's going to take this herself. On the 2. Rolls it down nice and gently into the 8 hole. There's a bit of a chance of going through there, and it has. Perry going the wrong way. Savory in on the 8. And because Perry went towards the post, it's made its way there. Not enough for Tyson. There's a timeout called again. Now it's the women up. 7-6 for the first time in the game. We've still got 8 minutes and 29 on the clock. On the far side here, we've got a 10-7 scoreline with 7:35 to go, and 10-7 being the Kookaburras in front. Go Cookies! Not quite sure what happened in that men's competition after that game. I suspect it's Victoria out and New South Wales in as a result. So that clock is running before it should have, but okay, so that's a bounce ball from Tyson. He threw that from 4, tried to throw that towards the 3, and Liang not coming across, and Enya not good enough to stop it. So 7-all. Smith, Molly tries to throw into 1 from 9, and deflected around the corner by Johansson. Johansson throwing from 1. He's trying to throw across court, but probably got it towards 5. Into the centre. Liang's going a long way to pick that up. Gives it back to Smith. Smith throwing it from 9 back into the 1, and that's in off the post. Again, Johansson pretty lazy with the dive there. Probably getting a bit long in the day. Bit tired. 8-7 girls. Johansson not taking it. Perry on the other side deciding to go in the massive hole that no one wanted to dive for. So Liang not diving. Savory not thinking about it. And a massive hole in that too. And Smith's decided that she wants to swap things around. Enya now coming out this side. Throwing it from 7, straight at 4. Let's see if he's worked out what's happened. Tyson now coming out to this side. He's gone into 7. That's not a bad shot from Tyson. 4 into 6. Stopped by Liang, given to Savoury. Savoury throwing from 7. Probably going to 2, possibly even 3. Taken by O'Neill and given off to Johansson. Johansson, he goes into that gap at 6 from 1, but it's taken by Liang and she gives it off to Smith. Smith now from 3. Returns it into 4. Off the legs and over the back, but Perry's there to help out. No, Tyson's got it. O'Neill. He throws it from the middle and back into about a 3 position where Liang will pick that up and give that to Smith. Smith from 1. Trying to go down to 9. Probably just missed it by about a metre and a bit. Being a bit harsh. Perry from 1 for 9. Throws it in towards 1, but that's going to be set aside by Smith. It's going to come in about 3 metres before she decides she's going to take this one. Again, throws it into 6. It's off the legs of O'Neill, but it's gone sideways. Taken by Perry. Perry coming in about a metre before she decides to go down the line and hit 1, but that's taken easily by Smith, who returns a quick one back to 7 on the legs of O'Neill, who wants to go quick himself from 7 and back into 4. Taken by Liang. Out to Savoury. Savoury from 8. Trying to go from 1, but she's not going to make it. Out at about the halfway line. Dropped in at 1 for Johansson. He tries to go into the post here at 9 and does a pretty good job of it, except for that Savoury is there to block it off. She's done pretty well. Okay, so she throws from 9 into 2, taken by O'Neill, given to Johansson. Johansson throwing from 2, tries to throw 9, misses by 3 metres. Dropped in for Savoury to give to Smith. Smith from 8. Tries to go 1 and misses that by 3 metres. Johansson from 1. Dropped the ball in. He's gone in about 3 metres now, so really he's throwing it from about 3. Tries to throw it into 6 and 7. Does a pretty good job of it, and Savoury's there for him. She throws from 7. Probably throws to about a 4. Nice and easy ball for O'Neill to pick up. He goes back to 4. He's going to come out to the other side with a bounce ball into 3. Goes past Liang. Saved by Smith. Goes across the front. And it's called timeout. Oddly enough, not quite sure he can call timeout until they've got control. And there's a bit of frivolity on the far side there as people sort of working it out. I think we've got an 8-8 scoreline here. We do have an 8-8 scoreline. 5:23 to go. Still a bit of time. Across on the other side, we've got the Cookies up 9-11 with 4:30 to go. The crowd enjoying themselves late in the day. Got a bit of a break after this one, a 45-minute break, so the next game will be at 4:15. Smith from about 1 through into about 5, taken by O'Neill out to Perry, who throws from 9 and basically back into 5. Liang, Smith from 2, trying to throw down the line, missing that one, missing the assignment, getting it into 6. Ball from O'Neill into Perry, who throws an 8-4, and whilst it goes past Liang, it doesn't get past Smith. A cross-court ball has deflected away as it went through 3 by O'Neill, and he's taken it around he's taken it around Johansson on the far side. Johansson coming in from 3, going out to 9, and Savoury's good enough to get her feet to that. Is it 9 or is it Smith's? No, it's Liang. Liang's come back out this way. Looks like they put Savoury in the middle. nearly messing that one up as O'Neill throwing the ball, trying to throw the ball back into 7 whilst it got past Savoury. It didn't get past Liang. Liang throwing from about 8 into 4, taken by O'Neill, given to Perry. Perry from about 7. Throwing into 2, but Smith's there for that. She's going to maybe a quick return back into 6. It's taken by O'Neill. Gives it again to Perry. Perry from 7. Tries to throw into 1, but I think she got a lot closer to 4 than the 1. Savoury out to Liang. Liang almost running into the goals. From 8, throws it into 4, bounces over the top of O'Neill, but Perry's there to help him out. She throws from 8 back into 5, taken by Savoury, who gives to Smith. Smith from 2. Goes all the way across to 2 on the other side and nearly messed up by Johansson, but he's able to clean up his own mess. Throws from 1, goes back to 3, and saved by Savoury, who gives it out to Smith. Smith from 2. Again going across into the 1. This time Johansson's there easily to clean that one up. We've still got 3 minutes left. And it's 9-8 to the girls at this point. O'Neill come in 4. Decides to go straight at the, I was going to say straight at the 6. A bit unlucky with the long ball as far as I'm concerned. Smith Molly at the back of the court. Sitting at 4, possibly 5. Starting to walk over to the 3. O'Neill standing in the middle. Now she comes this way. All the way over to 9. I'm tipping she's going to go up the line. And how wrong am I? Cross court. Into 6. Too good for O'Neill. Timeout New South Wales Youth. It's a 3-minute game between now and then. 10-8. New South Wales Youth finally trailing. The women have taken control eventually. We're looking at a 12-11 scoreline across the other side with 2:15 to go. So very interesting. Just checking to see because I think I've just heard another goal go off, which makes it 12-12. So all evens across the other side. Cookies and Waratahs. 10-8 over this side. 2:01 to go. Okay, so Molly Smith out, Brodie Smith in. Thank God for that. I can just call Smith. We're doing well here in regard to the game. We've got a little bit of time to go, 3 minutes and 1. We've got a scoreline of 10-8 to the women of New South Wales over the youth of New South Wales. Been a pretty good game to watch, albeit a little on the slow side, but they're doing well. Smith will go to the middle. Brings Savoury out to the far side, brings Liang over this side. O'Neill from the middle tries to bounce Smith and actually did a pretty good job of that in the middle. But Liang's there to help her out. She's going to throw from 9. Tries to throw down the line into 1, but Johansson's up to that. He's going to throw from 1 and into about 8. Nearly gets Liang. Smith not across there, but Liang good enough. Again, she's going to throw from 1. This time probably towards the 3, and O'Neill's going to take that one. I'm suspecting he's going to bounce this. He does. Towards the 3 from 4. And that's over to Savoury via Smith. Savoury tries to go down the line from about 3 metres out. Misses by a metre and a half at least. Missing 9. So Perry from 9 now. Probably 8. Gone in about a metre. Throwing it back towards the middle. Straight at 4. which is returned quickly from 4 into 7. But between them, O'Neill and Perry clean that up. Perry again, this time going a little bit further away, getting it into the 2. Nearly a little bit of a mess there from Savoury, but she's cleaned it up enough. She decides to go back towards the 7 or even the 6, where O'Neill picks it up, throws it from 5 and straight into 4, and the chest and midriff of Smith. Smith to Liang, who throws the tunnel ball between the legs. And probably threw that from about an 8, probably threw that into a 3. Of course, they let it go once they heard the whistle. Not going to give her credit for that. O'Neill possibly with the ball. He is. He's going to move all the way over here to 1, possibly 2. Tries to go down the line. Deflected and onto the post, and that is blocked any day of the week. They're talking about how she needed control, but the truth of the matter is she doesn't. It just needs to be blocked. So as soon as that stopped, they could have called that blocked, but they chose not to. Ball's been dropped in now that it's been let out. Smith and Liang to discuss who's going to throw it. Smith's decided she's going to do it, basically from 6. Throws it into 3. Hole there big enough for any sort of reasonable car to drive through, and between O'Neill and Johansson, they can accept responsibility for it. Johansson from 2 out to 9. Blocked away by Liang. Liang from 9. Another leg throw. This time she throws it into the ground. That's about 2, and that's Johansson over the top. So that's just laziness now. And possibly a bit of tiredness. 12-8, the game's over. 1:11 to go. Call it off. Perry from 8 into 3. Smith, Savoury from 1, trying to throw to 7, probably getting it there, very slow, no control though from O'Neill, who goes out and gets his ball, gives it to Perry, who throws from 9, back to 9 on the other side, and Liang takes that. Liang from 8. Well, a 9 by the time she threw it, but she's missed the whole goal by about 2 metres, I'm going to be so missing it at 1. Johansson from 1. Throws it across court into that 6 area, taken on the feet of Smith. Kicks it out just before the high ball line, keeping the ball. So Liang now having to take it from 9. Probably 8 by the time she let it go. Tyson was a long way across, picking it up at 3, but in his legs, so really went too far. Bounce ball from 4 into 5. And a very quick return from Smith, who beats O'Neill but doesn't beat Perry, who comes across all the way to help him out in the middle. She goes across to 5, taken on the legs of Smith, who has to go forward and chase her ball. And Liang throws that one straight out, knowing full well that the game is pretty much over and it's all done.
Men's qualifiers at
4:15 for the next game it is. So men's qualifier, I would suggest, if everyone told me correctly, that's going to be South Australia versus New South Wales. So that's probably the game we're going to come back with. I have no idea what the youth qualifier will be, or women's qualifier will be. Although I'm suggesting, what are the women's teams? New South Wales.
New South Wales.
So it'll be New South Wales and South Australia, surely. Do you reckon New South Wales would have beaten South Australia? we don't know. Two teams going through their COVID protocols, which by the next nationals, I suggest we're probably not going to go through. given isolation measures are gone. We have a little bit of a break before our next game. We'll be back before 4:15, which at this point I think is an hour away, but I'm just going to check on that. Yeah, it is. It's 3:10 right now, so we'll be back at around about 4:10 in an hour's time, I guess, to maybe a little bit earlier than that, just to start previewing the next game that we've got, although we do suspect it'll be South Australian men versus New South Wales men. Winner to take on Queensland tomorrow, who I'm thinking are cooked. Okay, see you in about 50 minutes. And we're back. Cough there for Hamish, so he can complain about me. New South Wales on the far side and South Aussie on this side. Winning to play Queensland, who I believe, in my opinion anyway, have been found out. Other people are sort of giving me other conspiracy theories, but I'm not going to wear that one. For New South Wales, it looks like we've still got 4, 3 and 1. So we've got Robbie Dunia on one side. We're going to have Stefan Nero in the middle, even though he's not lining up there, and Matt Barry. Troy's hanging around, but I don't think he's going to stay on. For this side, I'm sure it's going to be the same. So we've got Daniel Dalton, Isaiah Mueller, and Amir Abdi. The purist in me would say I want New South Wales to win this. We've got 2:30 left on the clock. On the other side, we've got is it West Australian youth or is it Queensland? Oh, we don't know, do we? Do we know it's on the other? It's a youth, or is it, because we got women's after this. So I can see there's a New South Wales team on one side. That's New South Wales youth. I don't know who they're playing. So if you're able to look over there, Mikey. But that one is about 50 minutes away from starting, so slightly behind this one. Yeah, you might be right. WA youth? Yeah, that makes sense because Queensland did look pretty good. We've got 1:30 left before this one starts. And I'm definitely thinking that it's going to be, as we're looking left to right for each team, for New South Wales, it's going to be left to right, Robbie Dunia, Stefan Nero and Matt Barry. As we look left to right for South Australia, it's going to be Daniel Dalton, Isaiah Mueller and Amir Abdi. Winner to play Queensland tomorrow in the final. We've got the girls game coming up after this, and we'll try to keep you abreast on the scores for West Australian youth and New South Wales youth on the other side. Looks like it's already started. I heard the whistle go. No, the clock still isn't running down yet. So I suggest we're probably going to be pretty close to here. Still 20 seconds away from this one going down. Got any predictions, Mikey?
No.
Mikey's going nowhere. Hard to say, he says.
I haven't been actually watching them as closely because I've been busy running this.
South Australia have lined up in the same order that we thought. New South Wales are lined up, standing up in the middle, which means that New South Wales are probably going to start with the ball. Third game for both teams today. It is Robbie Dunia with the ball from 1, going in towards 7, stopped by the feet of Mueller and given off to Abdi. Abdi's going to throw this from about 7, throw down the line to 3, taken by Nero, cross again to Dunia. Dunia coming from 3, he's going to cross court this time into 2 on the chest of Dalton. Dalton going out to the line. Throwing from 1, trying to throw into 9, but probably getting around about 8, 8.5, and taken by Barry. Barry, he's coming into the 3 from 9. Quick throw from Mueller, who tries to go into 7, but Nero's awake to that. back to Barry. Barry again, throwing from 7, goes all the way across to 9 on the other side, and deflected away from around the post by Abdi. Abdi from the post, 9. Tries to throw into 2, and it's taken by Dunia quite comfortably on the torso. He's going to throw from 2 as well. Go across court slightly, it beats the centre, but stopped there by Dalton, who then deflects the ball back. Mueller from 4, straight back into 4, taken by Nero, and gives it off to Dunia, who goes from 2 basically back to 1 on the other side. Reciprocated from 2 to 1 back to the other side by Dalton, again with Dunia. Going again, this time not quite getting it all the way across, probably getting it to 4 and taken on the chest by Mueller, who's going to throw this from about 4, maybe even 3, into the 6 with a bounce ball. There's a little bit of a fracture from Nero, but cleaned up by Barry, who comes from 9 across to about 5, maybe 6, stopped by Mueller. Abdi from 6, again a fracture, but it's out in front of Nero, as it's probably caught that at about 3. Nice bouncy ball into 3 then from Barry. Mueller from 3, down the line to 6 and 7, taken by Barry. Cross here to Dunia. Dunia's going to throw from 3. Again going across court a long way across, probably missing one by about 1.5 meters. Still 0-0. We've got 9 minutes and something left. Dalton coming across. Probably going to throw this from 7, maybe 6 even. Trying to go back to the 9. Would have missed, but Barry making sure of it. Ball's been bounced. Barry taking it across to Dunia. Bit of a plan here, obviously, to go across. Dunia from 3, tried to go at the line into 1, or into 9, sorry, and deflected away by Abdi. Abdi now trying to go across court, taken by Nero. He probably got that in at about 6. Nero on the feet. He's going to throw from 4. Again goes out to 9 and making Abdi move. Abdi again blocking it off, leaving this one for Mueller, who comes across and gets it. Looks like he's going to take this from 6. Throws it across to 6 on the other side and kicked away by Nero. Kicked a long way out. The ball slowly coming back into Barry. Barry's going to throw from 9. Coming across court into 6. There's a little bit of a deflection up, but it's gone forward by Mueller. Mueller off to Abdi. Abdi throwing this effectively from 5, trying to get it into 9, but it's stopped easily by Barry. Collects it. He's going to throw from 9. Again, trying to go back across court, but getting it into 4 on the bounce. Mueller not quite sure what she wanted to do, but he's given it across to Dalton. Dalton from 3 into 6. Straight ball. Blocked by Barry. Forward. Taken by Nero. Nero going to throw this from 5. Back to 4 on the other side. A quick return into the 6 from Mueller. Taken by Barry and then across to Dunia. Dunia coming from 1 into 6. Kicked back by Mueller. And Mueller ball over Dunia to get another go at it. Again, he's going from 1. Going into the 6 again. There's an up and into the back of the net this time. So just a slight little bump, a little bit of a difference, maybe a little bit later. Didn't learn from the first time. And New South Wales getting the 1 up at this point. Dalton with the ball from 3. Tries to go into 9. It's a flat ball taken by Barry quite easily. Barry again from 9, trying to come in, trying to go across, but I think he hasn't quite got that right, and it's in at 4. Taken by Mueller, giving it to Abdi, who tries to throw from 6. The ball's gone up, but it's gone forward. So Barry again. This time he comes inside, gives it across to Dunia. Dunia this time from 3. I think he wanted to go to 6M, but he actually got it into 4, straight onto the chest of Mueller, off to Abdi, who's going to come round at 4 and try to go to 4 the other side. Misses it. The quick return there from Nero. Got it to 9, but probably not with the speed that he wanted. And Abdi's able to get there and throw it out. A lazy pass across to Mueller, who takes that from the middle, tries a bounce ball from 4 into 2, and Junior cleaning that one up. This time he gets it right, gets it from the 2 into that 6 area again, and again late on the ball, and Abdi not there to help him out, but that's straight into the net. 2-0 to New South Wales. The ball's been dropped in on the 9 side from Abdi, who goes down the line into 1. Stopped by Mueller, not Mueller, Dunia. Dunia's going to throw this from 1 metre in. He goes closer into the 7 probably this time, but Abdi's there for it. Taken by Mueller. Mueller's going to throw from probably 4. Bounce ball into 4 again, and that's taken by Nero. This time he blocks it out in front, gives it to Barry. He's going to throw from 9, who's coming across again, but still getting it into the 4. Mueller's trying to throw quickly, but again, that ball going straight back to the centre, and that's a bit too easy. Gives it to Barry. Barry this time again, like that forward, hasn't quite got that cross ball working for him. And he probably needs a bit of a talking to in regard to that. Cross on the other side now that we've got a timeout. You can have a bit of a look. We've got 7:56 left, and it's actually 9-2. No, it's 4-2. It can't be 9. It's 4-2 in favour of West Australia in front of New South Wales at the moment. Was that someone talking to us, or just a computer program? New South doing what they need to do at the moment. 2-0 up. We've got 6:21 still to play. South Australia with the ball, with Dalton. Dalton's currently standing in the centre, but I don't know if that's where he's going to take it. In fact, it's not. It's walked all the way out to 1 now. Tried to bounce it into the centre, straight at Nero, who decides he's just going to plonk that and take a throw himself. He throws from 3, probably back to 5. Mueller trying the quick return again, but throws it straight back at Nero. Nero thought about giving it back, but I think he it took too long, and he just throws it straight out. Abdi from 9. Throws it down the line. Flat ball, but called high. It was into 2 on the chest of Dunia. Covered it quickly, covered it easily, in fact. At the moment, Dunia is just sitting at the post. He's going to make Abdi come to him. Abdi at the moment sitting this side of centre. Dunia go down the line would be standard ball. He goes across court, which Abdi does not cover for, and it's a goal. Probably could have dived the other way. It didn't miss the centre by much. Probably went through at 4 when you talk about the front, but it's 3-0 at the moment. Dalton coming across to this side. Looks like he's going to throw from 6. He's trying to go out to 2, but Dooney's got that. And he's coming in about 3 at the moment. I suggest he goes straight. He tries to, gets it into 6 on the legs of Mueller, who goes and catches his own ball and then gives it off to Abdi, who comes back out to 9. Abdi again trying to go into 1, and that's this time lazy defence from Dunia. Probably had that covered and just didn't go hard enough with the hands. Tried to catch it, didn't get it right, and it's 3-1. Goal to South Australia. It's gone all the way to the other side now. Barry this time changes the angle of attack, tries to go into 3 from his 9. Taken by Dalton, backed off to Mueller, back off to Dalton. Dalton goes from 3 back to 3 on the other side, and taken by Dunia quite easily. Dunia throws it into 4 almost, 5 actually, this side of centre. So from a 1 and a 5, not quite well again. Abdi trying to throw that line ball from 9 to 1. Didn't quite get that right. Barry comes across to take the ball. No. Dunia taking, he's gone 9. This time he's gone over the 3. So the cross ball has got him taken, and it's 4-1 now. The centres struggling. Here we go with Dalton. Dalton is coming from 6. He's gone into 4, and that's too easy taken. A quick return from Nero. Did quite well, but Dalton was good enough to do it. He's tried to do his version of a quick return into 7 and taken up by Nero then. Barry from 9. Threw it into about 5. Taken by Mueller, who goes back to the back of the goals. Throws from 4, possibly into 5, and cleaned up by Nero. He gives it to Barry, who's going to throw from 9. Makes Mueller work for this on 3. He gives it out to Dalton. Dalton throwing from 2 now. Into 7. Between Nero and Barry, they clean it up. And Barry now from 7, from almost 9, threw it into 2. It did quite well, but on the legs there of Dalton. He's going to throw from 2, trying to go back into 7, and that's taken out by Nero, who gets a timeout from New South Wales. They'd be pretty happy with themselves with a 4-1 lead at the moment, and 3:44 still on the play school clock. Cross on court 2. We're looking at 7-2 in favour of West Australia with 6:23 still to go. So I think early stages there, but I think we can put New South Wales youth out of their misery. Still some conjecture on Darren Coyle and the age there. I think I remember him playing youth in 2013. That's a long time ago. That was, of course, when youth, there was no juniors. 3:44 on the clock, 4-1 to New South Wales at the moment. And we've got the ball sitting with number 4. No, it's not. It's sitting with Barry in the middle, who goes straight down the middle. Mueller wanted to get a quick return, but didn't quite collect it properly. So instead puts it out to Dalton. Dalton coming from 1. Goes down to 9, collected by Barry. Barry's direction has been a little bit out. He's gone straight back to 1 this time. Oh, sorry, straight back to 3. That's a little bit better, making Mueller work. And again, that's a 2-7 ball from Dalton, taken by Nero, given across to Dunia, who's doing all the scoring. He comes down the line this time. Nice ball. Would have gone inside at 9. And Amir wants to talk himself into saying that he did a good job, when really all he did was what he should be doing. 9 for Amir. Tries to throw towards the centre. It's up, but Barry's not there. Barry was there, but I think Nero coming back to try to help him out and probably knocked it away from his grasp. And this has been a standard thing that they've been doing this week. About the 3-minute mark, they take Matt out, give him a little bit of a rest for the half. So they've 3 minutes to go. They've got Jackson Bailey coming in. So they'll be looking for Jackson to just stay alive, keep the thought running. It's probably not an idea that I'm terribly fond of, but if they think that they can do it, we've got some young guys here. I'm not sure really that they need a rest. It's all to play for here. Bailey coming across, going to the usual spot. Barry's off, so Nero throws the ball. He threw it from 4, tried to throw it into 1, and that ball has gone out and been dropped in. This is for Dalton. Dalton's going to want to go down the line. He tries doing that with a bounce, and that's collected by Bailey. Dunia coming all the way over to help him out, but I think he probably gave him a kick in the back while he was at it. Anyway, Bailey. Nero over there. He's taking the ball. Throwing it from 7. Threw it into 4. Didn't quite, not the cleanest take from Mueller, but he's going to throw this from 3. Trying to throw the bounce ball into into 2, into 8, and Bailey's got it. Bailey throws the ball, nice flat ball, probably into 4. Mueller again, not quite, not total control. Ball thrown from 6, and that's a deflected ball over the top of Nero this time. That's threw it from 6, probably back to 6 on the other side, and it's 4-3. You're not going to blame Bailey on that one. That's Nero. Bailey gives the ball to Dunia. Dunia comes to this side. Tries to go down the line on Abdi, who gives him a bit of lip on the half side. So anyway, in at 8, he goes to 9, and that's again through the line, through the feet of Nero. It's going through 6 and 5 from 8 that time, so it's 4-4. Can't blame Bailey on any of those goals at this point. Okay, Nero coming this side. He's going to throw a flat ball in towards 5 and taken by Mueller. I suspect I know where Mueller's going to go with this one. Throwing from 2, that's with potential again. This time it's blocked out. Bailey doing a lot of good, some really good second work. Okay, taken by Dunia. Dunia going straight into 7. Actually, it was taken by Nero. Nero from 3 into 7. This ball returned. That was almost a long ball. That one was very, very long, but thrown into 4, and Stefan Nero correcting himself. Dunia in 1 now, throwing it into that 6 area. It's been deflected up, but sort of looped up and down in time for Amir to get that. Abdi from 9 throws it into 4. Taken by Nero, given to Dunia from 2. He's going to go into 6 again, a flatter ball. Not necessarily controlled, but that's enough. Amir over to Dalton. Dalton throwing it from 3, trying to throw it into 9, but missing the thing completely. We've got Bailey in 9. No. Nero. He's thrown it from 7 and he's thrown it out to 9, making Amir work a little bit. Amir now throwing it into 5 from 8 and taken by Nero. There's again a little bit of a fracture from Dunia. Dunia throwing that ball from 3, getting it into 6. This ball's been returned to Mueller, who throws from the middle, gets it into 5, maybe even 6. Nero having to go a long way to get it, comes back to the goals and just returns it back through the legs to pretty much play out a ball. Dalton from 3, keeps coming, probably going to throw from 6, almost 5, back out to 9. Well taken by Bailey. Bailey now throwing it in. He's got a goal. Bailey's got a goal. He's gone from, threw it from basically 8, threw it into 3. Mueller doesn't come, and neither does Dalton, and the two of them are left shaking. And that is one very handy goal. Let's just put that way.
That's got him in a good, well, a better position to start the second half.
No, you'd be happy with that. And to be fair, none of the goals were Bailey's fault. Both of them, I'm going to credit them with. Well, the first one I reckon he would have got if if Stefan had left it alone and had not come back, and the second one Stefan just basically bounced over him. So again, I think maybe the presence of Bailey there did not, made Stefan do things that he shouldn't have done. But in the end, we've got a 5-4 lead to New South Wales. We've got some Queensland girls running up and down here. I think there's a mixture, South Australian girls and Victorian girls running together. We've got 1 minute and 50 odd before the second half. If things go to plan, I think we're going to have Jackson off and Matt Barry back on, and Troy on, and either Stefan or Robbie gets a break. Matt is continuing to stay off. We have got Jackson off. Troy coming on, and we're leaving on Stefan and Robbie. So I'm not sure what happens here. I think Robbie probably into the middle. Stefan will go out to the other side. No change for South Australia from what I can tell. We're still looking at 3, 4 and 1. Usual suspects, and I reckon they'll be playing the whole game until Amir has a heart attack and then they take him off. "36 seconds, sorry, take that back, before we have the whistle for the half. We've got a 5-4 scoreline for New South Wales. New South Wales coming from 5th. This will be a Herculean effort. They've basically played finals all day. This is going to be similar to the 2013 Wombats in New Zealand. Coming from last. Well, that's if they've got to win it yet. Let's not get carried away, right? If they want to be the Wombats from 2013, they have to win it. Okay. South Australia with the ball. Okay, so Dalton does take a break for Mohammed. Looks like they've got Robbie Dunia out on the other side and Stefan still in the middle. Ball with Mueller from the middle. He's probably thrown at about 5, tried to go into 3. A little bit of a fracture, but between Nero and King, they work it out. Nero throwing it from 3 and trying to go out onto the line on 9. Again, tipped around the post by Abdi. Abdi from 9, from 9 throws into 1, but Troy's there. Big body Troy. He's going to take a throw. This will be interesting to see. I wonder whether he'll do his little spinner. Anyway, he's looking like he's going to go across court. Gets the bounce ball happening. Does go just across the centre. It wouldn't have been far away, I reckon, if he metered the other side. Mueller taking this from pretty much 3. Gets a little bit loose on that, but just enough feet to block it off. Nero from basically 4 throws it out to 1, and Mohammed's good enough to see that off. Mohammed from 2 tries to throw across court, actually gets it into a 5. Nero off to Dunia. Dunia coming out to the other side now, and he's throwing this from 8. Goes right down the line at 1, but probably not close enough to the post to be an issue. Mueller coming across to get it. Coming back to the middle to throw. He's going to throw from 5. Tries to throw across to the 6-7 area, but that's easily taken by Dunia. Dunia again. Going at the 1, and that's in off the post. Beaten the centre. Or beaten the winger off the post. So it's only the accuracy that saved him. Mohammed through from 1, goes across to about 3, and that's taken by Dunia. Not Dunia, by Nero, who gives it to King. King's going to throw from his post. He's gone across to the 4. Just taken by Mueller. Nice little bounce. Abdi trying to go down the line, but that's missed. Threw it from 8. Probably tried to return it to 1, but really got it to about -1. Dunia taking the ball, waking all the way out to the other side. He's going to come from 7. Tried to go to 1 again, but missed it. He's be better off going the other way, I think. He's going from the outside. He should be trying to go inside. Anyway, Mohammed. Attempted bounce ball into the centre, taken quite easily by Nero. Nero again trying to go to the one, but missing. Again, I'm thinking they've got the wrong plan here. Mueller goes across to get the ball from one, goes all the way back to 5. He's going to take it from there, throws it straight down the middle. That's easy pickings for a centre, really. Nero to Dunia. Dunia's taking this from 6. Again, they're trying to go outside. They're going inside out. My suggestion would be outside in. Mohammed from 2, going across, getting it into 3. That's taken by Nero, given to King. King's sitting at about 8 or 2, sorry, goes across court again back to the centre. This is going to be a quick return straight back at him, and he's got enough of it. Got it on his feet, but managed to kick that out. Giving it off to Nero. And they've decided between the two of them they couldn't work out what was going on. Nearly 9 minutes to go. I suggest there'll be a substitution quite soon. Barry to come in. Abdi from 9 throws a flat ball into 3, and it's taken on the chest by Nero, but not comfortably. Still enough. He's got Dunia. Dunia going down the line from 9 straight to 1. Again, it's probably a little bit better, but I'd like to see that inside-out ball if it's possible. Mohammed from 2, trying to go to 4, and then was a little bit awkward, but it's been taken. Nero goes back and cleans it, and he's just going to roll that into hopefully the post, but he does make it. Does make Abdi work on the 9 side here. There's an equipment check, so let's just hold on to the ball. Mueller waiting for it. There's a timeout eye shades. Mueller was waiting for it, but decided not to wait any longer. Abdi sent him away. Abdi throwing this from 9. Trying to go way across court. That's cleaned up by Dunia, who was playing from the front almost. He's going to go way back. In at 9. Again, he's going to the post. Mueller coming across. Ball outside. Mueller coming across, getting it. He's going to throw from about 6. I think New South Wales have somewhat gone off their plan. It's a quick return, and I think that would have got him if it was thrown to the right spot. Another quick return, but that's out by 2 metres on the one side. Troy to take this. Won't be long before there's a timeout, I believe, or at least a substitution. Troy from 1. Bounce ball. Nice ball into 7. Taken on the chest of Abdi. Gone forward towards Mueller, who's going to throw this from about a 5. Again, tries to go out to Troy in 1. And Troy's good enough to get that around the post. Troy again from 1. He's looking pretty comfortable, actually. The ball from, in the end, it was Dunia throwing it from 9, getting it into the 2. So he did throw that inside. Again, it was a ball from Mueller from 4, throwing it out to 2. Troy doing enough to get that out. And so is the end of Troy for this game. So we've got 5 coming out. I suspect it's going to be 3 coming in. It is 3 coming in from what I can tell. Pushes Dunia out to the right-hand side. The ball whiff Nero, but I suspect he's just going to give the ball off and send it off. Barry comes on. Takes the ball with him. He goes all the way out to 7 before letting it go down the line. That's probably where he wanted to be, into 2. That's been deflected away, but taken by Mueller. Mueller now bouncing this ball centre to centre effectively. Quick ball return. That's been beaten by the centre and off the feet So probably threw that into 3, and there's that little 2-goal buffer that New South Wales probably need and deserve. Timeout for South Australia called. We've still got 7 minutes to go, so there's a lot of time in this one to go. 7:51, in fact. 10-2. Wow. That'd be probably not what New South Wales are looking for against Western Australia. But we can expect Western Australia to be playing tomorrow against Queensland by the sound of it. Just as well we were not commentating that game. That would be boring to watch. Nice little close one here we've got, though. Still 7:51 on the clock. 6-4 to New South Wales. Currently having their best day of the tournament. Bit of an understatement after yesterday. Abdi got the ball here in 9. That's what it's setting up. So unless things change, he's decided to go inside a little bit. He'd probably take this from 6. Goes flat at the feet in 3 of Junior. Didn't come across Nero, but probably not just as well. Junior throwing this into 7, or probably even 8. No, let's give him benefit of the doubt from 7 from 1. Abdi bouncing it straight into B. B, when I say B, probably about 5. Nero to take this from the centre. He's going to go straight into the centre at T. That's not going to work. Mueller will take that all day, or at least he should. He's going to throw from the middle. Trying to throw a little bit of a curve ball out. Probably got it to 4, but still a bit easy. Dunia from 3. Maybe even 2. He goes straight at 7, and that's taken easily by Abdi. Seems to be coping with it. He's going to throw from 7, trying to throw across court. There's between the two of them, they've worked that out. That was probably back at 7 or 6. Bowery has gone on the narrow diagonal again. It's off 8 and into the goal. It's gone the narrow diagonal, which is what I was saying all the time. Throw it from the post and throw it in, not the other way out. Anyway, 2 goals from that so far. Abdi from 9. Tries to go flat. And there's taken on the toes or the feet. I don't think he went as far as he could have, but enough to block it. He's taken it right from the line, so far out that he was out. Threw it into 8, but again, it was out first. Mueller from 4. Trying to throw into 9. That's a bit too easy for Bowery. He's going to take this from 9. Is he going to go inside ball again? This time he goes out to the line. Makes Mohammed work a little bit, but he's good enough for it. He comes in at 2. Tries to throw into 6, probably gets it to the 6. Taken by Nero, who gives it to Bowery, who's going to take this from 2 and go, from 7, go into the 3 and go straight into a massive gap that Mueller doesn't cover. That was so close to the centre that it can only be one person. We've got a swap over now from this side. Looks like 8 has come over this side and Abdi gone to the other. We got Dunia throwing from 1 into 6. Quick return taken back to 3, which was deflected out, but it was a long ball as in turn. And Mueller to defend this on his own. This goes in, I'm calling the game. Dunia from 1. Mueller in the middle. Dunia goes across court, fools him. Again, it probably went through 3 or 4, so again, maybe if you just stayed there, you'll get it. But that's the risk you take when you play like that. Abdi going out the far side. And throwing it down the line from 1 into more like an 8, but Barry's got that. Barry throwing it into 1 or 2. And I'm almost going to say that's a concession. Unless they're hoping for like a quick rejuvenation.
I think South Australia's getting tired.
Well, isn't it? I'm sorry, there's no tomorrow here. I know you got 5 minutes, So you must be hoping for a quick rejuvenation, but you're 5 goals down. So yeah, you're putting Dalton on, yes, but you're not taking Mueller off. No, I'm sorry if you're tired, mate. You're not going to win it while on the bench. Abdi, Dalton. It's gone out to the far side now. He threw that from 3, probably got that in at 7, cleaned up by Barry. Barry's gone straight back the other way. There's a lot of noise, but that's all about South Australia, so they're only cooling themselves. Again, flat throw into 4, straight back into the centre, which is cleaned up by Mohammed. Out to Abdi. Abdi throwing it from 6, but it's a weak throw, probably into 4. Easily cleaned up by Nero. Nero out to Dunia. Dunia throwing from 1. He's gone into the centre. Probably taken by Mohammed at 5. And dumps it out to Abdi, but it's called a timeout. So looking on the far side here, we've got a 12-2 scoreline. So that game's over with 8:28. Yep, 8:28. So pretty much finished in 16 minutes on the far side. West Australia into the final against Queensland tomorrow. You'll be hearing it from us. This game's got all to play for. I'm still not understanding the last substitution, but we've got 4:43 and 9:4 in favour of New South Wales. Abdi throwing it from 9 into 1, but not quite getting it right. Dunia from 1. Going into 7. Abdi not going far enough. The centre not being good enough. And that is 10-4. Again, I'm not understanding the substitution. Dalton from 6. I was going to say, trying to go across to the 6 on the other side, but that's a high ball. This ball will go to Dunia. Dunia will do what he's been doing all day. He'll take it from 1. He'll throw it cross court, and they'll probably let it go. Dalton comes over this side. Dunia still to go cross court. It's Barry, actually, who goes down the line. And actually, Nero, who goes down the line from the 9 and buries it into 1. No, I don't think it'll be a mercy, but we're talking mercy over the side. It ain't going to be a mercy unless Mueller doesn't come on. Anyway, Mohammed throws in the middle, throws out to about 3, taken by Mueller. Mueller goes down the line into 7 from the post on 1, and it's taken by Abdi. Abdi trying to go from 7 into 2 successfully, but blocked away. Dunia again, throwing that way out. 2 tried to throw down the post outside, not quite getting it there. Ball's been dropped in for Abdi, and he's going to take it from 9. Abdi throwing down the line into 2 on the chest of Dunia. He's going to pick that ball up. Just goes slightly in front of him, but he's back at the post now at 1. Throws it inside to that hole at 6 that's been there most of the day. Taken by Mohammed, given off to Dalton. Dalton throwing it from 3. Tries to go down the line into 6. Again, blocked off by Nero. And whilst it's blocked out, he goes and takes it. He's given it to Barry. Barry from 9. Goes straight down the line into 2. Deflected off the front of Mohammed. Front of Dalton into Mohammed. Mohammed's going to throw this from 4. Tries a big loopy bouncer. Goes into 2, but it's handled easily by Dunia. And we've got a timeout to New South Wales with 3:12 to go. So if you're going to win this, Mueller comes back on. Otherwise, you've basically conceded defeat. Which not sure that I would ever do. 3:12, 11-4. I called it before and I'm sticking with that. No sign of Mueller coming off. He didn't sit up from the bench. We've got 3:12 to go. Barry with the ball sitting in 8. Goes down the line into over the top of Dalton. And with a little bit of a bounce ball, it's over the 2 pretty much. And that mercy rule might come in. Mohammed from 3. Ends up throwing it from the middle, basically. Tried to get it into 1, but probably went too far. There's a bit of a dive there from Dooney. I don't think it was needed. Gives it off to Barry. He's going to walk across way over to the other side. This time he's throwing it from 7. Goes into that hole again, and that's just about there. Only the feet of Dalton saving Mohammed's blushes. Mohammed throwing from 4. Straight down the line. That'll be swallowed up by Nero, who's going to take this from 3. Bounce ball into 7. Deflected away from Abdi. You can hear the grunt, but that's just around the post. Abdi from 1. From 9. Tries to go into 1. Just about a high ball, but not called. Taken by Dunia with some effort. Goes back into that hole at 7. And that's nicely taken by Mohammed. Mohammed throwing it from 4. By the time he throws it, it's probably 5. It does. Goes out towards the 3. Between Nero and Dunia, they've got that covered. Dunia from 3. He goes this time down to probably the 8. It's been deflected forward. And Abdi is done for the day. This is going to be a 10-second penalty. Just. Abdi is done. Abdi is done. Stick a fork in him. Nero from 3, maybe 2. No, he's moved out to 4 nearly. By the time he's gone through the goal at 6 and Abdi hasn't moved. Mohammed not up to it. The mercy rule's looking pretty damn close. A lot closer than I thought it was going to be. No, they won't do that. Dalton from 1 into 9. Taken by Barry. Barry could finish this right now. Goes back to 1. I don't think that's going to get there, although it does deflect backwards, but not fast enough to go inside the goals. Mohammed will clean that up. He's playing, trying to throw, trying his best. Quick return, back in. It was that got into about 3 and it deflected by Mohammed. Between the 2 of them, they make it work with Dalton. Dalton's going to throw this from 1. Throws down the line to 9, and Barry's got that called. The timeout called by New South Wales, and I think they're going to set up this throw to finish it. Mueller off, and that is going to be a concession as far as I'm concerned. You don't take your best player off when you're trying to win a game, and it's well, not the way that I play the game anyway. 13-4, New South Wales got this one totally wrapped up. Congratulations, boys. You'll be playing the final tomorrow against Queensland, and I reckon you're a big chance of winning it. 1:16 on the play school clock. Bye-bye, South Australia. Your tournament is done. Looking to see who's got the ball. It is Barry. Seems to be taking a little bit more concerted effort with the throws this time. Maybe as an expense. Goes from down the line. Nearly gets Dalton, but Dalton decides to block that off. Throws it back to 9 and Barry cleans it up. Gives it to Dunia, who's gone all the way back to 2. He goes back into the 6, but probably a bit too close. So getting it at 5. Cleaned up by Mohammed, who gives it to Dalton, throwing from 2. Goes across court and thrown, blocked away by Dunia, but not enough. Just inside the post, too little too late. 46 seconds to go. I'd be disappointed with that, but it's really just a band-aid solution. Nero from the middle. He goes into the 6 hole, probably closer to 5, taken by Mohammed on the feet, and he's going to throw from the centre. Tried to throw a diagonal ball of some description, cleaned up by Nero, who rolls it back to Dunia, who comes into the post here, making Abdi work. Surprised Abdi can get up from his effort before. He throws a high ball, which might explain it all. I reckon the only way that Mamir is going to stop this is if the ball goes straight to him. We've got Bowery from 9. Comes across court. Amir tried to double bluff him. In the end, it went back to the centre and where Amir was standing. Maybe I was wrong. Amir was going to move out of the way in this case. Okay, 14-5. They're not going to mercy it, but this game is cooked. Dalton from 4, from 2 out to 2, and that's been blocked out. All being it unconvincingly by Dunia. He can end the game right here. From 1. That is called the game because the clock starts again, and we got less. He can just sit on it. Decides not to. He's going to throw it across court. Throws it out. Gives them a chance. Here comes Dalton. Throws a flat ball into 3 area. Blocked. And it's over. And it's over. Good tournament had. Ended up in second. But second's not good enough if you're not going to take that form into finals. I'm still flabbergasted. And I wish you had a microphone, Mikey, because I'm still flabbergasted that you take off Mueller with 5.5 minutes to go, 5 goals behind. There's no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. I don't care how tired you are. There's no tomorrow. So what are you doing? Are you just protecting someone or trying not to embarrass them? Or there's no tomorrow. You don't play. Well, you may as well say, oh, we'll take the bronze medal. May as well walk off the court, as far as I'm concerned. Is that? Am I?
I think they conceded and just went, let's give everyone a fair shot.
Well, maybe.
Couple minutes.
It's not like Mohammed hasn't played during the tournament. Yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling to work that one out. Maybe I play the game a little differently. We have our first 2 finalists. So we've got in youth we've got Queensland versus Western Australia, and on the men's side we've got Queensland versus New South Wales. South Australia, well done. They've got a bronze. Maybe if you said to them at the start, we'll take a bronze, maybe they would have taken that. The women's qualifier. Do we know who it is?
It's Victoria versus... who's
South Australia, isn't it? But Victoria versus South Australia.
Yeah, not sure yet. Not enough people in court.
I'm just going to quickly...
Victoria's got this end. Yeah, South Australia at the other end.
Yeah, South Australia at the other end.
I think. It could be West Australia, actually.
I don't think West Australia's got a women team. Just waiting here. We might take a little bit of a break. We will come back. The next game is at 5:30, and at the moment we've probably got a 20-minute wait before that happens. In fact, the clock's just gone off there. It looks like 23 or 24 minutes. So,
I'm good.
So
Yep. I'll come down, talk in a second.
So what we'll do, a bit of a break, but only for 15 minutes, and then we'll come back to preview as best we can, and hopefully if I can do the things right, I might get myself a special guest to help me out. Let's see how we go.
And my wife. Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute.
I've done it again. I was on mute. Sorry about
There
that,
you go.
guys.
You're back.
Now I'm back. It's still 0-0. This game's got started a little bit early. I thought it was starting at, we thought it was starting at 5:30 and we're sort of prepping for that. And turns out it's now, once I see the clock, there it is, 5:25 now.
Yeah, we got this one started early.
Yeah, maybe they just wanted, maybe everyone wanted an early
If
game.
everyone was ready.
Everyone was ready except the most important people, that's us. Okay, with the ball. She'll get rid of this early. Called a premature throw. They're saying the 10 seconds. No, they're not agreeing with it. Okay. So, Grosser from one throws it into a hole. It's between the two of them. They kind of got it worked out, but I think it was off the feet of Wickens and just stopped it enough. Whelan from 4 throws it out to about 6, but again a bit of messing around there with Martin and Hart, but they managed to get it out. Hart throws it from 9 into 4, stopped by Whelan out to Carter. Carter coming into 3. Tries to go down the line, probably gets it into 6. Martin coming across, having to slide across to get it, decides that she's took too much time and so threw the ball straight out. Ball will come out to this side. Whelan coming across to get the ball from 1. Throwing it into 6 or 7 again. Not a bad throw, actually. Making Martin stretch. She gets there in front of Hart. Hart now with the ball from 9 down the line into 1 and stopped by Carter. Between the two of them, Carter and Whelan work it out, and Whelan will take this from 3. Again, this time throwing it out towards 9, but Hart good enough to block that. That would have been inside the post as well. Dropped in. Looks like Grosser has now moved over. Thrown it from 9, got it into a 2, but the feet of Whelan moving over. Wickens now with the ball from 7, throws it into 4. Pretty easy for Martin. She's going to take a throw from 4, comes into the hole. Wickens a bit lost, but Whelan's there to fix it up. Coming through at about 5. Again, Wickens now standing at a 1.5 metre line back to the point. Throwing it from 8, going slowly. There's a 10-second penalty, so despite all that, giving it to Brooke. Brookie's in the middle. This will be an interesting one. So we've got Grosser with the ball. She'll move across to this side, throwing from 1. Throws it across court and into the one on the other side. So hitting the side netting before it hits the back. So that's pretty good throw, you'd have to say. 1-0. Carter, no matter, she could have run for 10 metres, and I don't reckon she would have got to that first. Whelan taking the ball from 1 off Carter. Play's been called. Throwing it down the line, concentrating hard. Locked out. Off Grosser. Grosser's moved over. Sitting in 9. Throws it into that 2 hole, but between the two of them, Carter and Whelan work it out. Whelan back to Carter. Carter looking to throw down the line, but throwing it out. Only missing by about a half a metre in the end. Ball did go out early. She threw it from a long way out. Hart came across to get that. Decided not to do it. Rosser tries to throw into 9 from 9, and that ball just wide of the post. Wickens letting it go. She's now throwing this from 9, going back across the court. It's probably going to stop at about 7. Stopped by Martin. Given across to Grosser, who tries to throw a bounce ball, but that's pretty much at 4, and Whelan will take that. Whelan gets a quick return back into 7 from 4, and stopped by Martin, who's going to throw here from 7, or even 6. Back out to 6 and 7 on the other side. Stopped by Wickens, who throws from 8 and goes across court, but that ball will be out before the front of the court on the other side. Dropped into 1. I was going to say, is this Hart coming all the way across? It's doubtful, but I reckon this is going to be Grosser. She's thrown it across the court to 1, but missing that by about 2 metres. No, it was Hart who went over and got that. Carter from about 2. Throws it down the line into the 7. Stopped by Martin, who gives it to Grosser. Grosser throwing it from 9, probably right into the post at 1 then. Stopped by Carter. Carter coming in 1 metre in, so throwing from 1, going towards the 6. Stopped by Martin. Wants a quick return from 6 and probably throwing straight that back to 4 in the chest of Whelan. Whelan throwing this from the middle of the court. Trying to throw it a little bit, probably just a metre, half a metre out from the tee on the 4 side. Gives it out to Hart. Hart coming right back to the post on 1, throwing it back into 5. Stopped by Whelan on the chest, who gives it to Wickens. Wickens comes back to the 8 and then throws a limpy ball. And it gets its way down to the middle on the tee. Quick return from Martin from that 4, goes back to the 8 and over the body of Wickens. So really a ball that should have been stopped, but not. And that's a 2-0 lead. Wickens directed off the court by Whelan, who's now going to throw from 8. Throws down the line into that post at 1 and blocked out by Hart. Hart throwing it from 1 into 5. Taken by Whelan. Giving it out to Carter. Carter throwing it from 1 or maybe even 2, but back to 4, straight into the middle for Martin, who's going to throw right back to Carter. And probably throwing in at 1. Carter directs it around the post, even though my reckoning would be that she never needed to do so. Not that she'd know that. Carter again, taking the ball from the bounce. Goes back to the post and in at 1. Rolls the ball towards the 5 on the right-hand side of the tee, taken by Martin, given out to Grosser. Grosser comes back to the 9 and throws it back to the 4 on the other side on the narrow diagonal. Quick return back from Whelan. Probably would have hit right on the post. So at 9, kicked away by Grosser, who's going to throw again from 9. This is Grosser goes all the way across court into the 9 on the other side and stopped by Wickens. She's done well to get in the way of that one. Wickens throws it back to 5 on the other side, very slow. Again, a quick return from Martin. Gets it in about 8 and Wickens takes it on the chest. Wickens throws it back to the 5 again. Same sort of things are happening. And a timeout South Australia with a 2-0 lead. But there's still plenty of time on the play school clock at this point. 6:39 in fact, to be fair. 2-0 to South Australia. The previous time these two played, which was not long ago, in fact, at 1 o'clock this afternoon, South Australia winning that 8-2, the projected scoreline. This is the second versus third playoff. The winner to play New South Wales girls. Has to be. They're the only girls left that I know of. South Australia are here. West Australia don't have girls. Oh, no, got away with it. Quick return. It's off the post. It's not. Oh, it's been given. It actually came off the inside of the post. I thought that was deflected back onto the post. That was a very quick return. 9-1 and too quick for Carter. Anyway, Whelan taking this from 6. Tries to go out to the one side and thrown around the corner by Hart. There's an equipment check, but both referees are moving to the table because there's tape. South Australia with the ball. Wonder whether this ball's going to get bounced. The argument would be that it's not their fault that it's an official timeout. Ramsey making the call that the ball is in A, and that's where it is. Thrown from 1 by Hart, but straight at 4. Taken by Whelan. Takes a step back. She's standing on the tee at the back. Tries to throw to 3. Probably did a pretty good job of it, to be fair. Martin, a quick return back from where that came from and threw it out to about 7 and kicked off the feet of Ivy Wickens. And Ivy hasn't got a lot of time to get rid of this. So she does. Throwing this at about 3. The pace isn't going to scare anyone though. And Martin takes that over to Hart, and Hart will go back to 1 to take her throw. Going across court all the way to 1 on the other side, just missing by about a foot. So pretty good. Missed by Carter, but she didn't need to touch it. She comes inside 4 metres. Throws it down the line, probably getting it to 6. Martin moves across, gets it in front of Grosser. Has to go chase it when Grosser's waiting for it. She comes back, a nice quick return back to the centre and only just dived on by Whelan. He must be feeling the strain of all the expectation that she has. Whelan goes back into 3. Pretty good throw. Makes Martin move. Martin now going all the way back and across to the 1 from 4. And that one's gone just out. Carter coming in at 4 metres again. Finding a bit of a sweet spot there. Going back to the other side. Just onto the 4, I think, but probably closer to a 3. Martin out to Grosser. Grosser from 8. Trying a bounce ball back to the middle. I thought that Whelan was going to get out of the way of that, but she's got back in. Recovers. Wickens losing control of that ball, throwing it from 8, but going out at about the just after the high ball line, effectively. Grosser. Although it looks like Hart has moved back there now. And she has. Throwing that ball across to 5, stopped by Whelan, who gives it to Carter, throwing it from 1 back into 5 the other end. So narrow diagonal. Martin from the back, probably from 5 by the time she lets it go, out towards 9. It's stopped, and it's going to stop on the line. Wickens did enough with the help of the post. Throwing this one down the line straight at Grosser, who really shouldn't even have to dive for that, but she does. Grosser going across court into the 3, deflected away by Whelan. Carter from the 2, going across court to the 3, possibly 4 on the other side. Ricer taking a lot more throws. Ricer Martin back to the 1 and deflected away. Pritchard doing a lot of talking. Whelan with this one. 1 metre in. Goes across into the 3. One of the feet there of Grosser, who goes back to the post at 1. Aiming into the 7 area between Wickens and Whelan. They work that one out. Wickens, slow little leg spinner, probably into 5. Taken by Grosser out to Hart. Hart again coming back the other way to 5, so narrow diagonal. It's been pushed away by Whelan and eventually rolls out. Ball dropped in. Wickens needs to take the ball. And there's an eye shade penalty. Not an eye shade penalty, but she's called eye shades and got it. Might have been calling things wrong. It doesn't look like they have changed, so it looks like Hart and Grosser are still sitting in the left and right as I speak. Wickens with the ball in hand from 1, 10 seconds. Lets the ball go. It finally makes it across the halfway line in at about 3. Martin with the ball. She's going to throw it from 3. Back across the other side at 1. Missing the post by about a metre. Throwing the ball out, but, you know. Carter from 2. Back towards the 4. Deflected away by Martin, but that's safely out, as it is. Grosser is across there. I'll just see if there's been a swap. Grosser coming down the line, but it is out. There has been a swap. Grosser's gone over. Wickens now from the 9, straight into the centre, probably at 4. Martin goes straight back at her, hits her on the chest, taking that at 8. Again, throwing from 8, this time going a little bit further across. Well, it's almost going to be in. Mistake there by Hart, probably got it on the outside of her feet at 8. So there's plenty of room to go in. She goes down towards 2. That ball's been deflected up and in the goals by Carter. Pretty lazy sort of defence. We've got a 4-0 scoreline now to South Australia. Wickens from 9 into 4. Martin to Hart. Hart from almost 9 back into that 3 gap over the feet of Whelan and Whelan over the top of Carter, and that's 5-0. The timeout for Victoria. We've got 5-0, still 2 something to go, nearly 3 minutes. Yeah, 2:08 actually, sorry. I thought it was 2:50, no, 2:08. 5-0. We'll make it into the second half, unless there's a complete meltdown by the Vics, but they're doing quite well, hanging in there. South Australia can be expected to be looking at a confrontation with New South Wales tomorrow morning. The way this game's turning out. Whelan. Throwing it from 1 into 9. Taken by Hart. Hart goes back to that 3 area. Nearly. Whelan's good enough to get this one, but she's gone a long way forward after the ball being deflected. Give him to Carter, who takes it quickly from 1 and gets it into 8, but Hart's good enough to get that. Martin taking that from 8 and going back out to the 1. Probably 7, actually. Carter's done well to let that one out. Comes inside a little to a 2 or 1. Tries to throw out to 9, but probably doesn't get that right. Doesn't miss by much. In fact, the goal judge did a worse job than her. As we wait for the goal judge to go get the ball, bringing it in, dropping it in for Hart. Hart sitting at 9, although Grosser might be over there. No, Hart's coming in. Hart's coming all the way out to the other side. It was Grosser who was over there. Take that back. Took it from 9, came all the way to 7 on the other side. Wicken's good enough to stop it. And again, she lets the ball go into a 4 or 5 situation, probably close to a 4 right on the tee. Rice, Martin giving it to Hart. Hart going back to 3. That's nearly trapped Whelan. He must be feeling the pressure of holding this team up. She tries to go out to 9, but she's missed that by about 3 metres. Grosser coming over, but Hart is taking it herself. She's gone from 9 out to 1. Needed to be pushed away, and was. Sorry about that. That was Carter from 1 throwing it straight out. Grosser coming across this time. Hart leaving it for her. Grosser trying to come across over to Wickens in 7, but she's good enough to block that one. Probably wasn't bouncing enough by the time it got to her. Wickens throws it into 4 and a quick return back from Martin, who gets it to the line, and Wickens probably didn't need to touch that one, but she wouldn't have known. Throws it out. Wickens. Again, trying to go across court. Goes a bit further with this one, probably the 6. From the 9, Martin. From the 6 to the 6 on the other side, making Whelan stretch, and she gets there. Wickens, Whelan to Wickens. Wickens again, back to 4, not making Martin work at all. Martin dumping this ball out to Grosser. Grosser going to throw this from 1, probably outside. Probably should have been called, not called. Winning in on the 7, and just enough. Too far for Whelan. Okay, 2 seconds to go. Whelan's going to do a quick one. That's back to the centre. Just enough. Right on the chest of Martin. Easily taken, and South Australia got this one under control. Three minutes to go before we start commentating again, Mikey, and we've got to come up with our last, what is it, paragym of rubbish to fill the air with. Is that right?
Yep, pretty much.
I'm going to start
Until
packing.
tomorrow.
That's it. We'll be back at 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit before then.
Hopefully so.
Just so we can make, maybe with some special guests. Who knows? I'm packing my bags as we speak in preparation for a quick getaway. Not that I'm going anywhere tonight. It looked like I was going out for drinks, but maybe not.
Looks like the first game for tomorrow is the juniors.
Youth it is at 8 o'clock, followed by, no, it's the juniors.
Juniors, then
Yeah,
youth,
juniors
women, then men.
The youth at 9:05. The women at 10:15 and the men
At 11:30.
11:30. Is there a juniors game across the hall? Is that what all the...
Yep, the junior game across the hall is WA versus New South Wales Waratahs.
Right, okay. So is it, why don't they get a final? As in like a second versus third? It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how to decide on it.
Yeah. Is there 4 juniors teams, or is there only? There's West Australia. There's the 2 New South Wales teams. I think that's it. I think you're right. I think there's only the 3 as well. New South Wales Waratah Junior. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Both the New South Wales teams, boys and Victorians as well. I know that for the juniors.
I did not. Why didn't we put in a team then?
Didn't quite have enough players, unfortunately.
All right. So at the time we needed to say we had it, and they came all too late. By the way, we've got
Yep.
someone who wants to play. To
Yeah,
get
yeah, we've actually got some really good juniors. It's just, people have lives as well, so they can't always attend something like this.
We've got 21 seconds on the play school clock before this half starts. We've got a 6-0 lead for South Australia. The question now, I suppose, is can Vic score a goal? Come on, girls. Let me do some barracking. Bad day for the Vics today. Started in the semi-finals position. Managed to blow their chance. Lost to the team that they shouldn't have lost. No changes, no subs, of course. At this stage, I'm just looking to see how they're lining up. They've got Amelia on the far side. I don't know if it was deliberately aimed out for her, but anyway. Nikita taking the ball and going back to her position in 1. That's a big 10 seconds anyway. She throws into 5, probably closer to 5, and taken by Whelan. Whelan going across to about a 4 into a 7. That's a decent throw, that. Nearly a goal. There's a little bit of a fracture, but Hart and Martin clean that one up. Throwing it back to from the 9 into a 2, and off the legs of Carter going forward slightly. She throws the ball from 1 into 7, and that's off Martin and into Hart. Hart's going to do the same thing in reverse. So the 9 into a 2. That's had to go forward. The Whelan chases and goes back and just throws the ball out. Tried to throw up the line, really into the 9, but in fairness, probably couldn't line herself up. Hart is going to take this. This time she throws it into about a 3, where Whelan takes it on the chest and goes back. She's going to throw this from 4. Back out towards the 7 on the legs of Martin, and Hart helping her out, but Martin takes the ball, goes back out to the 7 on this side, or the 6 really, where Whelan will pass it over to Wickens, and Wickens will put her little leg spinner in action where she throws that out on the 9 side, but just before the front of the court. Grosser feeling a little bit left out. Comes over to the 9 to take a ball, and she's gone all the way out to the 6 this time, or the 5. Makes Whelan work for that one. Whelan putting it out to Wickens. Wickens again. Could go down the line, but doesn't. Goes back into that 5, where Martin will return straight back to Wickens, who takes that at about 8. Needs to get up a little bit quicker. That needs to be a ball over, if anything else. And the timeout was called before the ball was released because it would have been a high ball. She didn't quite get that out.
Yeah, I'd agree that should have pretty much been a high ball, but maybe it wasn't quite far enough out of the court.
No, called the timeout first.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I actually think it bounced in the court. So I think she would have been in trouble had it not happened. She did the right thing, trying to
Yeah,
get the
that's
ball.
the thing. If you're running out of time, you just need to get rid of it as quickly as possible in a safe way.
Yeah. I think the issue on an international stage is you get the guys who are just hurling it into the crowd, it suddenly becomes dangerous. Especially when you've got a lot of vision impaired people in the crowd. Okay. We're still here, in case you thought we'd gone. 10 minutes. to go, roughly. And it's a Victorian ball. Whelan from 7. Throws it towards 3 and 2 maybe, and blocked away by Martin. The ball's dropped into Rosser, and she's sitting at 1. Big bounce ball down to Wickens, who takes that at 9. She goes a little bit inside this time. There's probably about a 2. No mistake made by Rosser, though. She cleans that up, goes hard across court to the 1 on the other side, and it's been taken by Carter. Carter now throwing the ball from 1 across to the other side in 3. A little bit of work for Martin to do, but she's able to do it. Giving it across to Grosser. Grosser back to the post on 1. I thought throw that out. Got it into the 7. That's going to take off Wickens' feet and into the goal. It's a 7. We need Wickens to come across a little bit more if we're going to block those ones out. Still 9 minutes left in this one. I'm losing my headset, but I'm back. Just trying to fix up my sleeves. 9:20 odd on the clock. Or was that 7:20? No, it's 9:20. I'm right. 7-0 South Australia. Whelan from 6 across to 6 on the other side. Taken by Carter, who goes back to the 7 from that 6. And taken by Wickens. Wickens all the way from the 9. She's gone down the line this time. Into 3. Makes Martin work, but she's good enough for it. Across to Grosser, who goes right, bounce ball down the 9. And that's easily handled by Wickens. Wickens from 9, back into 3 again. This time off the chest of Martin, who probably makes that harder than what it should have been. Throws it across to Hart, who's going to throw this from 7 on the other side, down to 3 and off the feet of Whelan, who gets it over to Carter, who throws from 2. Nice little throw into 7 and nearly getting the result. Martin and Hart good enough to clean it up between the 2. Hart from 9, back towards the 4, right on the tee off the torso of Whelan, who throws this from probably about the 7, getting it back to the 8, taken by Grosser, who goes 1 down to 9. Wickens returning the favour, probably 8, closer to 1. Quite a good throw on the post. Probably didn't have the speed just to beat Grosser. Grosser now from the 1, going across court to the 1 on the other side, deflected forward by Carter, making Whelan work a long way. She has decided to throw that out. Would have liked to have think she could have stopped it, but that's another story. Okay, we're looking at South Australia with the ball. 7 minutes to go, 7:40. At the moment, they're looking like there's a bit of court action happening. Bit of sponging of the court. Cross is making a mess. Ball's been dropped in on the 9 side. Hart from 9, straight to 4. Chest of Whelan, pretty easy. Throws it out to Wickens. Wickens is going to throw this from 8. Going down the line into that 3-2, probably closer to the 3, taken by Martin, who had to work a bit for that. Grosser throwing it from 9, going across court into 2, taken by Carter, but deflected forward. Whelan goes and gets it, gives it back to her. Carter throws it from 2 back into the 4. Quick return from Martin, straight back into the 1. That would have been a nice throw, right into the post. Carter now from 1 into the 9. Nice throw. Hart from 9. Trying to go to the 1, but I suspect that she's failed on that one and actually got it into the 3. So kicked away by Whelan, who's taken quite a few seconds to get rid of that. Whelan is going to take this from the post. No, Carter's going to do it. I'm not quite sure what Whelan's done. Okay, we've got Brooke now in the middle. And I think we've got Claire taking a bit of a break. That's going to be danger if it doesn't go. Let's hope. Oh, there's not a lot of time. Wiggins has the ball. Throws it straight away. Does well. From 9 into 3. Taken by Martin, who throws it back to Wiggins, who controls it in 8. This time she goes way across, but this is probably aiming for the 9, but probably going out at the front of the court. Gross has moved all the way over. There may be a swap. I'm just going to quickly check. Yes, it is a swap. Grosser throwing that into the 2, but that's stopped there by Whelan, who's now sitting on that post, taking a bit of probably a well-deserved break. She probably deserves it. She throws from 1 to 9. Back to Grosser. Grosser decides a bounce ball into 2 is going to work. It nearly does. It does work. It's over the top. And only because Claire started rolling that ball went in. If she'd stayed still, I reckon she would have been okay. Wickens. The ball has gone to from the 9 and getting it out to the 9. We're 2 goals away from having this thing done. And still about 5:40 to go. Okay, Grosser goes hard at 1, but from 9, but throws it out quite early. Whelan throws it across to Wickens. Wickens from 9 or probably 8, straight at 4 on the chest of Martin. Martin across to Hart. Hart throwing this from 1 all the way into 7. And that's between Wickens and Carter. They've got that worked out. Wickens to take this throw from the 9. Again into 3. Doing well, making Martin work, but she's come a long way to get that. She goes back to about the 6 to come back. Straight at 4, but you're not going to beat Brooke like that. Brooke over to Wickens. Wickens from 8 into 4 again. So narrow diagonal. Dumping it off to Grosser. Grosser's going to throw this from 9. A bounce ball into that 2, even 3 hole. And not good, too good for Carter, but not too good for Whelan. Whelan throws from 2 all the way out to 3 on the other side. And there's a timeout to South Australia. 2 goals to get to finish this thing off, but 4:40 to do it. We're getting into the 6s just about when it comes to the time. There we are, 6:02. You've got Rob Cristani on day 3 of the Australian Golaball Championships. Last day tomorrow. We've got finals from 8 o'clock all the way through to about 12:30. 4:40 left in this one before we call it quits. We're doing overtime at this point. Okay. So Martin looks like she's got the ball and she's going to take that from 7. Throws it out to 1, but Whelan's good enough to block that. Whelan now throwing this one down the line from 1 to 9. It was blocked out, but rescued. Oh, it's a bit of a trip over herself, fallen over herself. There's going to be a little bit of a discussion around whether that was noise once it was thrown. I don't think that needs to be a penalty. She looks like she tripped over herself. And you'd even question whether she was throwing the ball towards the goal. $4.19, we've got an 8-0 scoreline. Waiting for the umpires who actually think that they're in control of this game. We're not here to watch them talk. They're walking away, and it's just an out call, which was the obvious call all along. So why was there even a discussion? Okay, so Whelan with the ball in one. Throwing it down the line towards 9, controlled by Grosser. Sort of. Bumped it forward. Martin picks it up for her, gives it back. She's coming from 8. Bounce ball in towards 4. Right on the tee. And moving very slowly to get that. Carter probably making that harder than what it needs to be. In the end, she throws a great throw out to 1 from 4. But it didn't really have the speed to do anything. Hart throws from 2 into 8, straight onto the chest of Wickens, and she blocks it. Wickens from 8, down into a 3, taken by Martin, who wants to get this thing over with early. She's going to throw from 3, trying to throw into that 7 hole, does so successfully, but gets the feet of Wickens, who's strong enough to stop it and collect it. Throws from 8 back into a 2, even a 1, and taken there by Hart. Hart thinks about dumping it off, but she decides not to. Wants to go back to the 9, but unsuccessful. Misses by about 2 metres. Wickens from 9. Going across court this time, changing it up. We've got on the feet there of Martin at about 5. She throws from 5 and gets it to about 3 on this side and making Carter work, but she's managed to deflect that around the post and out. That leaves the ball with Whelan in 1. She tries to go with a bouncer, but it's unsuccessful and throws it in at 4, picked up by Martin, who gives it to Grosser, who's going to throw from 7. Throws into 2. Little bit of a touch on from Whelan, who goes back to Carter, who takes it from the front and basically throws it from 4 into 7. Controlled by South Australia between Martin and there's a nice little throw from Grosser from 9 into the 3. Block by Carter, who gives it out to Whelan, who unfortunately from 2 manages to throw the ball out before the halfway line. Martin taking this one from the wing. Goes across to the other side in 6. It's over the top of Wickens, but not. She's moving enough. Into 8, down to 2. Very slow, but again, Hart's got that controlled. The girls are running this clock down nicely. Hart cross court this time in the 3. That's deflected over the top of, not touched around over the top of Whelan and into the corner of the net. Final timeout for Victoria. They made it to the 1 minute mark. 9-0, 1 to go.
I think they would just be aiming to finish the game, run down the clock for the end of it rather than getting a mercy.
Well, you'd like to think that Victoria can do that. Now they're making us work overtime. Yeah. We need to get paid for this. Do I get paid for this?
I wish I got paid.
This little mini studio that Mikey set up here. What do we get for it? Nothing. Oh, we get thanks, I suppose, Mike.
And lunch.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, great. We get lunch. I gave away my my little kebab, my fruit kebab. I gave away my fruit kebab today, and then I complained that I didn't have a dessert and remembered that I gave it away.
Well, that's your own fault.
Probably says a lot about me, doesn't it? 1 minute and 59, I think that is. It is 1 minute and 59. We've got 9-0, but Victoria with the ball. So we won't be closing this game up in a hurry. Whelan whiff it in 1, as if to give it away to everybody. A lot of chatter from the crowd, the peanut gallery. Have we lost a goal, Judge? No, there's a bit of court repair happening at the front. Is the issue. Here we go, Whelan. from 1. Tries to bounce it down into the 7. Not a bad effort. Taken by Martin. Martin tries a quick return back into 2 from that 7. Unsuccessful. Whelan blocks it. Goes from 9 down to 1. Nice throw along the line there. Sorry, the other way. Goes from 1 down to 9. Nice throw along the line there. Grosser came across, but she's not taking it. Was Grosser, in fact. Deflected it into 6, and Brooke got enough onto that to turn it around the post. That's been dropped down for Wickens. Wickens here on the 9 side. Rolls it down the line, where it's taken now by Grosser, who goes back to Wickens at 8. But she's blocked that. Again, Wickens going all the way across, trying to go to the 9, and unfortunately, it's a little bit wide of the mark for her. And this is going to be taken by Grosser. Grosser coming across a little bit, taking it from 6, trying to go the narrow diagonal into the 5. Carter gets enough on that to kick that away. Dropped into 9 for Wickens. I'd like to see Wickens get a goal. Come on, kids. Throws it across to the 9 on the other side, and that's been blocked out by, kicked her out by Grosser. Hart came a long way to help her out, but probably didn't need to. Bit of overkill. Grosser coming in a long way. She's going to throw this from the middle almost. Probably from 6. Goes out towards the 2, but Whelan's good enough to get that, given that Carter hasn't touched it. Whelan from 1 goes into 7. Cross comes Martin, who's going to take this and come out to 7 on the other side. Taken by Wickens. Wickens rolling it across court, just into the 5. And there's a timeout, South Australia, with 20 to go. They're trying to finish this off. I reckon give Ivy a goal. Come on, someone.
Yeah, they've be nice to see them get at least one goal on the board there.
Just give Ivy a goal.
That's 22.4 seconds remaining.
Yeah, not a lot.
Enough for a couple more throws.
Well, if they play it right, they'll only get 1 throw at them.
Yeah, if they held it.
If they play it right. They've basically got, the best part of 10 to get it past the centre. There was a nearly penalty there for the Vic team as they got off the court late. Brooke looks like she's lost. And just as well that South Australia didn't get that right as that ball was thrown out at about the 1. Whelan from 1, taking her time. Letting that go into about 7, taken by Martin. Martin throwing from 7 straight back to 4, taken by Carter. She'll throw this out. And we've got 1.9 to go. Grosser, will she get this away? She shouldn't. She didn't. And the Vics have held on for a 9-0 loss. Which makes the end of day 3. Finals tomorrow. I wish I could tell you what they were, but we'll work that out in the morning. We'll be here at 7:30 to help you out, or 7:45. Let's just say, let's not make it too early. It is a Sunday and it is daylight savings, and I'm going for drinks tonight. So we'll be back at about 7:45, hopefully with some guests tomorrow. So you won't just hear my voice all the time, a little bit drony. But thank you for the 5 or so people that listen. And we will catch you on whatever radio station we're on.
We're on a radio station YouTube, and we currently have 10 viewers. Good night, everyone.